the stars just align. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out.
Good morning, everybody. We're starting in like 3-4 minutes, so just gather around, take your seats, take your coffee. But we have to start on time. Why? Because we are broadcasted live on television. No posers over there, yeah? Please take your seats, especially the front row. Perfect. You'll have a chance to ask questions to Ambassador Deshitsa. So prepare. Today is going to be a pretty long and intense day, but very fulfilling in the end. Сучасний. I was just informed that we are starting sharp in 5 minutes. Thanks for sitting over there already. Yeah, great example for many. You too, sir. Thank you. You're next to the seats, so I trust that. These pile of beautiful people are finishing what they're doing, and they're gonna join us here. Great. I'll get my coffee too. Good morning again. My name is Andrei Suslenko. I'm going to be with you today again and tomorrow. We're starting in 30 seconds. Please, A, take your seats, but B, if you don't speak either English, Polish, or Ukrainian, please take your headsets over there, so you would have translation, simultaneous translation in your ears. Якщо ви не говорите англійською чи польською, будь ласка, ось у цій будочці візьміть собі хедсети для перекладу. Збираємось, сідаємо. Попереду інтенсивний день, дійсно інтенсивний день. Oh, you already got the headsets. Good. Thank you. That's an example. Adam, will you tell me when to start? Good morning, everybody. This is G2 Arena. My name is Andrei Suslenko. I'm going to be the host of the second day of the World for Ukraine Summit. We're live on television, so welcome the viewers and the listeners as well. This is the second day of our summit. I'm going to briefly introduce what we're going to expect today, and then we're going to start with opening remarks. First of all, it's great to see the audience here right on time. Thank you for that. So, as I said yesterday, this conference is meant to be a bridge, a partnering bridge for collaboration between those in Ukraine or out of Ukraine who have needs and demands of specific kinds, and the foundations and the resources that we could find here, either from Polish or American or European or other countries' sides. So this platform is built for collaboration, and as I know yesterday, 37 mayors of Ukrainian cities have successfully found new partners in here. So I guess this works. And today, during the gala, we'll see how this partnership bridge is working. Now, what else I want to say? So one of the aims here for the conference and for the summit and for the Foundation World for Ukraine is to get more knowledge of what is the current status, what is the current situation, what are the current needs, and to understand those needs is important in order to provide a qualified help and support. What else I want to tell you today? So we're going to have major panels here at this main stage and 4 other stages throughout the G2 Arena where we are located right now. This is a day which is going to be quite intense, and it's going to start in a few minutes. So we're going to start with former Ambassador Deshchitsa in a moment. Then we're going to see a special greetings from a special person. And then we're going to have a first panel, which is current situation in Ukraine and the human cost of war with the highly renowned Ukrainians and not only Ukrainians. So, without further ado, I'm going to invite to the stage former Ambassador Andrei Deshchitsa. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Andrei Deshchitsa, the current advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
No, нормально. Доброго ранку, dzień dobry, and good morning. Я буду говорити українською, польською і англійською.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll blend Ukrainian, Polish and English into my presentation, into my contribution. To start with, let me greet you all on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, who couldn't be here, but under the patronage of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this conference is organized. The Minister knows Poland very well. In the past months, Poland has been the Ukraine's gate to the world, well, a window to the world, a funnel, a channel, a pipeline delivering humanitarian aid. I'm happy to be here in Ješuv, and I can see with my very eyes that we could effectively build this bridge that connects Ukraine to the world. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to talk to Madam Governor of the Podkarpacie region, Madam Eva Lenart, and the mayor of the city of Rzeszów. I could,
насправді цей підхід Польщі, ця
well,
підтримка Польщі, яка
we could be all recalling and talking about these first days, were first hours of the war, and this great relief given by the city of Ješuv and by this region. This is a major lesson, the lesson that we all need to analyze so we can have lessons learned for the future, God forbid.
Нам потрібна Україні, далі потрібна допомога. І ця допомога потрібна
Why
зараз,
is this summit so important? Well, Ukraine is in a dire need for relief. We need this relief today when the Ukrainian infrastructure is being destroyed by Russia, when Russia is murdering, killing Ukrainian civilians. We need humanitarian, military, and political aid. This is what we see in Poland. This is a great example that Poland gives. Poland has this perfect understanding, and I think this is the message that hopefully will go around the world. So Russia will be taking more steps further, will work and continue its aggression against Poland and against other countries if we don't stop it. We will also need your relief and your assistance in the future. We'll be rebuilding, we'll be reconstructing Ukraine. So we need to have an effective use of your help, of your assistance. So we will need your help to rebuild our infrastructural facilities, medical facilities, educational facilities, roads and bridges. And this is why I'm calling our members of the local parliaments, presidents and mayors of cities, towns and villages to use this opportunity to meet and get to know people here on the ground. You need to learn how to change the infrastructure, how to change your cities. From my own experience, the experience of 7 years of serving as the ambassador of Ukraine in Poland, I can explain how Poland was changing in terms of its regional development. Well, obviously, these transformations were supported by the local budgets and state budgets and the EU budgets. And I think that such partnerships of Ukrainian foundations and NGOs, and when expanding that collaboration to the international context with the support of EU funds, will be more effective and trustworthy. So I call you to leverage on this experience and gather this experience to be able to use it in the future. So actually, no one expected, not even myself, I must admit, I didn't even expect that that there would be such a swift response from Poland, especially this relief or aid showed and assistance given to the refugees. Well, the fact that ordinary people were so welcoming to the Ukrainians in such terrible conditions, those who were in such great need for help. This is a model behavior. This is a great example to everyone across the world. We are so grateful to the Polish people that will be will always remember that. We'll remember that forever. And I think that our relations, the relationship that we have, that will be the relationship of two neighbors in peaceful Europe and members of the EU that will be building its mutual good relationship and strengthening their societies and work for the benefit of both nations. Let me take this opportunity to thank not only local governments and regional governments that gave us the opportunity to work with. We have so many representatives of these organizations here locally. We can have some examples. We can hear about examples of their reforms. I understand that they can continue supporting Ukraine in the reconstruction process. I want to use this opportunity to thank the central government, both the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda, and both houses of the Polish Parliament. They responded so swiftly by adopting the necessary resolutions and introducing the necessary legislation to give relief to Ukraine. And we're very much looking forward to your help right now in the wartime and in the future and in the peace.
To make sure that we need your support because so many countries already supported Ukraine and believe in Ukraine, that if we lost, that means that you will lost this war. We need your support. We need arms at the moment, but we also need your humanitarian aid, humanitarian support. We need your support in rebuilding Ukraine. And I absolutely convinced that only united, being united, we will win this war and we will establish peace and security in our region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Deshitsa. Please take your seat. Let's have a brief chat. Thankfully, we have time for 2 questions from my side.
Yeah.
Former Ambassador Deshitsa, meeting the war in your position as an ambassador is a quite unique challenge. You've done quite a lot. That's what your team says. That's what the data says. That's what you've shared. And I was wondering, on a personal level of this challenge, what is still the hardest part of it for you?
I think that for me, and not only for me, what is very important to keep this solidarity and support for Ukraine. Now, the people already spent a lot of, we would say, energy, a lot of efforts supporting Ukraine, but we need more. We have to be prepared that this is not the end of the war. And it's not only the end when we win, but we need to make sure that Ukraine will be rebuilt, Ukraine will be part of the European Union and NATO, and we have to make sure that Russia will not be the threat for Ukraine and the rest of the world. So we need to be prepared for a long run. And this is, it seems to me, it's a challenge to be prepared for a marathon, if I could say. It is for everybody probably a big task because we need personal efforts, personal engagement. We need financial support. It's a lot. And we need understanding in the societies in the world that we are fighting for the freedom.
And you mentioned this understanding in between societies. Being the advisor to the minister right now, so I guess your vicinity is more than Poland right now. Can you tell us what's the what's the cohesion between the societies of European Union towards Ukraine and the war right now?
Yeah, good question. Very good question. What I experienced as an ambassador, why it was not easy, but it was more or less comfortable to work in Poland because there is an understanding in Polish society, the understanding of the threat from the Russia, how big this threat is. And that's why there is an understanding that Ukraine needs support, and this support is provided. It is easy to provide negotiations and talks in such countries like Poland, like Lithuania, for example, and in the countries who experienced Russian invasions in the past. And that is why it is, for us, it was easy to create a regional, different types of regional institutions, like, for example, Lublin Triangle. That is for the Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, and members of this institution. And I think creating such unities, regional cooperation, would encourage these countries to promote this cohesion to the rest of the Europe. And then creating a smaller cooperation institutions, structures, will provide a ground for spreading this understanding in other countries.
The strategy behind it is clear and understandable, of course. So you have allies first, and then you...
Yeah, for example, sorry for interrupting you, but with this triangle, Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, we are thinking about the future, in the future, joining Belarus, which will be natural to have this together.
Understand. That's interesting. I guess the news outlets have already picked this up as good news. So that's what you said on cohesion, which is working right now between Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine within the Lublin Triangle. And I'm curious, what would be the... I live in Austria. Since the war, together with my family, we live in Vienna, and we see how... what's the experience? Very neutral experience of support. That's what we've... that's what we've seen. Unlike in Poland, where we see it's in a different way. Don't get me wrong, Austrians hosted almost 100,000 of Ukrainians, but then the way how it's presented is way different. And it's just Austria. I speak to many Croats and Serbs due to my work, and I see that Croats are highly supportive of us. Serbs are way less supportive of us. So my question here is, due to your position and knowledge and this cohesion, which are the countries that you think you need to persuade the most at this point in order to join the effort to support Ukraine?
I think that the best way would be to convince those countries who has an influence on European arena, on European stage. It's the Germany and France, probably the first one that has to be convinced. And I personally think that we see the change of the position of Germany in Germany. So, of course, it's going slowly, but society is changing faster, but the politicians also are changing. And it's a result of all the efforts that the Ukrainian diplomacy doing, the President Zelensky doing, convincing and addressing these politicians. But what is also very important that the politicians and leaders of these countries visit Ukraine. Okay. If they visit Ukraine, so I would encourage the public, the societies to encourage their politicians to go to Ukraine and see what is going in Ukraine. And being in Ukraine, I understand that after visiting Ukraine, the position of many politicians has changed. The politicians, European politicians, has changed. So what my dream would be also that Prime Minister Orban one day visit Ukraine and see what is going on really in Ukraine, and I believe he will change his mind.
On this note, we're going to finish with this conversation. Thank you so much, Andriy Deshitsa. Round of applause for former Ambassador Deshitsa.
Dziękuję.
We're going to continue with the greetings from the President of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, whose name is Leendert Verbeek. We're going to see the video, and then we're going to continue with the panel. Please take a look on the screen.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to address you today on behalf of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe. The Congress of Local and Regional Authorities is a political institution of the Council of Europe with a mission to promote, defend and strengthen local and regional democracy in the 46 member states. The Congress has been working in Ukraine since the country became a member state of the Council of Europe in 1995. And since 2014, we complement the statutory and political work of the Congress with the implementation of ongoing cooperation projects. This long-lasting work to incorporate fundamental democratic values in local communities resulted in empowered local authorities which stand today as fully fledged partners of a strong multi-level governance system. The Congress is certain that the resistance that we admire today in Ukraine is grounded on this work. I'm also convinced that this fact has largely contributed to the functioning of the country after the Russian aggression of the 24th of February. It represents a strong foundation for the rebuilding of the country from the grassroots level. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the organizers and the city of Resov, where you are gathered today. This city provided a unique contribution during the war, mainly as a key hub for goods coming into support of Ukraine, just as the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, acknowledged by attributing it with the honorary title of Rescuer City. Similar situations can be observed all over Poland, where numerous towns and cities took action to welcome millions of refugees from Ukraine. In June this year, I had the opportunity to visit the city of Chelm in Poland, as well as the cities of Kiev, Bucha, Zhytomyr and Fastiv in Ukraine. The solidarity I witnessed was striking. The remarkable engagement of mayors, local councillors, public administration, civil society, volunteers and many others is demanding and yet fulfilling. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to share with you the variety of ways in which the Congress has been supporting its Ukrainian partners. From the outset of the war, the Congress has firmly stood with Ukraine and its people. Since February, the Congress has continuously affirmed its unwavering commitment to the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We are providing continuous political support to Ukrainian partners and stakeholders. And we will continue until the end of the war and beyond. We strongly condemned the abduction of mayors, the so-called referenda, and the illegal annexation of Ukrainian territories by the Russian Federation, which are but a mockery of international law and democracy, and a denial of what the Council of Europe stands for. Local and regional authorities are playing a key role in Ukrainian survival and resilience. They are supported in this endeavor by their national associations who have been advocating for local government interests under the martial law and yet in line with the key requirements and principles of the European Charter of Local Self-Government. Along with the political support to Ukraine in this unprecedented situation, we immediately took steps to support building partnerships and networks to facilitate humanitarian aid and exchange of know-how. Since March 2022, we have been organizing regular meetings with major European associations of local and regional authorities to coordinate our efforts in support of Ukraine. All 6 of those associations have now joined the European Alliance of Cities and Regions for the Reconstruction of Ukraine. We can rightfully see those meetings as a precursor to the alliance launched in June, jointly with the European Committee of Regions. Such coordination efforts among all stakeholders, both at European level and in Ukraine, for the concrete support in the reconstruction are vital to already preparing of the post-war recovery. Moreover, the Congress launched in March 2022, together with the city of Sindelfingen in Germany, the Cities for Cities platform, aimed at matching demands and needs of our Ukrainian friends with the capacities of cities and regions from the Council of Europe member states. Today, it counts more than 200 registered local authorities and also includes national associations as well as European regions. A merger of the Cities for Cities with the United for Ukraine platform is being pursued to create synergies, unite potentials, and foster stronger and more long-term oriented partnerships, twining and strong cooperation on the path to the full recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine. Another concrete example of our operational support to Ukraine can be observed within the Congress ongoing cooperation project, through which we provide direct support to the Association of Ukrainian Cities in coordinating humanitarian aid and efforts aimed directly at withholding democratic values and promoting open government principles at local level. In this context, we also provide expertise to strengthen their advocacy and further support to their members. In relation to open local government, I would like to share just one example. A recent call launched by the AUC with the Congress support resulted in almost more than 180 applications from Ukrainian municipalities. With issues they face in coping with terrible consequences of war, it is inspiring to see that local authorities are keen on transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. This is really impressive. It is conducive to co-creation and to establishing local alliances with civil society and local stakeholders, which is one of the topics of your important initiative. We are determined to pursue our support in upcoming years within the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine resilience, recovery and reconstruction, in order to provide a meaningful contribution that addresses the needs and priorities of our partners. We have carried out a survey jointly with the AUC on the provision of services in times of crisis. The findings confirmed that Ukrainian local authorities and their national associations are in a position to respond to multiple war-related crises as actors of democratic resilience and have good governance tools in place to harness self-organization capacity of the Ukrainian citizens. A lot remains to be done with and for Ukraine, where we have the possibility to act and make a difference. Working together will make our continent stronger and more resilient. In this endeavor and in rebuilding democratic institutions, our conviction is to protect and uphold human rights in all processes and continue strengthening local authorities in strengthening partnerships with central authorities and their peers, and create local alliances within their communities, including with businesses and civil society, fostering innovative and collaborative approaches, as well as engaging with youth and integrating a human rights-based approach into renewed local policies and strategies, and will contribute to democratic stability and resilience. This is vital for Ukraine's reconstruction and modernization on its European path. I wish you a fruitful discussion and exchanges, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. I think we could do the round of applause for that. A lot of work been done by Council of Europe, who is, by the way, one of the main patrons of this event, and we thank for that. Later on, I'm gonna introduce you to all the partners that we have. But now we have to go on with the next panel, with the first actually panel for today. Of course, the war takes its toll, and its toll has been taken in lives, in infrastructure, in loss of work, loss of jobs, loss of homes, loss of grain, which is food, loss of hope, and many other losses. 9 months is enough to reflect on that. So with this next panel, I'd like us to reflect on what was this toll of the war and what are the further A, consequences, and B, lessons that we've learned from this. And then later on, in the end of this panel, I'd like us to see what are the steps that the panelists are taking at the moment. So I'd like to welcome on this stage right now 4 panelists to which I will join later. Alexander Hriban. Alexander is the current Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. A round of applause. Alexander, please take any of these seats. I'm going to take the last one. Then Sergei Leshchenko, who is the board member of Ukrainian Railways. Sergei, welcome. Please, round of applause for Sergei. One of these chairs for you. Juha Auvinen is the Deputy Director and Neighborhood and Middle East at DG ECHO European Commission. Mr. Auvinen, please welcome on stage, and round of applause for Juha. Oh, you're here. Hello, sir. Please have a seat. And Mr. Oleg Kuts, the Minister Counselor of Embassy of Ukraine to the Republic of Poland. Mr. Oleg, welcome, and a round of applause for him. Mr. Juha, nice to meet you. Great. Okay, so all of you heard the basic topic. We'd like to see and reflect on the toll that this war has. Each of you has his own perspective on it due to the work that you do. I want to start with the Deputy Minister of Economy. I guess you would give us the most data on what would be the losses that we have, both in humanitarian sector and infrastructural sector. Please. It should work. Yeah, yeah, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm pleased to be here in this event. It's really important to draw attention, especially to such spheres as humanitarian crisis and the social impacts of the war. They're inevitably hurting the society and the economy as well. So it is obvious that the war has changed us, right? And so you could see the dramatic changes on the east of Ukraine. You can see the massive relocations of the enterprises and the businesses from the east to the west, where the government is actually providing the due support together with our transportation partner, Ukrzaliznytsia, was really helping a lot, you know, and providing the free transportation and working closely with the mayors, with the regional administrations. I know that the mayors are also present in this event, so they can probably also comment separately on who has moved from where to where and what benefits these companies are getting and what support they're getting. But the human capital is probably the most vulnerable piece of this war, because traditionally it has been a very solid pillar that was supporting the Ukrainian economy, and because our talented people were driving not only Ukrainian economy, but were also driving the Eastern European economy, and were integrated globally. All the industries have suffered, and the economy, well, we had some forecasts dated on the September this year, and so based on those, the economy was supposed to shrink at least 30%. I think it's going to shrink more because of these recent missile attacks hitting the energy infrastructure. We're going to have some final numbers, I guess, pretty soon, but they're not super promising, I'm afraid. At the same time, all the industries got hurt. The only industry that didn't get hurt is the IT sector. So these guys actually grew. They grew at least 15%, and we expect that the net exports for the IT services are going to end up with 7.5 billion till the end of this year. This is because of the remote and distant work, because they're able to to be engaged in numerous processes globally, not even being in Ukraine. Some of them left Ukraine, but still continue working for Ukraine, paying taxes in Ukraine due to the good infrastructure, taxation infrastructure, and enterprise accommodation infrastructure, like such as DSCT that was arranged by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. But these guys are good. They are relatively okay. Whilst the other actually really suffered. So I'm going to throw some recent numbers at you. I try to be not too dull on that. So before the war, we had the statistics that 12 million people were engaged in economic activity. So they were all like paying 12 million people. Yeah. The recent number that we have is 8.64 million. So we have a drop. So that was 12.04. Now it's 8.64. So we have at least 3.4 million drop in this number. 9.8 million people were actually employed. So they were employees of some other big companies. The rest were the private entrepreneurs. This number has dropped to 7.35. So 2.4 million people lost their job as employees. The small and medium enterprises have already laid off 1 million people at least, and it's expected the people who are living below the minimum, which is like 2.4 thousand hryvnias, is going to be 70%, which is enormous.
And 2,400 hryvnias is less than how many euros?
I don't know, it's like 60 euros.
60 euros.
We also have a statistics of the companies that suffered from the war specifically. So in the context of the employees that they have. So 17% of the companies have employees that actually died because of the war. 11% have employees that were found, so they are lost. So nobody can find them, reach them, find any connection with them. Another 17% have employees that had physically hurt. Luckily, they're alive, but at least they suffered. 27% of people work in the conditions where their salary is dropping every month. 20% of people were forcibly sent for vacation because their employers cannot afford themselves to upkeep the salaries and keep them running. And then, as I said, the 20% of people were fully laid off, so they fully lost their job. It's expected that the unemployment rate will be up to 50. Well, actually, it's a bold number, and it's like more like people who are losing the economic activity and no longer engaged in business will be up to 52%. It's a dramatic.
52%.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a huge number, but still, we're hoping to balance this and compensate it to some extent. So the average salaries also dropped dramatically, and it fell at least 10%, which is really like if you look at the absolute numbers, that was not enormous, and now it's even less in the course that the currency exchange is already devalued.
Alexander, let's summarize this with your own perspective. So there's plenty of data that supports the idea that the loss is absolutely immense. 30+% of economy drop. 52% of people whether lost a job or lost economic activity. Plenty have fled. Plenty are unemployed and will not get this job in the nearest future. And just maybe in 1 or 2 words, your own perspective, how is that for you? And then I'm going to jump to other questions to other panelists.
What the government is currently doing is that we're trying to stop this, and we also see that a lot of people have actually migrated from the country, and they're looking for some better life in Poland, Europe, and other countries of the world. And it is our goal to bring them back, right? So we do understand that this is very, very tough objective, but we're at least trying to do so. We're constantly establishing some government support programs, such as e-work. This is e-robota, that's e-robota. The program envisages the provision of the grants to the enterprises in numerous fields, the processing enterprises, the agricultural development, the business enterprises. Like you can get the grant for gardening, you can get the grant for greenhouses. Unfortunately, we also do this in the conditions of the budget scarcity, and yeah, we don't have like huge amount to satisfy all the demands. But one of the key requirements to get the grant is actually the working places, the jobs that you create. So the companies that create more jobs, they will be preferred, like they are more likely to get the grant. So that's how we try to stimulate the working places and social activity back again. So this is like one of the things that we're focusing on.
So the situation is really dire, but I see that the government is doing what it can do through the knowledge of its deputies, ministers, and the businesses who are still doing work in Ukraine, and also international help, of course, to which we get with Mr. Yuha in a moment. Oleg, I wanted to jump to you right now. Thank you for the mic. I know that you're personally very attached to the losses of kids in Ukraine, and we've talked about that, and before the panel, we can't disclose the number that we lose on a battlefield, of course, and we don't really know exactly how many people have lost of civilians in a way, but then we have plenty of other humanitarian data that you want to share with us, and also share how the reconstruction Gov.ua works. Recovery Gov.ua works, yeah.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here among you, distinguished guests, dear partners. And yeah, we were talking and discussing, like, starting from yesterday. I had so many of you coming and with some nice words of support and eagerness to help and to be actively involved and engaged in helping us to win, because this is our common victory, actually. And yeah, we are paying high price, enormous price. And as we said, still the numbers have to be studied and disclosed yet. But we're talking about children. What we do know that as for today, Russia has killed 443 kids, and more than 11,000 have been forcibly deported.
To Russia.
To Russia, yeah, because we are actively engaged in this process because Poland, as I told you, the support from Poland is multilateral, and actually we have a huge support on taking kids to Poland to keep them in a safe place. And yeah, as I said, like for us, for our soldiers, brave defenders, it's really important to know that kids and their closest relatives are in safe place. So actually, what can we say is that more than 7 million people have crossed the border, Ukrainian and Polish border. But now what we see and what we were witnessing, more and more Ukrainians were coming back. We saw that a lot of Ukrainians were located here in Poland, close to their homes. And they did not just came to stay in a safe place. Just from the beginning, they have actively involved in helping and bringing closer our victory. And that's why we would like to, again, express our gratitude to the government of the Republic of Poland, because they have secured all the conditions, all the necessary conditions. And actually, when we are talking about human loss, it's not about just lives, it's about like professionals, it's about the experience. And with the help of the government of Poland, we have initiated and created and launched the website platform for searching jobs according to their educations. Because the main message, common message, was we are trying to preserve the high level of education and professional skills in order to be used for rebuilding Ukraine. And I would also, if you allow me, because I had so many questions and suggestions from our partners and colleagues that how to help, how to be involved in rebuilding Ukraine. And sometimes somebody is afraid of maybe some bureaucracy or a long way if you are addressing embassy, but please be sure we are open for a cooperation. But you can also have the other option. If you help me, yeah, there's the website, recovery.gov.ua. You can find actually the actual maps of damages. You can find the ongoing projects for rebuilding Ukraine. And if you've got some bright idea, your own idea, please, you could address. There is a really good team of professionals that are coming back to you with the quick response. So actually, despite the fact that this barbaric war and these attacks from Russia cause losses to Ukraine, what we do, we are working all out every day around the clock to preserve, the high level of experience, of quality of labor workers, and to, let's say, today is 288th day of the Russian invasion. The whole world wouldn't be so sure in the beginning.
That is true.
That's the miracle we're doing all together. And that's why now, after missile attacks on Ukraine, we have not noticed the surge of people flowing through the border. Because we are in constant contact with our Polish partners in order to be able to provide them like shelter, warm places, and as always, the levels of support is really high. And you know what? And like last week, we had the meeting of the Polish government with the ambassadors that are accredited in Warsaw. And they said, you know what? Those brave Ukrainians are not leaving the country. So please, now, get involved. There are some countries and partners that find some maybe excuses, maybe
we'll get
something
to that.
why they cannot provide us with weapons, yeah? Because due to the fact that legislation or maybe some political situation or regional situation is not good for helping Ukraine. But now, additionally to their statements, they could help us with rebuilding the energy infrastructure.
Yeah.
So if not weapons, you're welcome to show and prove that not only statements, but real help for our economy.
While we were on the way to Ješuv by car from Vienna, we've seen how many trucks were having the electrical facilities on that coming towards the border of Ukraine. And so what I've heard right now, the economic and infrastructural overview of how dire the situation is, and some of the actions that we're doing, the humanitarian situation, partially we discussed with you, Oleg, and we've seen the loss of kids and those who've been deported. But also what we've seen that more than 7 million Ukrainians have crossed the border towards Europe, and some of them have already left to Ukraine and remain there during the immense attacks on the energy infrastructure. And here what I want to jump to our European colleague in here, Juha, you're heading the unit of the EU's humanitarian aid for Ukraine as well, in the region. And you've been seeing this all along, everything that we've been going through in the last 9 months. And I guess you've had not only the data, but also a personal experience of what have surprised you. What was your personal lesson in these last 9 months, please?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting also a representative of the European Commission here. So indeed, I'm Juha Auvinen. I'm heading the Eastern Neighborhood Department of DG ECHO in the European Commission. And since you mentioned the word personal, I will start by saying that my father was an IDP. He was an internally displaced person in Finland.
Wow.
In 1944, when the Soviet Union attacked Finland, and he had to escape to the Finnish side, and of course Finland at that stage lost part of its territory, Karelia, to Russia. And I really hope this will not happen here, and I trust that it will not happen. But here in the case of Ukraine, but just to say that I'm also having a lot of personal sympathy for the situation as it stands. And what we have been doing from the European Commission side from the beginning is to deliver emergency humanitarian aid inside Ukraine, but also in Moldova. There are many refugees that have fled to Moldova. In addition, we have been supporting Ukraine and also Poland and the European countries with in-kind assistance through the EU civil protection mechanism. So we have two different branches, the humanitarian aid branch and the civil protection branch. And humanitarian aid provides assistance through our humanitarian partners, meaning the United Nations, the Red Cross family, and international non-governmental organizations. And civil protection mechanism provides in-kind assistance from the European countries, including Poland, but also all European countries have actually provided in-kind assistance to Ukraine. So I will throw just one figure out there, and this is 17.7 million people in Ukraine need humanitarian assistance as it stands. So it's a staggering figure, and this is the population we are trying to help. But I should say that we are doing it really in support of the Ukrainian government, which is doing commendable efforts in providing assistance themselves. So we always say we are there to help the Ukrainian government to support their people, because the government has been active since the very beginning, and its efforts have really been commendable. So what we have done is to come in support. In terms of support currently, winterization, building winterized shelter, for example, is of key importance. This is where we are trying to help. The Russian missile attacks have badly destroyed civilian infrastructure, so they are using these attacks as a weapon of war, on attacking civilians. Health support, support to education, also cash assistance, food assistance, all sorts of assistance is necessary. So basically, we are facing a remarkable humanitarian crisis, which is unprecedented in the European soil, and we are trying to help the Ukrainian government to provide help for its citizens.
You have 17.7 million people, 6 million people who are in need of humanitarian support. This is immense, and I'm curious, the resources that you have and the resources that the allies provide and donators and others, how many out of this 17 million people can you really help?
So we have been able to support, again, through our humanitarian partners, over 13 million people in Ukraine. So that's a big amount. Of course, that still means that we have not been able to support everybody. But this is basically, I think, an important achievement. We have given so far 485 million in humanitarian assistance alone to our operations in Ukraine. And this is also an amount which is unprecedented, and it has been mobilized since the beginning of this year. Mind you, we were also supporting Ukrainians since 2014 already. So we have been in the country since 2014, helping the vulnerable Ukrainians that have suffered from the war. We shouldn't forget that this is a major attack that's happening now, but since 2014 there has been a humanitarian crisis.
Thank you for mentioning that. This is important to distinguish that this war has been here since 2014. One more thing I will add from you, and then I'll jump to Sergey here. What is the type of this humanitarian aid? What is that the 17.6 million Ukrainians are needing and that you provide? What type of aid?
So this aid is basically consisting of refurbishment, rehabilitation of schools, of shelter. I mentioned the winterization assistance in particular. This is of particular importance. I mean, we are now entering into minus temperatures and with the destruction of the civilian infrastructure, lack of heating, it is essential to provide assistance to winterization. And generators, heaters, I mean, these are very concrete examples also the type of support that we are providing, including also through the civil protection mechanism that I mentioned from European countries, generators, heaters, this is of vital importance. But also support to the health system, to education, and as I mentioned, cash assistance is also important because it also prepares people to prepare for the winter. People know their own needs the best. I mean, this is perhaps a truism, but you give a certain amount to the people. If they need heating, they go and try means for heating their place. If they need food, they go and buy food. So cash assistance is an important form of assistance as well.
Understand. Thank you so much for detailed elaboration. Sergey Leshchenkov, I have a question for you. And to those of you who don't know, Sergey is the member of supervisory board of Ukrainian Railways, which is in Ukrainian called Ukrzaliznytsia, and Sergey is wearing his actual task force suit today. Yeah, it's good to see you, Sergey.
Thank you for inviting me. This is a new dress code of Ukraine after war started, because of our president, who is well known in the world because of his green T-shirts. In Ukraine, we also have our own dress code now. This is navy T-shirts.
A question that I have for you is this. Ukrainian railways are incremental in the way how Ukraine is dealing with the war and with the humanitarian crisis. Definitely. What you guys done is absolutely amazing. It's not only evacuation of civil society, but also this is the relocation and evacuation and relentless 24/7 work to save people out of cities that are shelled and then move the grain and move the other goods towards either Europe or whatever to safe places and to sell it. So you've been doing absolutely amazing work. And I've seen a few of your interviews and the CEO of Ukrzaliznytsia. And I'm just wondering, what helps to be so resilient? What helps to be so 24/7 on top of things in such dire situation?
Thank you. Ukrainian Railways is a really unique company, I think even globally, because our network is one of the biggest in Europe, and Ukrainian Railways was and is very effective during the war, which what surprised a lot of people because, Ukrainian Railways was also very much criticized before war started, but after war started, it was one of the only few organizations not only survived, but doubled and tripled effort to help Ukrainians. And when everything was partly collapsed, Ukrainian Railways was working 24/7. And one of the examples, it's a well-known number that Ukrainian Railways evacuated 4 million people. And it's difficult to imagine how many it is, but I just read that it's, for instance, like population of country like Uruguay or Mongolia, and a lot of countries have less population than Ukrainian Railways evacuated during these few weeks of the first phase of the war. Ukrainian Railways evacuated 102,000 animals and pets, for instance. It's also difficult to imagine, but it's huge. And at the same time, Ukrainian Railways is suffering because our infrastructure is badly shelled. And despite the fact Ukrainian railways restored a lot, just another example, since war started, 69 bridges were destroyed. It's crucial for railways to have bridges because if there is no bridge, there is no transport connection. But 69 were destroyed and 20 restored. Some of them were restored during 29 days. This is famous bridge between Kiev and Irpin, which was crucial to have transportation with Western Ukraine. The train from Kiev to Poland goes through this bridge. And this bridge was restored during 29 days. And it's incredible. One of the supervisory board members is German, and he said that in Germany it will take maybe a few years. So that is why motivation of Ukrainian railway workers is very simple, to make the best for people of Ukraine. At the same time, there are 6,000 workers are now in the army of Ukraine as well, so they are also fighting on the front line. Ukrainian railways is crucial for iron diplomacy. We call this when international partners of Ukraine travel to Ukraine by trains, and also it's crucial for trade. When Ukrainian ports were closed, all grain export went through Ukrainian railways, which is not easy because of lack of infrastructure on the border, on the both sides of the border. But of course, Ukrainian railways have a lot of challenges now and a lot of opportunities. We are really looking forward to implement our very strong agenda for future, very powerful agenda to have good transport corridor with Poland. We are building narrow gauge from Ukrainian border inside Ukraine. This year we complete a narrow gauge from border to Rava-Ruska, and we expect to have this narrow gauge to Lviv in very recent future, to have direct transportation between Lviv and Warsaw. We also have ambitions to go by our rolling stock, passenger rolling stock to Warsaw, and to have more options for Ukrainian citizens to travel from Ukraine to Poland. So a lot of ambitions and a lot of plans for the future, but of course to implement them, we are looking forward for have partnership with our European partners here.
And so thank you for the data on the past and the cost of this war, and also some specific data on achievements through the war, but also I've heard your vision, to which we will get a bit further. I wanted to ask you, how many, if you can share this, of course, how many trains have we lost? How many wagons have we lost? How many, these figures are important as well.
You know, it was also unique because when war started, we were, you know, so, let's say, confident that we have to work as fast as possible, that we saved all our American locos. A few years ago, Ukraine procured 30 American locos from General Electric. They were based mainly in Melitopol. It was the main depot for American locos for repair and fixing. And when the war started, all of them were successfully evacuated. And
really?
They are stored. They were stored at least a few months ago on the western border of Ukraine. Now they are working because shortage of electricity push us forward to use diesel locos. So American locos saved. Also were saved our diesel passenger trains from Kryukivka, Ukrainian rolling stock producer. So more or less we saved a lot. At the same time, we confiscated a lot of Russian wagons on our territory. So we have positive balance. In this case, we have positive balance of rolling stock. And it's also very important that it would never happen without support of Ukrainian railway workers who worked 24/7 these critical days of first phase of the war.
The death toll for Ukrainian railways is how high? The death toll. How many of your colleagues have lost their lives through the work during the war?
So in general, we have 300 people died, unfortunately, and mainly these people who are called to the army. So they are soldiers.
So they died on the front line, but not during doing the service and being shelled.
Yeah, we have our special website called the Iron Family, Zalizna Rodina, and on this website we have like a counter of Ukrainian railway workers died during the war.
Yuha, have you been to Ukraine since the war started? the large war, the big war started? Have you taken the Iron Train?
Actually, I was in charge of our support to Ukraine between 2016 and 2018. And then since 4.5 years, I was working on Middle East. But I personally wanted to come back on Ukraine, and I started now in August. So I haven't been to Ukraine yet, but my idea is to travel this Saturday evening with a train to Ukraine for a short visit. I hope the Ukrainian trains work. I'm sure they will.
Yes, they will. And as far as you know, in Finland we have the same size of the railways as in Ukraine. It's only a few countries in Europe with Ukrainian size. So if Finland have some rolling stock which you are not going to use, we are always welcomed to send this as a humanitarian aid to Ukraine.
That's how the appeal works. So you would use the stage exactly to ask for what is needed.
But even with narrow gauge, we also looking forward to get more rolling stock because we gonna expand our narrow gauge network. As far as I know, we finished building narrow gauge to Kovel from border, and with big ambitious idea and plan to expand it to Kiev. But of course it will take years and it will take billions, but in general this idea is good, to have direct link with narrow gauge from Kiev to Warsaw with narrow gauge, so to double our abilities to transport passengers and
I'll get to that in a moment with how much money we need for that and how many years we need for that. But before that, I want to say that when former Ambassador Deshica was on stage and he was giving his speech later on, and a gentleman from Italy came to me and he said, tell him or those from embassy to invite new Italian government with the Iron Train in Ukraine so they could visit and witness what is happening. And so I'm just saying this out loud, so this is going to happen. Continuing with the second part of this panel, which would be the actual lessons that are valuable and could be spread around the world as lessons that you guys learned through the way. Oleg, what embassy of Ukraine to Poland did was absolutely immense, and I'm curious what you see with what kind of challenges that you guys have met. You think that the world might meet in future, but you think that you've been successful in this. And what were those lessons that you've learned and you can share with the audience?
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Railways Ukrainian and to our government for coordinating the humanitarian support. Because imagine, one day you understand that you're having like about 10 or 20 airplanes with the humanitarian aid, and you just need somehow to deliver them to Ukraine immediately. So first of all, the main lesson is that when the enemy comes to your house, you have to be one united family. That's why from the first day, we had these bright volunteers, NGOs, who came eagerly to help and support. And imagine, some had experience in logistics, some had experience in, customs, despite the fact that our colleagues are also always in contact. But in that time, at that crucial time, you need to build up capacities. So just do not refuse any suggestion to help, and don't be bureaucratic, because it's a war, and you have to decide and act immediately. And then the whole government, the whole system, the whole country proved to be flexible. Actually, when we were at risk of being like a bottleneck because the other neighboring country were not able to let in the humanitarian aid, or they were still in the process of how to organize everything, then the railways came, and just we were able to send every day huge amount of humanitarian aid, so needed, so long awaited in Ukraine. And what I wanted to say and to add regarding the human loss, like talking about people who are going abroad, we are not losing them. They are all our ambassadors, and actually it's due to them, to how do they communicate, how do they behave, that they do not just sit still but working on an everyday basis, show the example. That's why everyone admires Ukrainians and want to help us, and because they know what we are doing. So the main lessons is, again, one of the main. These bright people are just like brilliance in the question of victory. Plus, they are also conducting information policy. They are realizing and conducting some great campaigns. If you could imagine what was the effect when we are opening the exhibition of the destroyed tanks in Warsaw. Yeah, and we were telling, because we are all together, we are stronger. And in that case, these tanks could be in capitals of Europe, just a destroyed exponents. Yeah, and I see we have another representatives of Ukrainian societies who are eager to set up museums also with these tanks, just to prove that when you are with Ukraine, when you are supporting, you have nothing to fear.
But if I put it in as a learning, I see that when the crisis / war or any type of crisis happens, what you need is a speed, less of bureaucracy, and that's your learning. And also you gave the opportunity for volunteers to arrive, and then you didn't really give them the rules, they self-organized. So you basically have created the infrastructure, or you just didn't do anything wrong about it.
You've got to have ability to adapt and to listen to.
Okay.
Because actually I know our colleagues from government who are helping and with us, in contact with us on every second. We were adjusting and adapting protocols because we had to do that. Because like you just have few checkpoints and you have to decide like where medical, where humanitarian aid, and so on.
Tell me, and then I'm going to go to you, Alexander. How many Ukrainians are now in Poland? And how many have, since the big war started, have moved here?
So actually, as we said, official statistics, more than 7 million have crossed.
Yeah.
Some have stayed in Europe. The vast majority of like active was based in Poland. Then they have left.
Yep.
So for now, what we see, it's about like from 1.3 to 1.5 million Ukrainians. And actually, that counts for all who came just after the 24th of February. More than 600,000 are officially employed here. So they are still working, and they are helping on an everyday basis, officially working. And actually, that's why they are bettering and working on their skills so needed to rebuild country after victory.
So I want to make a bridge out of this. So I've been following the statistics on how many Ukrainians have left Ukraine to Europe and received the temporary protection, like myself, let's say. And the number was growing immensely from April until around end of July. So it was almost 6.9 or 7 million Ukrainians, then 8. And then 6 of them would receive the temporary protection. And then the figure would drop in the August and September significantly. So the last time I saw, maybe a month ago, it was, what, like 4.7 million who are now residing or staying in Europe. So with this, I'm going to Alexander here. So losing Ukrainians physically from Ukraine to other countries, I would consider this as a loss of economical potential as well for Ukraine. But also this would give economical potential for the countries that are hosting us right now. And that's, I'm going to make a bridge to Juha later on. Of course, Europe gives a lot of cash assistance and other assistance, of course, for that. Alexander, how big are our losses in terms of unreceived, let's say, taxes or unreceived in future taxes because of Ukrainians who have left? Or this is an opportunity for us? And what is this opportunity?
Well, it's definitely an issue. I won't say it's an opportunity. So it's an opportunity for us to prove that we care about them and to create the conditions whereby we can bring them back. In terms of losses, I'm not sure we have this specific statistics, like how much are we losing for them not contributing to the economy, but I can tell you that, well, the latest data, you mentioned that the 4 million people, but actually like it varies. So I have a data that at least 7.8 million still stay abroad, although there is a little controversial calculation that based on the mobile operators' data, it's roughly 4.5 million. So maybe some of them drop the Ukrainian cell phones, but still stay abroad, right? So that this may be the case. But we know that the economy is definitely suffering because sometimes the best people are leaving, you know, the most qualified people are leaving. And we had the gender equality statistics that a lot of qualified women left, and they were one of the motor drivers for a number of industries. So it is a big issue.
Do you know the industries that are hurt the most?
From the people?
From the Ukrainians living abroad, specifically women.
Well, I don't have this data, I'm afraid, but. Yeah, no,
it's okay. We can dwell to
yeah,
this a bit later. Yeah. That would be, of course, interesting to understand that and how you want to tackle that.
Well, as I told you before, we have this grant support program, which we really count on enormously. So after we set it up, we got more than 14.5 thousand applications for obtaining 3.3 billion hryvnias. Again, as I also mentioned, we're in the scarcity of budget. We're in a huge budget deficit that we're trying to bridge every month. And you know these numbers, that at least $3 billion is the budget deficit for Ukraine, that we're looking to bridge from different sources, including the trust funds that are being established and the donor support from both EU, US, and the IMF. Well, out of these 14.5 thousand, we managed to satisfy only 2.4 thousand of applications. So a lot of them still remain unsatisfied. And these are the people who are eager to create the jobs in Ukraine. So if we support them, we'll see the immediate effect that the jobs will be available. And so we really count on re-immigration. So the thing that you mentioned, unfortunately, this is not the best time in winter now, because you know that since our grid and the electricity infrastructure is being suffered, it's probably not the best idea for people massively to get back in Ukraine now. But starting from spring, we really count on them to be back, and we really anticipate and envisage that this number is going to grow starting from March. For these grant support programs, we're actively looking for the sources. So we also have the special accounts open to the National Bank of Ukraine that can actually receive the donations, direct donations from individuals, corporations, just specifically to be sent for these grant support programs, which will be adding value, which will be adding jobs. We're also working closely with international development agencies and organizations, institutions such as USAID, KfW, GIZ, EU for Business. They are also giving grants actively, and we are actually promoting these grants through our communication channels. And we will be partnering with them soon. Well, we will be redirecting the sales funnel that we created through this program. We'll be sending those guys who didn't get the support from the state because of the budget scarcity. They will be able to go and seek for this support from these institutions and organizations.
With budget scarcity, how much money monthly do we need to ask from our donors and allies?
Well, the recent estimate was at least 3 billion a month. 3 billion.
At least 3 billion.
Yeah,
that's just
billion,
to keep afloat?
Yeah, this is just the salaries, the social payments, that. So this is just like eating money. So it has nothing to do with the recovery or with economic development, unfortunately. So it's the 36 billion a year, which is a massive number. It was reflected in the state budget that was adopted recently in the parliament. The sources for this budget deficit bridging, probably the most obvious ones that are currently being discussed is the trust fund of the World Bank that is trying to raise funds from different sources. I know that EU in Berlin, they actually declared they will be giving the money separately, but this is also good. We don't care how it's being channeled through. I know that the World Bank's plans initially were to raise the 36 billion for the bridging of the budget deficit and at least 18 billion for the immediate reconstruction efforts for the next year. The second component is a little more complicated because the deficit bridging is sort of like easy to explain, while the second component, I think that the donors would really want to make sure that we have the proper list of projects, that they were all well argumented, that the platforms that will be spending the money are actually accountable, transparent. That's why I think that the World Bank is actually one of the most prepared, because they already have the footprint in Ukraine, they have a track record in it, they have the infrastructure in place, they have a procurement platform that's proven to be very successful, like for instance, Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukravtodor, a lot of like different SOEs were already using the funds of the World Bank through this procurement platform, and that was pretty good and transparent.
Is this the money we have to return, or it's just a gift?
No, that'd be grants, yeah, and a separate track which would more deal with the economic development is using the leverage of the export credit agencies through all over the world. This is a win-win situation, because we understand we also need to offer something to our partners rather than be just asking for the free money. This is a good case with ECAs, because ECAs are normally supporting the businesses in their countries of origin, like supporting the manufacturers or contractors. We have really good programs with the UK, where UK Export Finance has dedicated 3.5 billion pounds as a limit for Ukraine. We're going to have a conference for the recovery in France, where we know that BPI France will also dedicate at least 2 billion euros for these programs. DFC from US, US Exim, they're also quite active. DFC is also ready to support Ukraine. Private sector, US Exim will support the sovereign sector. This is like, these are also instruments that enable us to borrow much cheaper funds and much longer funds.
Understand.
This will be, we will have to repay these, but at least that the rates will be the minimum. Of course, the rates globally are growing, unfortunately, but at least these will be like the margins over the variable rates, like Euribor and LIBOR, who we hope it's going to drop at least in a year and a half, 2 years. And in the course of the loans that will be borrowed for 14, 15 years, this is not the worst case. So.
Thank you for very detailed analysis and knowledge that you're sharing. I'm very, very happy to see that you represent the Ministry of Economical Development. Really, thank you. So I'm building a bridge to you over here. So we went from understanding how many Ukrainians have left Ukraine, what is the cost of that to Ukrainian economy, but also what is the cost of it to European Commission and Europe in general. This is what I want to ask you, because out of those 7 or 4 million, let's see, this number somewhere there, cash assistance is needed for many of those as well, and other types of assistance like housings and everything. And I know that governments of specific countries are helping it by themselves through the grants from European Union. And I'm curious, what's your take on that? What's your overview of the situation? How is this going for Europe?
We have many instruments that are at play in supporting Ukraine, and I'm representing the humanitarian aid branch and the civil protection branch. But in terms of bigger EU support, of course, macro-financial assistance has been the biggest one, 9 billion euro this year, and I hope there will be an agreement next week also to provide more. There have been funding through the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So the humanitarian funds that we are providing, they are very big considering the humanitarian budget, but the bigger money is elsewhere. Military assistance as well. I mean, this is something that I would have personally never considered possible before this war started. We in the EU, we were always very conservative about our military spending, and now, of course, this this has started a completely new era for the EU as well in providing military support, and it's one of the important elements of our assistance to Ukraine.
If I may take where are you residing right now? In Brussels, here, somewhere in Poland, or in Helsinki? Where are you residing?
I am residing in Brussels, but for 25 years I've been a bureaucrat in the European Union, and before in Helsinki, in Finland.
Understood. So it's a personal question then, in a way. You've seen Ukrainians, I guess, in Belgium as well, who have fled the war, and I guess you've been in contact with many of European Commission units and departments who are dealing with Ukrainians abroad in Europe. So the question is the very personal one, on the humanitarian side of this. How do you see how well, if well could describe it, countries are helping those Ukrainians that are in need in their countries, or they were in need in their countries in the beginning of the big war?
I think there's been tremendous support within EU member states. I have many friends who have been personally supporting. Some of them have been housing Ukrainian refugees as well. So I think there's widespread agreement within the EU member state that support is needed for those who are coming from Ukraine as refugees. I mean, the energy crisis is there for the EU as well and for the member states. So my hope, and I think everybody's hope, will be that this, let's say, welcoming attitude and support for Ukrainians in the EU will continue. I'm personally convinced that it will, but of course we need to see. I mean, it was interesting what you said about let's say sort of enduring over the winter, and then receiving people back to Ukraine after the hard winter is over, and basically giving their contribution to the economy and so on and so forth. I think if we collectively manage over the winter, then it will be very good.
Thank you for sharing that. I was thinking of that as well, that it's wise, I guess it's wise, not to overload the energy infrastructure in Ukraine, of course, and be more safe, on the safer side, while it's possible. Sergei Leshenko, coming back to you on the lessons learned for yourself and Ukrainian railways. So you've shared the data on the specific achievements in this dire time that you and your organization had, and I'm curious of the lessons that you could share with the audience here. What were your solutions or specific decisions or ideas that really got implemented and you are very happy with those, and you can share with the audience?
Yeah.
Please.
By the way, about energy infrastructure, railways also suffering because of the shelling of energy infrastructure, but we have plan B. This is diesel locus, so we always run in schedule or with small delay, despite all shelling. And the achievement I would like to share is relevant to the situation. Since the war started, Ukrainian railways implemented big anti-corruption program. What is the area of misconduct in railways? Of course, this is procurement, which was always a little bit criticized by investigative journalists. Sometimes it was with some grounds, sometimes it was without, but we started to procure diesel fuel directly from producer. There are two big companies which are supplying diesel fuel to Ukrainian railways. One of them is Polish Orlen, and we very much appreciate this contact with our Polish counterpart. Another one is American producer ExxonMobil. So almost 99% of our needs in diesel fuel are covered by these two direct contracts. So this area was totally clean from any misconduct. It means that even despite the war, we can make progress with anti-corruption. The same with electricity procurement, which is also necessary for Ukrainian railways. We have direct contract with energy producer, Energoatom, so there is also now clean from any misconduct. About coal and natural gas procurement, we have this through Prozora system for 100%, so there is no misconduct as well. So it means that with the goodwill, we can implement the best practices even in the days and weeks and months when the war is going on. This is another good example of progress we are trying to present the world and to ask the world stay united and stay with Ukrainian Railways. And we have some good feedback. We were provided with 14 million grant from Switzerland for Ukrainian Railways needs. We are looking forward to be more supported by our Western friends. And sometimes we don't need money, but we need more enthusiastic approach from our counterparts to implement our ambitious program. That is why we always very much, faster than our friends abroad, and we are calling them to be on the same speed level with us. Because for us, it's not just working time, it's also lives, it's also families, it's also our economic development. When we want to implement some, for instance, bottlenecks issues be fixed, we need it to be solved fast.
Is this the appeal to less bureaucracy, more speed?
It's about implementation.
Implementation.
Which will let us to go faster by speed as well.
It's a great appeal. Thank you for that. Juha, I have a very small remark towards you. So I know we have shortage of time, but anyway, out of the lessons learned, and you said, I was so surprised that Europe was so fast on giving up the military aid, which we haven't done before in such speed. And I guess the speed of giving up the organizing the humanitarian aid and other functions is also increased. And to me, it is important to understand whether you, as European Commission and other organizations in Europe, could really learn from you right now how to increase the speed and decrease the level of bureaucracy, remaining institutional.
Yeah, some say that the European Commission is a bureaucratic institution. This is, of course, not true. Okay, that was a joke. I think speed is of the essence in a situation like that. And I mean, we in the Humanitarian and Civil Protection Department, we already have very flexible procedures to make funding available. So we have made use of every possible exception, every possible derogation to deliver assistance very quickly. And I have seen the same also in mobilizing money through the other instruments. So, of course, there are some legal constraints about the use of money, but given those legal constraints, all possible means of flexibility and expediency are being used. And one thing about lessons learned, I think what this has taught to us is how important it is to coordinate with the authorities. I mean, this has been of the essence. We have had very good coordination with the Ukrainian authorities. They are indicating us, and they are indicating to the humanitarian partners what the real needs are on the ground. And this has been tremendously helpful, and this is something that we absolutely need to continue.
Thank you, Juha. In the end, I want to summarize in a bit before I give Oleg a chance to have an appeal to all of you. So the panel is called Current Situation in Ukraine and the Human Cost of War. So what we've discovered together is the actual human cost of war. We've seen the data on how many children we've lost, on how much of economy is ruined, and then we saw the sectors of economy that were ruined the most, and the IT that is booming, and thanks to that we have more chance. So 30% and more of Ukraine economy is shrinking and will probably shrink more. We've lost around 7 million people from Ukraine physically, and they're probably right now abroad, and while the shelling of energy infrastructure is there, so we're not going to expect them coming back until, I guess, April when it's warmer, or March. So we're losing on that as well. European Commission has been doing immense work in assisting in humanitarian and civil protection work through absolutely immense amount of money that you spend on almost 17 million of Ukrainians that are in need of that. This is probably the biggest crisis that you personally seen, and that's what you shared with us. And the way how you tackle this is with a bit increased speed with great coordination on the ground with the government. So this is the lesson that I guess we should all take as important one. Ukrainian railways were incremental in how Ukraine has dealt with A, evacuation, B, relocation, and C, transportation of goods. And the lessons learned is that speed that you have and 24/7 resilience is super important, and this is something that you also expect and want from the partners abroad. There's a lot of work to do, of course, and what I'm hearing is that volunteering effort is important, and you have to give it space. You have to give it space because it creates more capacity, great coordination, great, of course, and probably love towards your own country, and respect to what you do and to the countries that you want to help. So this is how I want to summarize it. And Oleg, please, your appeal to the audience in the end, and we're going to finish.
Dear friends, so actually you've heard like what is the cost of defending democracy and our common principles and values. And of course, that would be much higher if we didn't have effective coordination and cooperation between the government, between civil society, and with our partners. And actually, that's why I'm asking you, please use this opportunity, being here. Now you have experience, now we've got experience. We have shown the transparency and openness to you, and we are eager to cooperate and to talk and to share the experience. So now, with this experience, let's do even better. Let's make it with a higher quality, actually. Because what you're doing right now is just you're leaders in all your fields. And actually, it's your example is showing and bringing the information to the other. What we have also learned that sometimes when you cannot reach some government or some areas, you are asking your partners to do that. And sometimes when you cannot reach the government of the other country, it's the civil society who is making a pressure. We could recall the situation with the transit from one of European country to Belarus, and we have managed to stop this transit of all these goods, medicines, food for Russian soldiers via Belarus, just with your help. You were first, and then the government was able, and Brussels was able to make amendments. Let's call it this way. Nobody would believe that we will start receiving modern weapons, and it's just because of our joint position. So please, let's stay together, let's communicate together, let's send these signals and work with our friends. Because if you would ask me what we need weapons. The second, weapons. The third, weapons, of course. And then we need financial support. Then we need sanctions, tough sanctions, and staunch position. Because actually, sanctions are working. And those disinformation pieces that no, Russia is not hurt by sanctions, that's not true. That's not true. That's why international solidarity is the main for us. And everyone, all of you, are doing a really important work. So thank you for being here, and please, let's do it even better. Because after we win, we should gather again and coordinate how to rebuild and build prosperous and even better country, because we need to show and to prove once again that when you are fighting for democratic principles, for future of your children, you will win. And no tyranny can take lives and territories of free democratic countries. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, panelists. Juha, Sergey, Alexander. So we're finishing this panel right now. Thank you so much. You have a 10-minute chill, I guess, and then this station will be busy with the further discussion, and then many other discussions are gonna take place in the conference room A, B, C, and in the auditorium. And also the speaker corner is behind you. We cannot ask any more questions because the panel's over, sir, but we can speak over there. Thank you again. See you in 10 minutes.
About my desires, taking me away somewhere my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I've got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bells sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Mr. Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
I guess we're both a little crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Current Humanitarian Relief Aid Projects panel we are having today. I want kindly to remind you that you have headsets in case you need a translation. And please take your places and enjoy the conversation. We're going to have a short presentation of the speakers, and after that, we're going to follow up with the open discussion. In the end, we're going to have a time for questions from the audience. So thank you so much. Let's start. We're going to start with our speaker number 1, and it's Ms. Anna Radecka. Would you please present yourself?
Okay. So my name is Anna Radecka. I'm coordinating humanitarian programs of Polish Center of International Aid in Ukraine. Also, I'm in good touch with the other kind of program coordinators from our organization, and maybe that's it.
Thank you so much. Ms. Olga Sulkowska from Caritas.
Hello, good morning. My name is Olga Sulkowska. I'm representing Caritas Poland. I'm the project coordinator responsible for the whole Eastern Europe region in Caritas. Right now, of course, mostly involved in the Ukrainian projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michael Caponi from Global Empowerment Mission. Sorry.
Yeah, my name is Michael Caponi. I'm the president of Global Empowerment Mission. We have a very simple motto, and that's how to get the most amount of aid to the most amount of people for the least amount of money in the shortest amount of time. That's basically what we do, and that's what we'll discuss today.
Thank you so much. Mr. Phil Alham. We don't have enough microphones. Can I ask the team to correct it? Thank you. Sorry for that.
Hi, I'm Phil Oldham. I'm the Deputy Country Director for International Medical Corps. I'm based in Kiev, and we have programs all over Ukraine in about 7 or 8 offices right now. I'll tell you more about it in a minute.
Thank you so much. So, the last but not least, Mr. Grzegorz Gruca, representing PACH.
Representing Polish Humanitarian Action, completing 30 years this year. As the organization active in Ukraine from 2014, with offices in various places, and also assisting refugees in Poland that arrived after the full-scale war.
Thank you so much. We tried to make a basic introduction as short as possible and come back to the discussion and enter the discussion as fast as possible. So my first question to all of you would be, can you please tell, in this 9 months, what was the biggest challenge dealing with Ukraine or within Ukraine? And what would you say was the outcome or the learning out of this challenge? Anyone? Phil? Grzegorz?
Okay, I'll start. As being in Ukraine, we had to deal also with the war situation of our staff and our projects. As we were running projects in the Donbas and Luhansk region along the contact line, also our people were affected. And we have a philosophy of working with the local community. So we are always working with social workers from the area, with the people that are affected by the situation, that are in the local context. So some of them had to flee. But it was amazing that we were able to keep up the psychosocial assistance for the whole period from the beginning of the war. And that proves that if you are really based in the local contact and you are working with the local society, the society understands the needs of local people. And I think this was one of the biggest learnings for us, that we are just there for a certain period, but the local community has to learn, has to be with us, and then it has to take the challenge on its own.
Thank you so much. Phil?
The needs were so big at the beginning, and we had to start, we had an office in Mariupol, and a small staff of 15 people. So we've grown to 300 people now, and it has been a challenge to find staff and to train them, because the talent pool is so deep. Closer? Okay. There's so much talent, but just not a lot of familiarity with the work of NGOs and the government regulations that come with it, and how to manage all of the processes that are involved in working. So there wasn't that experience working for NGOs, even though the talent was definitely there. But 9 months later, we have, as I say, an incredible staff of 300 Ukrainians working for us.
So from 15 to 300, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge growth. Thank you. Anna, Olga?
Yeah, I think that we have a similar experience, like to coordinate people who are on the ground and to coordinate the massive number of also donations we receive, because there are two sides. So how to spend this money wisely and how to provide this assistance to those most needed. And I think that we did a huge step forward, because I think all of our organizations had this kind of problem or a challenge with massive influx of funds, and on the other side, the massive number of those who are in need. And I think that this is the lesson learned we already have.
And in terms of Caritas, I would like to ask you a question. I know that many corporate organizations, they have like a list of trusted funds, and Caritas is one of them. And unfortunately, Red Cross came up into a kind of number of conflicts, and there was different decisions from all over. I'm sorry for asking bold questions, but that's what I'm really interested in. So Pach had the trust, can I say Pach, right? Pach had a well-built trust for a long time in Poland, but Caritas was very well trusted by international corporations. So having these donations, how did you deal with the challenge of having so much inflow of everything you had to coordinate? What was the way to, to solve it? How did you do it?
Well, actually, maybe it's worth to mention how the basically Caritas network functions. So actually, the Caritas is based in actually each country in the world. So we had a huge support from the whole Caritas network, especially from US CRS, from Switzerland, from Germany, who give us a huge technical advisory in this area. Because we also faced this problem that we didn't have enough staff to proceed with funds, with in-kind donations quickly and wisely. On the other hand, there are also Caritas SPES and Caritas Ukraine, two national Caritases in the Ukraine. So we also closely cooperate with them to list the needs, to address them correctly. And of course, I think like in each organization, there was a huge chaos at the beginning. That's obvious. And it's like we all just had phone call after phone call with offers of help. And then you have to somehow realize what are you going to focus on and get some, to proceed it. We decided to focus on cash because it turned out to be the most needed. And of course, the in-kind donations, especially at the beginning, the markets in the Ukraine were had problems with there were a lack of items in the warehouses, in shops. So therefore, these in-kind donations were very highly needed, and they are still needed right now, especially in the east and in the south when we still provide this assistance.
Thank you so much.
I think
I would like Anna to add, but please do.
One of the other problems that we encountered, both in Poland and in Ukraine, is that there's such a desire to help people. Mm-hmm. And so what do? We send things, yes. And we send clothes, and we send food, but we don't need clothes and food because there's still clothes. I mean, I can go into the Nike store and buy a new pair of Nikes in Kiev. I can go into the grocery store and I can buy an orange from Morocco. I can buy an avocado from Mexico. So we need to give people cash so that they can buy what they most need, whether it's food, medicine, or clothing. But those items are still all working there in 90% of Ukraine. So in some of the frontline areas that have recently been liberated, there is a need to give people things because the markets aren't working, but they bounce back in a month or two, and in a couple of months later, now in Kharkiv and in Donetsk, those things are back in circulation now, so cash is really important in this context.
Thank you. We'll come back to the cash question for sure. Anna?
Yes, I will also say a few words about these challenges for organization that we faced at the beginning, because our organization was before working mainly in abroad, so in Middle East, in Africa, and also in the Eastern Partnership countries. But what happens at the beginning was really like disaster. So the first process, which was really visible to us, that actually you had big funds incoming, and you needed just like this to implement the huge amount of money. So all our experienced coordinators came from abroad. So all the head of missions from Lebanon, from Palestine, from other countries just had to come quickly to Poland and to be able, with their experience, to take these funds and to manage these funds properly and to hire new persons, make recruitments. And as we all know, there was a challenge in the labor market because there were no experienced people with implementing development or humanitarian aid projects. So that was a big challenge. Another big challenge were so our organization, as you asked, you asked Grzegorz, or Olga, what we were doing. So this is exactly many individual people or donor were giving us money. So at the beginning also you need to get out of this, let's say, chaos to organize it in programs. But also our organization just transferred the good practices that we had from abroad. Like we also started implementing cash assistance programs in a huge scale in Poland and also in Ukraine that I was responsible for. Just because it was too little time to develop new methodology and whatever. And also to find people who, for example, can come to Ukraine and speak Russian. For example, Ukrainian maybe, yes, but we had no Ukrainians here who were so experienced with the project, so you could find local stuff. So these were challenges that I think that organizations had to cope first. And then we could switch to the really thinking about the programs being implemented, yeah? Just to provide the good quality of what we are doing. And these processes, heads of missions came to Poland and the local staff became heads of missions. So this is also a very interesting process.
Thank you so much. Michael, I would ask you to answer the same question. You are represented in 46 countries and you've been dealing with a lot of disasters. Was the experience with Ukraine the same, or the challenges were new and different?
So every disaster is completely different, right? You have to come in like a general and you have to have a new master plan. In the very beginning, we were at the border in Medica, for example, on the 25th of February, and we were speaking directly to the people. That's how we were getting the intel. And what they were saying is, we have family or relatives in Spain. Can you buy us a plane ticket to go there? So we immediately established a relocation program. That relocation program was in partnership with Jolanta Kwasieneska. We ended up relocating about 40,000 people. Simultaneously, we set up a warehouse immediately in Jeshuvie. This is where it all started. So by March 1st, we already had a warehouse established here. It was very dangerous to bring aid in at the time, so we had to work with our first partners, which were basically military experts that were retired, like Aerial Recovery Group, that would go in and bring aid all the way to Mariupol in that time, right? You also couldn't have a lot of aid coming in from the United States in early March because it takes 2 months to bring a container in. So we had to amass aid from Spain, from England. England alone, I think, sent us 78 trucks just to Jeshuvie, right? And that was going immediately in. And as we were bringing aid in, other people started coming and contacting us in Jeshuvie and saying, we're a church, we have a church partner here. Can we fill up our van or our truck with some aid and bring it to this? And they would lay out a plan, and then we would fill their vans. And today, that program, 9 months later, we established other headquarters in Lviv and then in Kyiv, now has 165 Ukrainian partners. So I can attest that, you know, the true work that I see on the ground there, that our team, Andre, sees on the ground in every single location, is really the Ukrainian orgs, some European orgs, some great Polish orgs, a handful of American orgs, but they're the ones that really know their areas, right? And there's an expert in Chernihiv, and there's an expert in Vinnytsia, and there's an expert in Kharkiv, and there's someone who knows Izium, right? And you have to work with different groups that know the areas and know the needs and know where an elderly family lives inside an apartment building and what their needs are. You can't always bring cash cards. All the abandoned apartment buildings all throughout the East that are completely bombed, right? Where are they gonna go get groceries, for example, with a cash card? So that wouldn't work. So we created a box called a family necessities kit. That box has a week of supplies of food, it has hygiene, it has blankets, it has things like that. And those are delivered individually all throughout the country.
You shared with me that you created a list of this 165 partners who you trust from region to region. What was the criteria of picking them? How were you doing it? Because as I assume, partnering and building trust with Ukrainian side have been a challenge for a lot of organizations. So I would ask you to answer to that and share all the other panelists their experience. How was, you know, partnering with Ukrainian side on your side? So please, what was the criteria for the file, for the trust building?
So years ago, before we were able to have official partnerships with Amazon and Walmart and companies like that, in the beginning, they would give us 2 pallets of aid and say, go out and distribute it, get us some pictures, let's see how you do, and we'll give you more. Today, those corporations give us $10, $15 million worth of product each per year, but we had to earn their trust. So too, that's what we did with Ukrainian partners. In the beginning, it was take 2 pallets, drive them out to Kharkiv, post it on your Facebook, show us a report, and then we'll see how you do. And that's how we started evaluating people, right? And we started looking at every time somebody would request aid from us, we would actually look at all their Facebook pages and we would see what kind of groups they were and what they were doing, right? Because you can't look at that in a rating. It doesn't matter what their rating is or any of that. What matters is what they're actually doing yesterday and the week before. And once we started figuring out who was doing what and who was good where, that's when we would build more trust.
Thank you. Please add on how was your partnerships within Ukraine? How did you select those who you were working with?
Well, we were lucky enough that we had the partners already in place, but of course the scale rised, so we needed to look for new ones. But we are quite, I would say, doing it the usual way. So we do due diligence, we see how the structure of the organization is fit. We understand that practically all non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations in Ukraine became humanitarian actors. So now everyone is doing this. But it's very important to keep the same standards. It's very important to share our experience and build the experience of the Ukrainian partner, because only that way we are able to do it, especially that a part of everything that was said here that we are doing, so sending food kits, sending hygiene kits to all the regions. We are also involved in very delicate issue, which is psychosocial assistance. And we've been doing it in Donetsk, we've been doing it in Luhansk, and now we are also doing it, for example, in Poland. So you need not a trustful organization, but also the quality of social assistance of psychologists. And, well, luckily enough, We are delivering psychological assistance to children under the Wooden Puppet Pajacyk campaign in Poland that was established by PAH many years ago. So we have, for example, Ukrainian psychologists that deal with children with trauma that are coming in. And I think this is also one of the greatest challenges that we'll meet along as the war will be ending, that we not only need to deliver goods and assistance, but we need to deliver assistance in terms of psychosocial on a massive scale. People will be very traumatized after the war, and along the humanitarian assistance, this is something that needs to be delivered.
Thank you. Phil?
Since we've been operating in Ukraine since the war, shortly after the war started in 2014, we already had some local partners, both in Mariupol that have left Mariupol as we did, and in other parts of the country. But we've also found a great range of other partners. A lot of them delivering psychosocial services. I won't speak about that today because my colleague Blondine, who directs our psychosocial services, will be speaking on a different panel tomorrow. But it's something that's very needed, and we're involved in it as well.
But the selection process, what was the selection process?
The selection process was largely looking at what programmatic things they were delivering, but we then had to do a lot of capacity building around the management and the reporting and the procurement guidelines that we need to follow with because of our donors' restrictions on how we spend the money. So they're doing great work out in the field, and that was the main criteria. What are you delivering? What are you doing? And then we'll help with all the reporting and regulations and building your capacity to learn about those things.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yes, maybe I can say a few words, similar to Grzegorz words. We had already the partners from our activities that were led in 2014 and 15. And the partners were based in Kharkiv, and we were that time serving assistance and aid near the front line near Lugansk. And actually, so what we had, also we did serve cash assistance. So now the obvious thing when you have no time is to get back to the former partners. But the very interesting challenges, for example, they started working with us, so with cash assistance, but it appeared that sometimes you get these partners really shocked with how the methods, for example, IT tools for the cash assistant changed. So we had actually to do huge work with them because they were not very easy to adapt to the new technologies after so many years. Somehow we did, and we did it successfully, but that's true that then you start the process of looking for new partners, and actually maybe for the new topics, now we'll be also looking for the new partners in Ukraine for maybe reconstruction subjects for different one, maybe in different regions. But the best method that we faced is always to do something small with per partner and see how it works. And especially sometimes there is a big gap between how do you work and sometimes how can you do administrative reporting, which may lead you to fail. You can do very good work, but you can be so tired and washed out because you cannot meet the requirements of you as a donor and the donor of us. So these are the things that always is a process.
Thank you so much. Anna?
Yeah, and Olga. Right,
Sorry.
so no problem. The perspective of Caritas is a bit different. Like, we also had a very traditional partners, but from the Caritas network, which was great because these partners are checked, they are in the network where we have some common management standards. The headquarters had their own local networks, so actually they cooperate with over 60 local partners. Of course, it doesn't mean that everybody were on the same position, and that's obvious, that's what Anya mentioned. Like, everybody were in the process of learning, and we are still in this process. And, but it was very good. And what is also the advantage, let's say, of this network is what Michael mentioned, that actually when you are on the local level, when you've got your huge social trust, our local partners, Caritases, had a huge knowledge of the local societies, communities. And therefore, for example, although we do the cash assistance project, we are able to provide this assistance to people who are actually not in the loop of applying for this money. Because it turned out that there's a lot of people, we do right now the project Family to Family in the Kiev region. And it turned out that through the parishes and through the local communities, we are able to target people who never applied for this money because they didn't have the IT skills, they don't have the knowledge, they are out of the, the loop. So we can provide this to these most needed and forget it in some way. People, so elderly people, for those people with disabilities. And sometimes there even is a story that our social partners came to the family and the family said, we are in bad conditions, but maybe there is somebody more needed who needs this money more. And the people are sometimes too humble to apply for money. And that's great because as a local person that this family really needs assistance, and we really support them in applying for this. This is exactly what Michael said, that you know which floor, which family should receive the funds.
Thank you so much, Olga. The next question, we touched this subject a bit, and it's also a bit provocative, but are you pro-cash or against cash? Do you believe in a systematic help and building the social structures or systematic help structures, or you believe in cash assistance? And if you believe in cash assistance, how would you identify that it's efficient and it really helps somebody? Please do, Michael.
So with our partnership with Bethany Frankel's Be Strong, we have a cash program, Be Strong Cash Card, that's from GEM, and we distribute millions per year in disasters all throughout America. So it's actually a very important program that we also have. In the Ukraine case, we used it in the Kremenchuk mall bombing. The people that were injured, we identified them through the Poltava government, and then they gathered them for us, and then we each gave them money so that it could cover some of their misfortunes. In the Kyiv bombings that happened in June, we worked with the Kyiv government, and we gave cash cards, for example, so people can rent another home since their building was bombed, right? And that was vetted by the local authorities. So I do personally think that they're very useful and great. So in no way I was saying that they're not. My argument was that in Donetsk, there's nobody that could go shopping anywhere in the regions and all those small towns. And so you have to do a combination of things in a hybrid. And that's why we're a unified group here. And that's why everyone plays their part. I always say everybody's good at something and not everybody's good at everything. And that's why it's incredible that we're all here together with all the different organizations and all their different ideas and concepts, so everybody does something. And together we're better.
Thank you. Please.
All right. So yeah, I do agree, absolutely. What I think is important is rather the duration of this support. Because I think that we all agree that if you get the money, it gives you a dignity. So you can decide what are you going to spend this money on. And from from Caritas knowledge and experience, these are the testimonies of people who said that one of them spent this money on food. The second to do the new windows because the previous were broken. Part of them even spent this money to buy or to pay rations to get the money, the body of the dead soldier back. So there are traumatic and dramatic stories behind this, and I don't even dare to check what the people spend this money on. There are also very simple stories, like for example, mother is able to pay for internet, Wi-Fi, so their kids can attend the e-learning. So it's like It's a daily life. The people try to keep the normal life as far as possible. And that's great because it gives you a dignity, a possibility to decide what you want to spend your money on. However, for example, in Kharkiv, we also distribute in-kind donation packages. And once there was a story that the women went out from the shelter and she said, that's great you are here, that you give us packages, because it's the only reason one time in a week I do a makeup and I go out and I feel like for a couple of minutes like I have a normal life. And that's why this composition is very important.
Thank you so much. That's a beautiful story.
That's what I want to say. There are good things and bad things about cash assistance, right? So the good things are for sure that we are supporting local market, that we are giving to people this dignity to choose and select themselves what they need for their lives, so they are not like passive recipients of something that somebody granted, yeah, like jacket, for example, yeah, that maybe they like or not like, but they have it. So there are also minuses. The minus, of course, is the risk of being, being dependent, becoming dependent, and just waiting for new assistance, for new money. We had this problem. We distributed cash to 6,500 persons. The program is actually running.
In Ukraine, right? In Ukraine.
In Ukraine, yes. In Poltava, Kharkiv, and Kirovogradskaya Oblast region. And actually, so this is when we did the evaluation, so the monitoring, post-distribution monitoring, okay, most of people are really dependent. So actually, our organization, somehow a conclusion from this is that for sure now we try to give assistance to the very specifically selected persons. So when you know that somebody really can afford to work, like a disabled person or elderly person, or there is a woman with 4 children, so it's impossible for her to look for. So to have some kind of programs that are conditional, that are still motivating people to work. And this is also what we did in Kyiv, where you somehow it's easier to find a job that then we decreased the cash amount that people were receiving. And also, I'm a big fan of cash for work programs, where people receive money for the job that they have, for the work that they have done, and for the work that they have done for the benefit of their municipalities. Actually, these are programs where which we successfully implement both in Poland. We are financing teachers, Ukrainian teachers who assist Polish teachers at school. So they are not learning to be passive and waiting. Okay, we get money, and later we are not able to be active because we forgot how to do it, yeah? So in Ukraine, we are signing also memorandums with Hromadas in Dnipro, Kharkiv, and Poltava regions, that people are just somehow, they agreeing with municipality what works they are doing, even if it's cleaning or taking care of patients in the hospital. So I think this is our lessons learned from that programs for the future.
Thank you so much. Grzegorz?
Well, I think the answer is quite simple. We need to do both, and we need to know where to do which modality, use which modality. It's obvious that we do cash wherever there is a market, wherever there is a structure that can absorb the money and can also vitalize the local market. And then when it's not possible, we use the, let's say, cash for work or other modalities that are possible. But we send, of course, goods where the market is not existing. The good news is that we've made some analysis, and at least in the part of Polish society and the Ukrainians that are in Poland that are receiving, and we have distributed over 27,000 cash cards to people. They are using it mainly for the basic needs that they need to acquire. So we see from the outcomes for the cards that people are not misusing the cash, and as our friend Barry mentioned yesterday, cash assistance should be always remembered that it's humanitarian assistance. This is just the same, that's just a different modality. So I think it's quite clear that both should be used.
Thank you so much. Phil?
Yeah, I agree with everything. We've done 19,000 cash transfers, but we've also distributed tons of food, water, and hygiene kits, depending upon whether the market's present or not. So, but IMC has not done that in a lot of places, so we're actually new to cash, mostly because we focus on primary health. So this is actually one of the largest programs in terms of cash distributions for IMC around the world.
Thank you. Have you seen enough collaboration and preparation to get involved, help out from Ukrainian government side? And do you need it as having different experience in different regions? And if not, what are you missing? If yes, please make an example and tell the story. Thank you.
So our model has been very direct. The first thing we do when we get into a community is meet with the local authorities, right? So we get into Chernihiv, we meet with the Chernihiv governor, we meet with his deputies, we meet with his aide deputies. They bring us to their warehouses, what they have, and they explain the goods. Then they give us a tour. And then we sign an MOU, which we have with probably half of the oblasts that are key right now. And we make a commitment. Most of the MOUs we have are something like one 18-wheeler per oblast per week that we send of supplies to those government houses, right? And they are key because the information changes, right, continually. Like right now, the most important thing is generators, blankets, windows, things of that nature, right? In the summertime, it was completely different. So that's where we get our, real-time information, and I think it's critical to have partners with government in a private public partnership.
But is it enough? Is this information enough? Is it coming?
No. Okay. We gather information from the government side. We go and to the actual villages and speak to the people directly and hear their stories. Doesn't always correlate, right? And then we speak to the local organizations that we're partners with, and we have their versions of the story, and then we have to basically have a summary of that, and that's how we come up with our data.
So please add, if everybody is doing the same, or you have different approaches to collecting data and also building a partnership with the government or governmental structures?
Well, for starters, as an American organization, we're a guest of the Ukrainian government in Ukraine. So we don't want to be there if we're not doing what they want us to do. So we have MOUs also with the Ministry of Health, mostly for our work in each of the areas where we are. We also are getting, for our cash programs, the list of beneficiaries from the Ministry of Social Protection at the local level. So if we want to distribute to the elderly, single-headed households, or the disabled, we can get those lists and do the cash transfer directly to those categories of people that are our targets. We also have found that just about in every village, there's a self-organized distribution point for humanitarian aid, and we'll go into a village and talk to the mayor and say, okay, how many people? And they'll, 700 people. Okay, we'll come back tomorrow with 700 food kits. Have everybody come to the school at 11 o'clock and we'll distribute it. Everybody comes to the school at 11 o'clock, we distribute 700 food kits, and we go and we come back later and do it again or bring other things that are needed. So we're getting very good. It is enough. For what we're doing, we found great cooperation with the government, both formally and informally, both in terms of cooperation, access. Obviously, into some of these newly liberated areas, we are getting special permission from the military to go in, and sometimes there are places where we still can't go because the military is looking at demining and security and access, and as soon as we can go in, we do, but we have to get the permission of the military. So we're also getting in collaboration, for information sharing and access issues with the military. So we've got great cooperation from the government.
Thank you. Olga?
Well, we are about to start actually the cooperation with municipalities because, especially with Kiev. Actually, months ago we started to think about set up warm, hot points in terms of the winter, and actually the Caritas Spes received the official invitation from the Kiev authorities to launch this kind of points in Kiev. However, we will also try to set them up in other bigger cities because, as we all know, the most prone to the lack of energy are those people in the cities. So we'll use our infrastructure and provide all this necessary equipment like the generators, of course, the the power banks, heating, and so on. It also turned out that, for example, in a couple of places, the internet connection is also the problem. So for sure, we will also be involved in this kind of activities, like to provide this Starlink's connection to these points that are losing their connection, because it's also turned out to be the problem, starting to be the problem in some parts of the Ukraine.
But are you gathering this information from municipalities?
Yes.
Okay.
You're right.
Do you work or collaborate with ministries?
No, not directly, not Caritas Poland, Caritas Spes in Ukraine, yes, they do.
Thank you. Grzegorz?
Well, we also strongly collaborate with the local governments up to the point that we were also training social workers in the areas where we were present. So we are also sharing this, our knowledge in terms of how to deal with certain cases. But of course, we rely very much on the local partners, and they are the ones that are working directly with the local community, local government. I think that one of the greatest things that happened was that Ukraine was able to respond to the war and the humanitarian crisis on the local government level. This level was the key to the success and to the fact that we were able also to deliver, distribute all the goods that were coming into Ukraine. And I think this is something we would, of course, we are registered with the Ukrainian government, and we are operating on legal basis of Ukraine. But the local governments, to us, and local partners are the key.
So municipalities, mayors of the cities became the key to
us,
being
yes.
effective. Okay.
Yes.
Anna?
I will just shortly, I will start from conclusion that when you distribute humanitarian aid, then the cooperation with the local government is crucial. So, for example, PCPM, we are not cooperating with ministries, because I think that to cooperate with ministries, or you need to have huge money, and we are not that scale, or you need to implement some development activities, so to develop some sector. But this is not the situation that we have now in Ukraine regarding humanitarian aid. And I would say that whatever, we have distributed a lot of food and non-food packages, both for IDPs and also local inhabitants not relocated. And actually, my feelings are very, very good. So everywhere we were, that was crucial that there were services that they know exactly who received what. And this is that there is some justice, some equal distribution. If there is not, there is already in small communities is always like a scandalic issues or whatever. And I had very, very good cooperation, for example, with Truskaviec City Council, that the lady who was working, she exactly knew, they had QR codes that could show who has received what. And we never faced problems with not funding. Always they had volunteers, people who worked with huge packs and heavy. And I wanted only to share my appreciation to them.
Thank you so much.
I think one of the other conversations that we're just starting to have with the government, the Ministry of Health, is how to build back better, because one of communism's ways of showing success was that there was a doctor in every village. And now a lot of those health points have been damaged. But do we need a doctor in every village now? And do we want to rebuild every one of them? And there are hospitals in Kiev that are underutilized because there aren't enough doctors and there aren't enough equipment. and there aren't enough patients. They were just built too large for the number of people that live in a given city. So do we want to rebuild that? And then if we do, you know, is it damaged so much that we should just forget about it and start over? Or should we repair it? And, you know, because a lot of them are still from the Soviet era, so they weren't great buildings to begin with. So where do we decide to rebuild versus start over? And again, what level of service is available at the village level, at a regional center, at the rayon level, where there's a town of 10,000, at maybe another major city of 100,000, and at the oblast center? And, you know, what kind of surgery or outpatient treatment is available at each level, and how do we kind of use this opportunity to modernize the health infrastructure of Ukraine after the war?
Do you think there would be enough to modernize, or we do have to rebuild it?
Well, a lot of it will have to be rebuilt because of the level of damage. But again, not everything needs to be rebuilt because some of it wasn't being utilized in the first place. So that's, we have to have that conversation with the ministry. And so in the short term, we're trying to kind of do moderate repairs that will allow a building to be put back into use. And then in the long term, we have to decide, okay, are we really going to fix this permanently and restock it, or is this something that we don't need to do? Because if you have 5 villages and they're all 5 kilometers apart, do you need 5 doctors, a doctor in each one of them? Or can you have one doctor in, or, you know, one of the villages has a health point, but the others don't? And so, you know, that's not something I'm an expert at, but IMC has done a lot of that work, and we're going to start to have that conversation with the ministry.
I hope that it's going to be all as a part of our medical reform was coming through. So it's going to be a good effort put into this to restore it and to make it efficient, because there was a medical reform coming in before the war. My next question would be the following. Do you feel that projects that were done before, like everything that was done since the beginning of war, and new risks coming in, the risk of blackout, when basically we are facing the reality where millions of people can freeze, having no water, no energy supply. Do you feel and do you think we have enough instruments to react? Are we good with planning? Are you feel that you are good enough with planning? Or is there a territory where we need more collaboration, more open discussions, more planning, more think tanks, just to have this, you know, risk hedging in a way?
Well, the mayor of Kiev has already said that there needs to be an evacuation plan for 3 million people to leave the city if the infrastructure is damaged to the point where it cannot be repaired in a matter of days like it has been so far. So there's a real possibility that the 200 staff of IMC, the 3 million residents of Kiev, will all of a sudden have to go.
Sure. At this point, do you think that European Union, international organizations, all the partners of systematic partners of Ukraine, do you think we are ready for that? Because we all know this risk. Pretty much, if you have 5 million city evacuated, it's a disaster. It's a pure humanitarian crisis in the middle of another crisis. Are we doing enough to prognose, to build a plan, not to react de facto as we did since the war started, but to have a different approach to that? Do you think we are doing enough, or there's something else needed?
Well, like a lot of organizations, we're buying a tremendous number of generators, some as large as 300 kVs that can power an entire hospital. So that at least those critical infrastructure points can maintain services if the electricity grid is knocked out. But you know, I don't think there's a way to prepare for the evacuation of a city of 3 million. I mean, it is going to be a disaster if it becomes necessary. You know, the roads will be blocked. There'll be traffic. I mean, it'll be awful, and I'm not sure how you can prepare for that.
Hopefully, this never happens. Let's
hope for this. But the city's establishing warming places with generator power, so people can come in and get warm and charge their devices and get some food.
Yeah, but do you know, like, I will I'm sorry, I'll let everyone else speak, but I just need to make this point. Do you know that for Kyiv, the need is 2,500, it's called resilience points, or пункти незламності, and there is only 500 now.
No.
And my granny is still, my two grannies are still in Kyiv. And I could not imagine how I can explain to them if they're in a blackout and I cannot move because the border might be blocked or anything. And it takes me like 3 days to come and join them and they're freezing. How can I explain why it was not enough? Did I do enough? That's my own question. So even in this point, when Kyiv is not providing enough, having the risk of a blackout, and we know it's 5 times not enough, it's not 30% not enough. It's 30% done. So,
but every day there's more. Every day we're doing more, and the longer we delay that, the more ready we will be. So I think we're making progress. But
for sure, yeah. With this, I agree. Grzegorz, and then Michael.
Well, the simple answer is we are not. We are not prepared as a European Union. We are not prepared as the West should be. But on the other hand, all of our organizations, I believe, do as much as they can on the level that they can answer. And as we know, there are certain priorities. As you mentioned, elderly people, children should be taken care of. And we, as PAH, we are creating a center for IDPs where we provide generators and we provide clothing. So we need to take care of the most vulnerable at the beginning and then gradually deliver, try to make sure that the people don't need to flee, that they have a place where they can get safety, warm, as close to their living place. Because if we will really create this huge, massive influx of people at this time of the year, it will create a bigger disaster. So I think we need to tackle with the problems and on the level we are able to face them, and we try to do it.
Thank you. Michael?
I agree. You know, energy systems are multi-billion-dollar infrastructure things, and the private sector from a humanitarian can only do so much, right? I mean, we can't bring a single generator to every single household in all of Ukraine, and nobody can. So we just have to see what's been happening so far, right? And the odds have been great so far. I mean, if you look at this last big attack, for example, right, with 100 missiles and all of this, and they're going to wipe it all out.
May I just add, I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I'm looking at that Patriot standing there in the airport, and I really wish Poland would give some of us to them, right? Because I feel really safe here.
And not much has changed, and our whole entire team is Ukrainian, right? So we don't have U.S. people other than me and Majel. And the Ukrainians that we speak to are really resilient. And, you know, many of them are like, we'll just be with a candle and we're not leaving. And we have from our GEM Europe team border stats from the Polish border control. And every single time there's these major drone attacks and infrastructure and everything, the first thing we do is meet with Border Patrol and get the stats. And the numbers are reversed. They are still reversed to this day. There is actually more Ukrainians leaving Poland and going to Ukraine than the other way around.
Why do you think it's happening like this?
Because first you have a president who has really given hope, and as him not leaving, it's showing something. Then you have, you know, as we know, there was 3.2 million people in Kyiv before, and then in March, there was a few 100,000, and everybody was here in Poland. So they already went through that rodeo, right? Sitting in a shelter on a cot on their back all day long, right? And then they came back home. And now they're, you know what, we'd rather be home. So I don't see a gigantic influx if all infrastructure goes out, but I do see a partial one.
Thank you. Anna?
I just think that Ukrainian people are stronger and stronger, and I really appreciate that they want to be there. But coming back to what you were saying about blackouts and all these challenges, okay, we can talk a lot about, okay, European Union is not ready. Somebody is not ready.
And my question was, are we planning enough in advance? Are we hedging the risks enough? Can we do more on this? Maybe collaboration, partnerships, think tanks, open discussions is something that is needed. And if it is, who has to lead it? Who is the one to manage it? Is it European Union? Is it Ukrainian government? Who shall it be?
You know, this is the ideal situation, what you talk about, but nobody will deny that these few months, this is like the constant polygon. So you never know what happens. So like for us, for organizations, we are implementing some projects, then it happens. For example, we are implementing cash for work, but the blackout happens and all the municipalities do not work. So how to talk about signing agreements? Because you have to provide generators. So what I'm thinking from the very simple and not so high point of view, that everybody of us, every organization or the person like you, take care about your grandmother, yes, I understand, in Kiev. Like everybody of us can do something. Some organization has capacity for buying 4 generators and bringing to some small city in Ukraine. Some organizations has plenty of thousands of dollars, and okay, this is maybe more efficient, but my feeling is that situation is changing, and we are just deciding like on a polygon. We have to be very flexible, and the questions that you are raising, that would be ideal to find some body who could predict and be responsible for that. But like the level of my organization, we are thinking about just small issues of humans.
Thank you. Olga?
Yeah, I can only agree that it's impossible to do enough in this concrete situation. And actually the only game changer, the real one, is the political will. As long as Russia will do this, there is no option. We can provide the energy, the quality, normal level of quality to the Ukrainian society. That's obvious. What we can do actually is to prepare for some level of refugees that will live probably cities in the winter, during the winter, because it's obvious also to ask yourself a question, how long can you stand in such conditions? And are everybody able to stand in these conditions? There are people who are brave, there are people who just sick and tired, and that's obvious because we are humans. What we can do actually is to do more advocacy on the European level, because there is still unprepared real relocation plan in terms of the bigger number of refugees. What we observe in Poland, I think, is also the fact that people, what we saw on the first time, that people share their home places, their flats, apartments. I'm not really sure if the number is going to be the same, if we will face the same scale of migration. Of course, we will not face the same scale. However, we should prepare the more strategic and structured program to provide at least shelters. We try to do it in Caritas to unite all the network, and we do have some shelters, but mostly they are already occupied by the refugees from the first this wave, right? So it's not that easy to locate everybody in Poland, and that's also the challenge we will face.
Thank you. You wanted to add something?
No, I just wanted to add what you were saying, but I agree that coordination is crucial. So if you talk about missing 200 resilience points in Kiev, it would be good to know, some, let's say, line for even financing, that there could be some institution just building other ones, and we know whom to address, for example, to transfer some funds for 1 or 2 or 3 or even 5 of resilience points. So that would be good to know who could coordinate it and to have information.
In terms of planning and acting, looking into the future, what are your plans? What are the plans of your organizations? How do you identify the most vulnerable How do you prioritize the projects? And if you can compare something that was done and you're planning to be doing in the future, what is the main difference? What is the main crucial, dramatic learning that you've had?
Well, it's very hard to predict, and we have seen similar scenarios in many, many conflicts. But I think we have to manage to overcome the winter. And we are having projects like modular houses that we deliver, or at least one room in the building that is destroyed is prepared for one family. So as we were saying, it's limited, but it's really answering the needs and demand on the spot. And this is what we are going to do. And then in spring, we should be thinking, if things go better, on the linking rehabilitation and reconstruction, because this will enable people to go back and to start to think about their lives in Ukraine. But I agree that it's very difficult to predict how many people will come to Poland. Many people that have families in Poland already are coming for a short period to get some relief from the situation in Ukraine. And even though we see the influx being almost equal in coming and going out, this 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe the Christmas period will be something that we will see some people coming in, but probably already knowing where they go and where to whom to address their needs. So that's my prediction.
So just to finalize, your main focuses in the future would be modular houses and the space for people to live and restoration, right?
In a sense, yes, but we learned that it's always based on assessment, because the situation is changing so rapidly that for different regions, different areas, there will be a different model to answer. But definitely, yes, people who do want to go back, even in dire conditions, they do want to stay close to their homes, even to have one room. And I think this will be also the driving force for Ukraine to rebuild, that people will see the future.
May I also ask you about psychological and mental health issues, which your initiative is doing a lot, helping people in Ukraine and in Poland. Can you name it as a priority for the future, just to support families, women, children with mental health issues and mental health practices, and to get over the PTSD?
I think this is exactly the thing we have to be prepared to. Because once people, the different phases of reaction on stress, people sometimes when the stress is very high, they act very actively, they do things, they try to be motivated. Once they see the peak and once they see that the scale is so big, people will get really frustrated. And we have to be ready, we have to have the structure to give psychosocial support, to make sure that the children that are now in Poland, for example, studying, getting assistance from us, will be able to get the same quality assistance once they are back in Ukraine. Also, the victims of mines, the victims of blasts, they all need to have assistance. And I think this is one of the largest challenges that we will be facing, because buildings can be rebuilt, but the psychological part of the human being is something that is very difficult to deal with.
Thank you. Michael?
Okay, I will try to be
Anna,
short.
please.
Because
No, you can be long.
I'm always
it's
inspired by my colleagues, so I would confirm that whatever we are doing, it's also fluctuating depending on situation. And exactly, we were doing, the example could be evacuation, that is related to Grzegorz said, that we were organizing continuously, week by week, evacuations from Kharkiv to Poland, starting from February until July. It was like 1,217 persons that we transferred, and we were using our transit center near the railway East Warszawa Wschodnia railway center that we had to close because there was no need. The influx, the number of people coming back and coming to Poland changed, yeah. But you're asking what you're going to do in future. We don't know, because exactly what we see now. We don't know if during winter there will be another wave to Poland, then okay, we will again open the transit center and do these evacuations. In between, we have stopped them, and we started evacuating people from the freed territories to, for example, Kharkiv, or now we'll be doing to Kherson, from which already the government is reallocating people, yeah?
Evacuating to Poland?
No, to other
Ukraine.
parts of Ukraine. Yeah, you have the internal program that IDPs, people who want to move from them, they are, this is organized by the government. But exactly, as Grzegorz said, we don't know the plan for the next 2 or 3 months in this case. But for sure, we are planning also, we have some lessons learned. So regarding cash assistance program, we are more to continue cash for work modality, just motivating people to be active than to be passive, and getting money for their own work, which is beneficial for the community.
So it's like a paid volunteering? Let's explain
No, it's not paid volunteering. It's just a salary. So you are working. This is what we do, for example, in Poland also, that, like I said about teacher, but in Ukraine now we do with municipalities. They are like cleaning, doing some work. They have employment contract, service contract, and they receive money like a salary. But this is money not because of being IDP. By the way, the big challenge, I mean, also lesson learned is now that we have to help all the people. At the beginning, all the programs were focused on IDPs, but then it's still causing a lot of tensions in the communities, that some people, why he is receiving aid and I do not. And especially now with the blackout challenges, people are equal, yeah? And for sure, our organization is planning to do some reconstruction activities, although we are waiting, because we don't know, there is still shelling. We are asking ourselves questions, should we still wait? Because of the mining, some maybe strategic planning of this issue, and so on.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah.
Was not short, sorry.
So we did not wait. We took that risk. I'll give you a better, perfect example. When the Bucha massacre was frontline news, we finally got in there and we delivered our first 18-wheeler truck of aid to the mayor of Bucha. And he was very grateful. And we said, we're going to continue to give you these trucks. And you know what he said to me? He said, this is very nice of you, but the people in Ukraine, we don't need this. What we really need is you to help us rebuild Bucha immediately. We need the supermarkets open. We need the clinics open. We need it to start moving. Please help us with this. Within a month, we had MOUs drawn up. He identified certain projects that were very important to rebuild, some apartment buildings. And we looked at that as just like I explained in the beginning, how to get the most amount of aid to the most amount of people, right? For the least amount of money. How to get the most amount of people back in their homes in the shortest amount of time for the least amount of money. Let's do some math. If a refugee leaves Ukraine and he goes to Poland, what do you think it will cost Expo per day, per refugee, to take care of that refugee, right? All those costs. We were able to repair, for example, a building that can house 185 people in it in 3 months worth of work by getting a brand new roof, a heating system, and all new windows in 3 months work. And it puts 185 people, and it costs $100,000. And you're spending a few $100s per person.
And it stays, which is more important.
You're spending a few $100s per people to get them back in a building. Is there a risk that that building can get rocketed again? There is. But the people make the decisions, not us. And they're the ones that said, we want to go back home, get us out of this shelter in Poland. Then they had another requirement. We can't leave the shelter in Poland unless the schools in Bucha are open, because our kids have to go back to school. So then we went to the schools, and the Bucha City Council showed us 6 schools that could be repaired fairly quickly. Again, new roof, new windows, things of that nature. So by September 1st, we had already repaired 6 schools with ribbon cuttings, and that put about 5,600 children back in school on September 1st, which also created the parents, right, to basically come back home. And they're not all broke, so they have their own money too. So when they go back to Bucha, now they're spending money at the grocery store. And now you have a micro-economy that rebuilt. And if you go to Bucha today, after everything that's happened, it's pretty incredible. It's actually back up and running. Children are going to school. There's traffic. The stores are open, and everything is moving, right? So we created this program called Hope for Bucha. And we put banners everywhere. It's actually not expensive in Ukraine. And it was just to give hope, because we believe in empowerment. Therapy is great, but it's not as powerful as empowerment. And I can tell you firsthand that the people that we've repaired their homes, which, by the way, we've repaired today in partnership with City Bucha, 180 homes already. And some cost us nothing because they're light repairs. It could be 2 windows and a roof repair. And it puts a whole family of 5 or even 10 and their cousins back in their home, right? And those people are so empowered now to the point where if you were to give them a survey, including their children, they would actually tell you that they are at the height and that their souls are on fire and that they are in mission and that they are not leaving their country, and they are so in drive, right? Just like Zelensky said on that day, the day Russia invaded is the day that Ukraine was reborn, right? And reborn. And so this is an empowerment thing. And when you empower people, the psychological trauma and everything, when you put them in mission, right, it completely shifts. Our whole team over there, including our Ukraine director, was initially someone that came to me that wanted to be relocated on the Poland side, that was crying like a little baby. Can you relocate me to Canada? And next thing you know, he was bringing aid to the border, and then he was the manager of the Jeshuvі warehouse, and now he's the director of GEM Ukraine, and he is in his power. And he put the whole entire team of Ukrainians that we have in their power, right? So the negative creates also very positive things. And it's important to understand that, because as long as we keep empowering people, that's the real secret to everything, I believe.
Thank you so much. It was very inspirational. Olga?
Yeah, I just want to add, in terms of this psychological support, that Caritas as a network will enter into the basically programs of psychosocial support in 2023. And unfortunately, I have a feeling that there's so much to do, that there's enough space for everybody. WHO published last week, I think, data, and they said that already 70% of the Ukrainian society had the post-war trauma. And that's really the low statistics. So we will for sure do the needs assessment in this area and engage the whole network. But also what I have a feeling that there's going to be a huge challenge in also one aspect, like while the family going to be reunited once again. Because we have to realize that, for example, women migrated, children migrated. They're, let's say in Poland, in fine conditions, in safe conditions, while the men are in the Ukraine, very often bombed every day, every week, without electricity. And we can only imagine how the level of frustration, I don't know, trauma, everything, you know, what you have inside. And it's not going to be easy to connect families once again. And we have to realize that, because it's going to be, in my opinion, a huge social problem in Ukraine. And we will have to realize that and prepare somehow to help these families to be together once again. Because it's different when you call somebody or, you know, have a Teams or Skype. And then if you have to get back to a normality, we all hope, one day, because it's not going to be easy.
Sure, thank you. That's an important point to mention. I think that the pain that families are sharing is multiplied to the whole nation. There's no family that wasn't touched. So definitely it's an important issue. Thank you. Michael, would you? Oh, sorry, Phil. I was so inspired by Michael that I'm mistaken. Can you add up on what are the projects that you are planning to do? How do you see the future projects? You see? You did it with me. You got me. Sorry, Phil.
Yeah. Mental health is something that we've built our team now, and that's becoming a bigger part of what we're doing because, you know, you have to save the lives first, and then you can start to address those things. But we recognize that there are 45 million Ukrainians that have been traumatized at one level or another because everybody has experienced the trauma of the war. So that's a growing part of our program. The rebuilding of health infrastructure is just now starting, and like Michael was saying, you know, the ministry wants to move forward, even though there's a risk that these repairs could be, facilities could be redamaged, but we're not going to wait. We're starting those repairs, and maybe...
You're also starting now.
Yeah, yep. We are already moving forward with repairs out in Irpin and Bucha and Hostomel, as well as other, we're now in Izum, Lyman, places that are newly liberated and already starting to work to repair health infrastructure there as well. So, no, we're not waiting.
Thank you, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for the discussion. There's a bit of time for the questions from the audience. Does anyone want to ask the question? Are we ready with the microphone for the audience? Yes, we are. Anybody wants to ask the question? Would you please? Thank you. You're ready to answer, right? Okay.
I am from Italy, in your disposal, to work together. We plan to hire. We are also an association of Smiths, and the Smiths want to hire a refugee in order to make a training on the job. But you know very well people in Ukraine that lose their job or lose their firm. And we want to create a joint between an Italian firm and a possible similar firm in Ukraine. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. Capone is my last name, so Italian. I'm a former developer, actually, and I fully retired, and I'm 100% with this work. So we have a good construction background. When it comes to training for Ukrainians to rebuild, as a builder, that's not that needed. I have never seen in all the construction projects that I've ever done a more resilient and quick and incredible builders. The builders are like the soldiers. They can rebuild a school in like 3 months. And the Ukrainian labor is there. And all they want is to like have projects. And we would love to partner with you. What we do is we have so many projects. There's 1,100 projects that need to be repaired in just Bucha alone. And that's just one little area, right? Imagine. And what we do is we partner with different, whether it's a country or whether it's a Howard G. Buffett or a Virgin, and we do these projects together, whereas we oversee the management. We, unlike many groups, have zero profit, zero. We are pure humanitarians, and we are here to take out all the profits from people that try to make off of humanitarian aid or of construction, right? How to build the most amount of things for the least amount of money, right? And that's what we do. And what we found is that there's two groups in Ukraine. There's a contractor group that wants to make money and get a contract awarded to him to build. And then you can just get a good general contractor that doesn't, that's Ukrainian, and he will find hybrid labor. What hybrid labor is basically volunteers almost that are Ukrainian. Because if you import volunteers, that actually costs more to bring them in and to house them and to feed them than it does to give a job to someone in Ukraine. And hybrid volunteers we also don't believe too much in importing construction materials. We found that you can actually buy a window that's manufactured in Ukraine for about $100 a window. Imagine that. So with $200, you could put 2 windows and you can repair an apartment that's been basically hit. And that puts a whole bunch of people back. So the ideas here is to we should meet and work together and, again, try to figure out how to build the most amount of things, put the most amount of people in their homes. So we aren't rebuilding in, for example, the East, because I would call that extremely high risk, right? It was liberated a few weeks ago. I'm not sure it's in that stage yet. But in areas like Bucha that have been liberated for quite a while now, that are fully functioning, we think the risk is much lower and there's a big need there. And every time you put 2 windows on some new apartment, you're basically putting 10 people back into an apartment, and you're saving 10 people from basically going into Europe and becoming a refugee.
Thank you so much. So finishing this, you want to ask a question? Please do. Can we have a microphone? I need a, thank you.
Sorry, it will be not question, but I'm presented Wall Central Kitchen. I'm country leader from Ukraine. And we talked about a lot of heating centers and the problem with the winter. And I want to invite you to join our big project together with railway station. We are working on the opening the heating center based on the railways. Now we open 45 and equip it. So let's join, and we will be very helpful because this partner is really reliable. And also together with Nova Ukraine, Governor Buffett Foundation, we give generators, heating systems, and etc., etc. So we are open to new partners. Let's help Ukrainians together.
Thank you so much. I would finish this panel with thanking all of you, Phil, Anna, Gregos, Olga, Michael. It was inspiring, it was very open. I think we had a great discussion. But finishing it, I want to say that there was something important in what you just said. This conference and this space is created to network and build partnerships. Please, don't be shy. Walk towards each other. Pitch yourself. Ask. There's a lot of very, very, very experienced humanitarians. They will help you out. If you are just starting or you are just becoming a volunteer, please don't be shy, network, come up, join, and because together we are always more than we are alone. Thank you so much for the discussion. We are done, and we are in a perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Close, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. And the jingle bells sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that during the break you are welcome to appreciate some Ukrainian art. It's on the upper second level, третій поверх по-українською, and there are different representations of Ukrainian artists. Please use this chance during the break to go there and see what Ukrainian producers are making. Because the art is also the second part of the cultural diplomacy.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bells sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find a way out.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. Lunch is almost over, still like 7 to 10 minutes while the speakers are arriving. You can still have fun or interact, build partnerships, or finish up the coffee and tea thing. We're gonna move on with the next panel in about 10 minutes. If you don't know English, Ukrainian, or Polish, please take a headset over there. Якщо ви не знаєте польської, української чи англійської, будь ласка, візьміть хедсет з перекладом, який знаходиться он там у будочці. We're gonna continue very soon. Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave you here with some music and conversation. Please be prepared.
Today I'm heading to town. I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. The table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings I'm ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star. But since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers. Let's bless this occasion. So, Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bells sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you round. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bells sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down.
I guess we're both a little crazy.
I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. I changed my mind like the weather. Always looked for something better. Never satisfied with what I have. Can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green. Always stuck in my routine. Yeah. Now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you. Only you. You got me breaking all the rules just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. The sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
Yep, great. So we start in the panel in 3 minutes. Please gather around to the main stage if you are eager to hear the story of how the war has affected the agriculture sector of Ukraine. We're starting in 2, actually almost now, minutes. Please, finish up the lunch, finish up the coffee and teas, get the headsets, have your seats. Thank you for having seats. Perfect. No more music for you.
if someone sees the Deputy Minister of Economic Development of Ukraine, Alexander Hriban, just tell him, please go downstairs to the main stage. Пан Олександр Грибань, якщо ви тут є, будь ласка, спускайтеся вниз. Розпочинаємо панельну дискусію. Якщо ні, то, well, you're gonna join later. That's fine. You have a spot? Good. That was quick. All right. Alexander, I meant no disrespect with this. Just a way to call you up for this, on the stage. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for gathering after the lunch. This is the toughest time for any conference, really, to perform in a way so you are satisfied with information that we're going to deliver, because now the food is in, so it's the time for digestion, not the intellectual digestion. But we're going to try to make it interesting, but interesting not because of the data that we're going to share, but also the stories we're going to share, but also the lessons learned that we're going to share today. Who are we and what we're going to do? So we are here to see the discussion on destruction of the agriculture sector in Ukraine and the food securities and insecurities that this destruction has unfortunately provided to Ukraine and to the broader world. I'm going to introduce the panelists right now with me, starting from my right. Damian Sobol, Emergency Relief Coordinator for World Central Kitchen in Poland. Welcome, Damian. Roman Nader, researcher with the Center of Food and Land Use Research at the Kyiv School of Economics. Roman, welcome. Then we have Alexander Hriban, Deputy Minister of Economic Development in Ukraine. And we have Yaroslav Romanchuk, who is attorney in law at managing partner at Yukon Legal Group, but also a president of the Ukrainian Business Association in Poland. And this is not all. We also have another person who is going to be with us in a moment. We're going to start with the video from the member of Sejm of Republic of Poland, Rafał Romanowski. Please see the screen right now.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy uczestnicy Kongresu Świat dla Ukrainy 2022. Wstępnie chciałem serdecznie przeprosić Państwa w imieniu własnym, ale również w imieniu pana premiera Henryka Kowalczyka, że nie możemy uczestniczyć w Waszym kongresie. Niestety nasze zobowiązania i wcześniejsze plany nie pozwoliły na dzisiejszy udział, ale chcemy podzielić się kilkoma dosyć istotnymi refleksjami dotyczącymi sytuacji geopolitycznej, która ma miejsce po 24 lutego 2022 roku, czyli po bestialskim napadzie Rosji na Ukrainę. Niestety państwa rolnictwo Ukrainy boryka się z wieloma problemami. Z tymi problemami w związku z tym boryka się świat, dlatego że Ukraina jest spichlerzem Europy od wielu, wielu lat. Z Ukrainy ta żywność czy też surowce były eksportowane w różne części świata. Afryka, część północna Afryki, część subsaharyjska Afryki oczekuje właśnie choćby ukraińskiego ziarna. Dlatego musimy uczynić wszystko, aby to ziarno, aby te surowce, te rośliny oleiste, te gotowe oleje spożywcze mogły docierać do różnych części świata. Bardzo dobrze się stało, że ten tak zwany kanał czarnomorski został w jakikolwiek sposób przywrócony, ale musimy też uczynić wszystko, aby Europa, aby Polska stała się, zaznaczam to bardzo wyraźnie, krajem tranzytowym dla surowców żywnościowych wytworzonych właśnie w Ukrainie. Stąd czynimy wszystko, aby przejścia graniczne nasze naprawdę działały na bardzo wysokim poziomie, aby stabilność tych przejść była bardzo ważnym elementem, jeżeli chodzi o tranzyt surowców wytworzonych właśnie w Ukrainie, czy też zbóż, czy też kukurydzy, czy też roślin oleistych, czy też innych produktów, czy też surowców żywnościowych eksportowanych z Ukrainy do różnych części kraju. Ministerstwo Rolnictwa czyni wszelkie starania, aby podległe naszemu ministerstwu
so that inspections that we supervise can be very helpful and contribute to smooth operations of border crossings. As the government of the Republic of Poland, we do whatever we can at the level of the EU so that solidarity channels, solidarity routes are efficient and open, so that it is not a responsibility for one credible partner, which is the Republic of Poland, but so that responsibility is shouldered by the whole European
European Union and all the obligations undertaken by the European Union can be implemented all the time. We participate in various discussions in DGs of the European Commission, and we highlight that there is a need of joint investments of Poland and Ukraine in border crossings as well. But I want to say that we need to make more efforts to find solutions which are system-wide solutions, facilitating exportation of food produce from Ukraine, which are absolutely indispensable in various corners of the continent and various corners of the globe, because this food produce is expected in Africa and other parts of the globe. So we have to make even more efforts jointly and to take steps towards the European Commission in order to reflect the expectations of the Ukrainian partner. I would like, and Henryk Kowalczyk would like, the grains from Ukraine crossing Polish border to be transited further on to these parts of the continent and these parts of the globe where it is most expected. We cannot compete with our Polish food producers, but we have to do whatever we can so that these grains reaches Baltic seaports, North Sea ports, Western Europe, and further on in various global directions. So we can hope for our credible partnership, you can hope for our support, but we also expect your full understanding where we implement new system-wide solutions for border crossings to become a system or efficient transit of products manufactured in Ukraine. Thank you for your invitation. As I have mentioned, we are going to continue our cooperation. We are going to be the partner of Free Ukraine. Thank you very much.
With these words, from what I've heard and how I understood, and this is the topic that we're going to explore together with you. The problem is not only drastic, but it has a systemic root right now, and I'd like to explore it with each of you. You have various perspectives on this. So we're going to start in a moment with Roman's research, and you will share the data that will actually set the tone for the whole conversation. Then I'm probably going to go with you, Alexander, on how the ministry is actually tackling the problem. Then we'll go to our Polish friends, our Polish side, how World Central Kitchen was actually reacting in the first place, and how is the situation with the food crisis for you now. Then we're going to go with you on understanding, and you're helping a lot of businesses from Ukraine to relocate, and you've been helping to do that since 2015, and now since the war started, you've done it as well for the agricultural clients. And I want to see the decline, or actually incline, the rise of the amount of companies that agricultural companies they moved to Poland, and how this affected the market. But also, then I want to have a discussion in between you, not only me, on what we're going to discover. So first, Roman, let's start with your research on how much Ukraine has lost, and what is this cost of loss, and which domains of agricultural sector, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me here. I'm Roman Nazer from Kyiv School of Economics. I am senior researcher at Center for Food and Land Use Economics. So what I'm going to talk about damages, losses, and talk a little bit about needs and my view on what the needs should be. The first two things are damages and losses, and what's the difference between those two? The damages is damages to physical infrastructure, destroyed machinery, destroyed storage facilities, destroyed some production units. Losses is a foregone revenue. So now here in Ukraine we have like $6.6 billion in damages. So we have $6.6 billion in destroyed agricultural infrastructure. And there is a big asterisk on that because it doesn't take into account the damage to the farmland. Throughout this whole section, I'm not going to talk about damage to the farmlands as kind of a separate category. So at the same time, we have more than $34 billion in losses. So our farmers, our agricultural producers lost way more money in their revenues than they lost in assets. And that's something quite unique for the situation we are now in. If you're talking about the damages, the biggest category of damages is damages to machinery. Destroyed and damaged machinery is like $2.9, I believe, million in damages. Yeah.
Just, yeah, be more loud.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Is it any better?
If you want to continue on that, not only on the damages and the losses and damage to machinery, but go on further on the amount of money that we've lost and we will not receive because of this damage, then you can go on if you have that data.
Yeah, I have the data.
Go ahead.
I have some cheat sheet right on me. Yes, but the second problem we faced and the crisis we more or less solved at this point is that we have almost $2 billion, more than $1 billion, $1.1 billion in damages to storage facilities. So we right after the invasion, we had quite a lot of discussions that, okay, we're going to collect the harvest, but we have no place to put them. And a lot of our harvest is going to be destroyed, damaged, it's going to be full with fungi, and so on and so forth. Luckily, our Ukrainian producers, they managed to solve this problem. They use all kinds of storage methods to preserve the harvest, but nonetheless. The second biggest category is stolen grain and oilseeds. We actually cannot draw a line between stolen and damage because of imperfections in our surveys, but nonetheless, it's almost $2 billion. Fun fact, a couple of days ago, NASA went up with a new number that we've lost like $1 billion due to stealing of grain from the occupied territories. They're talking about losses caused by someone taking over control over the farmlands, and collecting the harvest planted by Ukrainian producers. I'm talking about this grain and oilseeds that were in the storage facilities. Yeah. That's pretty much it for damages, and we can go on losses because there's quite a few highlights that are going to shape the future of Ukrainian agriculture.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in general, we have more than $34 billion in losses.
24.
34.
34.
34 billion. And the single biggest category of these losses is the losses caused by the logistic disruption. What happened after the Russian invasion? Russia imposed a naval blockade on Ukrainian ports, and just for a bit of context, 95% of all Ukrainian food products were exported through Ukrainian naval ports. This channel of export was halted, and it remained halted up until, I believe, the middle of summer or something like that. But nonetheless, we lost our main export channel. The logistic costs went up, they skyrocketed. And at the same time, the demand for grain here in Ukraine went down because we cannot export as much as we do. We are talking about export-oriented commodities like corn, barley, sunflower, wheat. And there's not all that much buyers for these products anymore. Therefore, the price went down. When the whole world faced a crisis with skyrocketing prices for agricultural commodities, Ukrainian producers started to receive less and less money. This problem was supposed to be solved with a so-called grain deal between Ukraine, Turkey, and UN from the one side, and Russian Federation, Turkey, and UN from the other side, but it didn't play out all that well. And I'm going to talk about it in the final remarks of my speech, I suppose. Yeah, and the second largest category is losses caused by the lower harvest of annual crops. It's like $11.2 billion in lost revenue for farmers. And just to give you some kind of picture, our wheat harvest is like 1/3, it's like 33% lower this year compared to the previous year. The barley, we have almost 40% lower harvest of barley compared to the baseline years, and pretty much the same picture we see for sunflower. The only less affected crop is corn. We have like almost 20% reduction, but these were preliminary estimates, and now we are seeing that, again, due to lower prices, sometimes farmers, and because of adverse weather, farmers are not so keen on even harvesting the planted crops. Yeah.
So this is a detailed overview of both the damages and the losses, both for machinery, infrastructural, but also for the actual product, for grain, wheat, oils, and everything.
Yeah. So on one hand, we have destruction of assets, and on the other hand, we have lost revenue because of the occupation. That's the first thing. And the other thing, I estimated that the weighted average reduction in domestic prices for export-oriented commodities like, again, sunflower, barley, wheat, corn, is like 60%. So before the Russian invasion, our Ukrainian producers received way more money for the harvest than now. And that's the biggest problem Ukrainian agriculture faces right now, because right now, in general, we used to have like 9 million hectares of winter crops. And winter crops is mainly wheat, rapeseed, and a few more. We potentially, after taking into account all the territories which are now occupied or were occupied but now liberated, we still have a potential to have like 6.6 million hectares of winter crops. Now we have only 4.5 million. So it's like 32% reduction compared to this year's harvest, and it's like 50% reduction from what we used to have. And the motivation for that is pretty straightforward. Our farmers do not, they are not sure that they can make any profit out of their activities. They are upside down. If they decided to sell their harvest, they ended up losing. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is, and I'm going to pass it further to Alexander here, that A, the loss is significant. There is no yet means to really rebuild it during the wartime. There's not only the loss, which is infrastructural, the actual crops, but also the loss of storage facilities, because we might have more than we can store, A, and then there's plenty of stuff that is occupied, B. Then what I see is that the demand for Ukrainian stuff is losing its power because we cannot really deliver that much because of the logistics problem. And here I jump to you, Alexander, with the question on how you project this situation is going to develop itself economically for the Ukraine in the upcoming year.
Well, as you've heard, the direct and indirect losses are enormous, right? So, and indirect losses are usually even higher because they engage like different industries and like a lot of things that are interconnected, and the supply chain and the value chain from the agri products is enormous. As you may probably know that, well, you definitely know this, that Ukraine stroked a great deal with Russians with the support of the UN and Turkey. Due to this grain deal, we already managed to send more than 500 ships with, I guess, let me give you the number, with almost 12 million tons of agricultural products to the countries, more than 40 countries they need it the most. So we really hope that this grain deal is going to continue. So we're not allowing Russians to blackmail us to withdraw from the deal. And you've seen recently that they were put in place by Erdogan. And so luckily the deal is going to continue, and we will not be giving up, you know, a lot of sacrifices that they're actually asking us to. Answering your question that the world is losing the demand capacity for Ukrainian grain products, well, yes and no, because there are not a lot of alternatives in the world. Like, obviously, Russia is also like the big grain supplier, and they're not coming back to the market in the nearest future due to the number of reasons, and primarily to the sanctions as well. So it looks like Ukraine is potentially like the only supplier to those, at least developing countries, that are looking for slightly cheaper products than the regular suppliers, like the traditional suppliers, can offer. The things that we're undertaking as, like before the grain deal started, there was like very massive and active attention put to the arrangements of the dry ports. The railway logistics is very like bottlenecky, it's very complicated. But I see that the development in this direction is inevitable, because if we want to diversify the logistics. They want to diversify the ways how the grain's going to flow. We definitely need to have more options than just the sea. We have the river developments, like Danube is playing a little bit of a role in
But
that.
it was in drought during the summer.
Well, sure, it's not the best route as well, and it's also like you cannot bring the huge ships in there. It's just this.
But it's still a channel.
It's still a channel. It's still a channel. It's worth exploring. So it's one of the options. I do believe in development of more railway transport points, like maybe the automobile transport points, but that is all driven, like the limited capacity is of course driven by the bottlenecks of the border crossing points. And we see that the Ministry of Infrastructure is going to change the name soon, is actually working in this direction, and with our international partners. And the grain traders, like the big ones, the internationals, the multinationals, they were also keen of investing into these dry ports. To some extent, when the grain deal happened, they all paused this activity. They said, oh, finally, we're going to get back to the sea. Now they see that it's not only like it's not 100% cure, so they need to be considering the dry ports again.
In the next step of our conversation, I'll get back to both of you with the question of investments and loans that Ukrainian and foreign banks are giving to Ukrainian agriculture or foreign agriculture companies that are present in Ukraine. But that's for later. I wanna go for Damian here for a moment. World Central Kitchen is the immensely important organization which helps to tackle any food calamity and a crisis all over the world. And you've been very incremental in helping with the food crisis in Ukraine. I'm curious about how you went through this and what would be the key lessons that your organization and yourself would develop out of the crisis in the last 9 months.
So from the beginning of the crisis, from February, WCK showed up in Ukraine after 24 hours from the beginning. So actually in the 25th February, we were on the place. Since beginning, we serve in Ukraine 180 million meals and with 8,640, that's what I guess from the numbers yesterday, with the distro sites, shelters, and refugee centers. And now we are learning to...
And you serve them on the territory of Poland or in Ukraine? No, the shelters.
Now I'm talking about Ukraine. Now only about Ukraine, and we're trying to support also economy in Ukraine. That's why we're buying every projects, every stuff what we need to produce the food from local farmers, local companies, if it's possible. If not, then we have to order it from some other countries, for example, Poland and US. Same like a couple of months ago, we ordered for a super one, our partner farmer with the truck of seeds. So we're trying to support every piece of project of food. So not only just cooking, but also the process in the farms.
What are the losses? So you're helping us with immense amount of losses, but what are the key losses that you're seeing? To what are you helping actually?
And I think the biggest needed is in the zones, in the war zone. When there's connect to the people is very hard to do because they are covered for the soldiers and not everyone have access to go these areas. And because we are working from the beginning, we have good name in Ukraine and we can do it. And that's why I think this is most important thing to the war zone.
Understood. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on to Yaroslav, but also I know that I've learned that Alexander has to leave in 10 minutes, so we're going to make it quicker to you later. Yaroslav, I'm going to switch to Ukrainian now. So if you need headsets, please use those. Ваша По-перше, ваша компанія і асоціація українських бізнесів у Польщі, ви багато робили для допомоги з релокації українським бізнесам ще до початку повномасштабної війни. І зараз для мене цікаво, як змінився, наскільки багато
full-scale war. So let me now ask you how many companies, so agricultural companies relocated to Poland, moved their offices to Poland. If they evacuate from Ukraine, if they relocate to here, which elements of their companies they relocate here? What are their hopes for Poland and the trends that you can see? Thank you very much. If I may, very briefly, I'd like to talk about the current situation in the agricultural market and in export. Ukraine 20 years ago was able to feed 20 million people all over the world. Now it can provide for 400 million people. It is the number of people, according to the most recent data, is the number of people that we can feed as the Ukrainian agriculture. But now the price of wheat is $123 this year due to the soaring increase of costs incurred for logistics especially. The price went up to $330. So selling wheat is possible in Europe for $350. So we are talking about rising costs, logistical costs especially, and the prices have been soaring when we talk about supplies through the Rhine. These costs go up to $400, and the price goes up. I mean, the price goes up to $400. So before the war, Ukraine exported more or less 5 million tons of food produce per month through seaports, and now we have the food corridor. It is between 2.5 to 3 million tons. Yesterday, 523 ships started their journey with like 3 million tons, and capacity of seaports amounts to 3 million, more or less. So whatever we could achieve together with Polish and Romanian colleagues was like around 3 million tons of food, which are transported via land, mostly through railways. And now I'd like to say what kind of problems we are coming across and what kind of challenges we are facing. There is a problem connected with crossing the borders, and here there is a bottleneck, namely the border, because we would need enhanced capacity of border crossings. I mean, it will not change the situation tremendously because the problem lies elsewhere, actually, namely, I could see it myself. I was quite surprised because in Ukraine we have 20,000 wagons which are adjusted to transportation of grains. Throughout Europe there are like 12,000 of wagons like that. So we have 80% of food transports are done via railways in Ukraine. In Europe it is happening on a much smaller scale. That's another thing. There is a situation with the rolling stock, including locomotives. There is a problem with the gauge, differences in the gauge of the railway tracks. So one of the options which would help us to increase the number of exporting seaports is Klaipėda. Due to lower reshipment of Belarusian and Russian cargo, Klaipėda is very much interested in receiving our goods, our commodities, our food. The problem is delivery of these products to Klaipėda. Once again, there is a problem of border crossings and various gauges of the railway tracks. In our case, in Lithuanian case, it is a broad gauge. In Poland, it is a narrow gauge of the railway tracks, and we can go to Lithuania only through Poland. As for Ukrainian business, I'd like to mention two alternative projects. I'm not going to talk about the economic efficiency, but we are thinking about the construction of a pipeline for transportation of oil. And the other project is like a kind of conveyor, perhaps, that would make it possible to transport grains and many other commodities. And that is why we would like to overcome a problem of this change of the gauge, differences in the railway track gauge and fast crossing of the border. But then development of terminals also is facing bottlenecks, and the business is trying to develop terminals. There are various projects connected with that. But as for the Ukrainian business, because you've asked a question about that, the main problem, the first options of relocation after opening of the European market and closing down of Russian market for our commodities, I'm talking about like 2015. So due to all these changes, an idea came up to create companies, setting them up abroad. And Ukrainian producers decided that they might set up their businesses abroad. And what are benefits for them? They are closer to their consumers, they diversify their risks, and they avoid problems with currency exchange rates, and they receive access to financing abroad. What they pay? Where do they pay taxes? Well, we had a problem, and we had a discussion about that during Minister Bragnikich's times, whether we should put taxes on the business which registers the operation abroad. It is a separate topic for a discussion, but the answer is why the Polish, American, French governments support their companies registering their business entities abroad. The solution is simple: 95%. Basically, a vast amount of companies were relocated to Poland, but mostly there's SMEs, like 95% of them are SMEs, big business, basically doesn't often make such decisions. So I don't want to say here, well, basically, let me put it like that. We should be talking about investments, but especially we should think about our farmers. They are not like welcomed abroad because there is a lot of competition. Competition will continue. It will be like that in the future as well. We have to look for partners because then we can run various business activities jointly. Thank you very much for this broad approach.
To what Yaroslav just said, specifically on Ukrainian businesses opening up offices in Poland and doing whatever they need to do in Poland and paying taxes here rather than in Ukraine, but still having some businesses left in Ukraine. I'm curious on how Ministry of Economic Development is looking at this. Are you supporting this idea, or this is not a problem at all? Please.
Well, in the agricultural sectors, it's pretty difficult, you know, to move your manufacturing and production to other country because agri-production is all in the field, you know, and the fields are on the soil, and the soil is in Ukraine. I think that if they move and create some representative offices which enables them to promote the export through Poland, I don't see anything bad in there. If the issue is that they are outsourcing some processing to Poland, we're not encouraging that because we would rather have them arrange the food processing in Ukraine, and that's where the government is actually trying to support them to the full extent. So because like if you are just an agri-producer selling grains, the raw materials, you are not adding like huge amount of value to the economy. Whilst if you're creating the value chain and then you're doing the food processing, you create from just the packaged grains to, I don't know, the bioethanol or the lysine, which is like the amino acid extracted from corn, then it's a completely different story. You're adding like 3, 4, or 5 times more value to the economy rather than just doing the raw products.
And this is great that you mentioned this, because this added value thing, it becomes an opportunity right now, though it's horrible time, but then any horrible time is an opportunity. What exactly the ministry does to encourage Ukrainian producers to build refineries and processing facilities in Ukraine right now, and who invests in that?
Well, actually, it's we do try to support them, as we were discussing in the previous panel, that the Ukrainian government is providing the grants to the manufacturers. Unfortunately, we're quite limited in funds, and as I said to you before, we've received more than 14,000 applications for the different from different types of manufacturers. This is both the processing, production, and an agricultural field. We're supporting the greenhouses, the establishment of the new greenhouses, and the orchards, like the gardening business. We also working closely with the development finance institutions, as I said, like such as USAID, KfW, GIZ, EU for Business. They are also channeling their funds to support Ukrainian small and medium enterprises. Although they'll be much more efficient in the processing, in the food processing, to support the big shots, because like you could easily scale up the food processing to the big plants, to the big manufacturings. Like you can have tickets like $50 million, $150 million for the things that I mentioned. If you want to extract the bioethanol, you want to make it from corn, or if you want to make them some amino acids, you want to make the soy protein, this is at least $60, $70 million worth of investments. And we know that some of the Ukrainian companies are considering this. And with these big deals, how we try to arrange the support, we are becoming the facilitator between them and the foreign institutions, both international finance institutions like the EBRD, IFC, or recently the Development Finance Corporation from US has actually started providing the financing. They're considering deals both with direct lending, with credit risk coverages, where you can attract the commercial banks. European Investment Bank has recently gained the mandate to support not only public sovereign sector, but also the private sector. Yes, they have a threshold for the ticket. They say we're going to finance the deals that are at least 30 million euros, but this is exactly the case. So the government is supporting the small and medium enterprises, encouraging the like smaller farms to evolve, and even them moving to the processing, while we try to support the big ones, providing like the bridge between them and the big financial institutions.
Having said that, the last question to you, I'm going to let you go, is when Ukrainian businesses, small, medium, and large, are coming to the ministry right now, to you, the owners or the top manager, what are they saying? Please give us this, or please don't interrupt here. What is the demand right now from the Ukrainian business, from large to small, out of agriculture industry?
Well, they do actually ask for support. Like a lot of them have, like we talk about the big guys, they have a lot of overdue loan portfolios where they ask us to support them with the loan restructurings. Unfortunately, the investment banking sphere has also suffered among the other fields in Ukraine, and they are not as active as they used to be before. Like before, you could go and hire the consultant that would create the debt restructuring for you. Well, now they need to appeal to the government and to the institutions. Like we, for instance, have a certain investment promotion platform that is called Advantage Ukraine, that is under the Ministry of Economy. We have hired the investment banking professionals there with the help of USAID. So we see that investment banks are laying off people while we are trying to get them involved. And these guys are really like investment professionals, and they do it for free. So they are just bridging, they're giving advice on how to restructure the debt portfolios, they're advising them how to refinance some of the debts and how to get the new debt and new support. So we are just micromanaging this. Unfortunately, that's the way to do it at the most.
Understand. Thank you so much for your time, Deputy Minister. I know you have to go, please.
Yes.
Please, thank you so much. We're going to move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Coming back to the Roman, to your research. So the question I have, which is very simple, do we have enough food in Ukraine to sustain? For how long? With this amount of loss and damage that we have, is the amount of food that we have is enough to actually feed ourselves and, let's say, Poland?
At this point, I want to highlight that at this point, everything's more or less fine with the domestic food security.
At this point?
At this point, because again, as I told earlier, we have like 50% reduction in the cultivated area for winter crops. So this year we had like 6.5 million hectares. Now we have 4.5. So that may be a problem. That's gonna be the problem because right now Ukrainian commercial farms don't have the liquidity, the means to conduct the operation. And even those who decided to start the sowing campaign, they use less fertilizers, they use cheaper seeds, they use cheaper crop protection measures, and that's going to affect yields as well. Regarding your question about the domestic food safety, the domestic food security, two more things. I believe we're going to have enough grain, cereals, oilseeds to cover domestic consumption. We are not so sure that we will have enough to export at the pace we used to export. Regarding the domestic food security with physical food availability with other crops, everything is more or less fine there, more or less. Because quite a lot of foodstuff other than oilseeds and grain is produced by household or by some small-scale farmers.
By the way, by the small-scale farmers, I'm wondering whether this craft farmers industry of Ukraine, which is like small agriculture industry, do you see how damaged is that part? Because we've been talking mostly on big guys and middle-sized guys, but what about the small farmers?
They are more resilient than the large one. They are not, all of them, pretty much all of their production goes to the local market and they are not affected by these export disruptions. So everything is more or less fine as long as the areas are not occupied, not filled with mines, and so on and so forth.
Understood. Damien, coming back to you and the World Central Kitchen. If you would say that cooperation, one of the last panelists from the previous panel would say that the key lessons out of the 9 months of the war are these. A, if there's someone who wants to volunteer and help, don't interrupt, give a space to do this. B, coordinate on various levels, whether it's government or municipality or your own way. For your job, for what you did, and you've been doing in the last nine months, and for World Central Kitchen, what would be the best practices of cooperation as key lessons that you've learned? And who and which organizations or non-governmental or governmental have helped you the most to do your job?
I think, in my opinion, the biggest support for us is from United States because we get seeds, people with experience to teach the local farmers, small farmers in Ukraine, how to modern them farms, how to make it bigger, to grow up, to teach them, make some meetings for small groups of farmers. I think that is the most important thing, to inform them how to do that, to make it better. We have experience from Guatemala with the farmers. We're supporting them since 2014. So we have experience with that, with a very difficult land to grow some, for example, sunflowers. But in Ukraine, the ground is perfect, the weather is perfect, so that, in my opinion, the small farms will be much more helpful.
The experience that you're receiving in this last 9 months, if you would say, these are the know-hows, or these are the new ideas that we can actually spread to the world, to Guatemala and other countries, what would be that experience? I can rephrase if you want.
It's hard to say, to be honest, because I'm not exactly in the project in Guatemala or Puerto Rico. So I'm focused on Poland and Ukraine.
And the learnings from Poland then, what would be those learnings out of this Ukrainian experience that you're having right now?
I think in Poland it will be most focus for the small companies, for the private persons. I think the huge risk is for these small companies and the private farms, because the huge companies, they are fine. They have experience, they have money, but the small ones, not every time. For example, from Ukraine government, it's hard to get some support. That's why organizations like World at the Kitchen or many another one from around the world should to focus on the small one to still keep going and growing up.
If I'm a farmer, how do I know that you can help me?
Actually, on our website, in wck.org.
I don't know where the website is. I'm just a farmer.
You can find it's wck.org, and there is a link to find. Every farmer can ask for a support, for grants, for loans, for any another one.
Understood. There was a curiosity. If I'm a small farmer, how do I really learn about you so I can really get this support if I can't get it, let's say, from the government? Thank you for that. Coming back to Yaroslav, I'm going to switch to Ukrainian again. Українська. Ми подивилися на втрати інфраструктурні, втрати в можливостях зберігати, логістичні втрати. Ми подивилися на те, як відкривається український бізнес в Польщі зараз, якщо говорити про
how the Ukrainian business was opening up in Poland. So as we're discussing business, for farming, etc. So as we're talking about increasing the added value in production. So Alexander was speaking about it. So you said that European money was more easily available to Ukrainian entrepreneurs, so they could have these money cheaper and available for investment. So do you have any success stories and the cases of multiplying them? It was not only the Ukrainian business, but other global businesses. 3-5 years ago, they restructured their businesses by using customs-free areas, and then the situation changed because of anti-money laundering laws and bank secrecy, and then the beneficiary owner regulations. So here we're encouraged the organizations and entrepreneurs to look at things from the point of view of access to easy money, and the interest rate was at 1.5%. Cheap money it's been always here, and besides, Poland has been the biggest beneficiaries of the EU. Between 2004 to 2020, Poland received 100 billion euro and that was the financing, and this is non-returnable. That came here to stay. So that's the money that entered Poland, and for the budgetary period, Poland has been assigned in the EU, and there are some political differences in terms of how the money should be used. But we're looking forward to receiving the money. How the Ukrainian businesses are planning to make use of of the funding. So if a Ukrainian investor establishes or sets up a legal entity in Poland, then they have access to the funds. Well, the beneficiary owner's nationality is not the issue here. You enjoy equal rights on par with the Polish entities, like Polish investors, Polish beneficiary owners. So as of today, there are several levels of availability, eligibility. So there are loans and leasings, and globally there are 4 types of own financial resources. So it's money, money abroad, and well, you cannot build your business based on your own money. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, you do it in a very different way. Then obviously there are loans. Loans are more expensive because of high interest rates. Then we have investment, and investment is then another type of concept where investors can invest in such entities, and then businesses can be built from all these elements and have set up a legal personality. So let me give you an example. Konsevenko, a company from Ukraine that operated in Ukraine, and before the war was employing 920 people, producer of semi-trailers and trailers to agricultural and farming machinery. 3 years ago, we assisted them in entering the EU market, and now they're set up their own production facility there with 130 employees, and they received co-financing of 4.5 million euro. How about Ukraine? Well, the business is still there and operating. So here we have a debate with the ministry and other authorities, but they do not entirely see the added value they produce. Because if they operate nowadays in the same way as they did in Ukraine, they pay taxes as they did in Ukraine, but on top of that, they expand, and with the income, the revenues can be reinvested into their own business. Thank you for the explanation. Do you see any growth of prices of agricultural products that were triggered by the war? Obviously. Well, as I was saying, the whole thing affected the logistics, and that translates onto the bigger picture, Well, the entire Russian invasion. How many food farmers and producers entered the Polish market? Do you know? Well, I can only speak about those who receive our help. We have more than 230 entrepreneurs who came over to the Polish market, and they're operating on a bigger scale, and we can see their geometrical growth. And as for now, the business is unable to see the perspective of the end of the conflict.
On basically what to do with this. So we know the data of the losses, we know the data of the damages, we know we almost know how many businesses have moved out, relocated. We know that there's a struggle with logistics. We know that there's damage to logistics. We know that we're constantly being jeopardized by Russian agents and like Hungary, let's say, in the desire to help us with logistics and other things. So there's a lot of challenges, but also those are the opportunities. And I'm curious, what is that your research can tell us as the opportunity for Ukrainian agricultural sector in the upcoming months and years?
Actually, there's kind of a difference between what's needed for the full reconstruction and recovery of the whole commercial agricultural production in Ukraine, of the whole Ukrainian agriculture, if you will, and what's needed right here and right now. And today, I would rather prefer to focus on what's needed here and now and what you can do to reconstruct and to recover Ukrainian agricultural production. The number one problem is that lower prices for export-oriented commodities because of Russia, again, nothing new. And farmers don't have any liquidity. Farmers don't have enough revenue to recoup costs and to keep the production rolling. So the number one problem we have is with the grain deal and grain corridor. If anyone in this room hears that, okay, Russia fixed the problem, and so on and so forth, and now everything is more or less fine, now everything is rolling, the grain is moving, and so on and so forth, that's a lie. What Russia does right here and right now, he is sabotaging grain exports from Ukraine. Russia created a bottleneck. It's the inspection of vessels with grain and oilseeds on the Bosphorus trade. It should be a joint inspection by Ukrainian side, Turkey, United Nations, and Russia. Right now, they are processing about 8 vessels a day or something like that. But when Russia said, okay, we are not happy with this deal, we're gonna leave, and we started to do all these inspections with just 3 of the sides, Ukraine, Turkey, and United Nations. We had 46 inspections of vessels per day. Russia is they are trying to sabotage as much as possible. And if in October we exported like 3.5 million tons of grain through the grain corridor, in this month, in November, I believe, it's 2.3 million, so it's quite a reduction. It's minus 1.2 million tons of grain and oilseeds in a month. So they're doing as much as they can, trying to hold this whole process. And just for general understanding is that we can ramp up our export by additional 3 million tons of grain and oilseed a month without any changes, just without the sabotage from Russia. So the first thing you have to do is just talk, say, discuss. Grain deal is not working. Russia is sabotaging, and everything is going to hell right now. Because again, we had 3.5 million, now we have 2.3, and we don't see any prospects in it.
So it's just the news that are saying that the grain deal is working, but the data says that the grain deal is actually declining, not working. But what about this grain from Ukraine thing?
That's a separate story. That's a separate story. That's the story of some countries, some organizations buying grain from Ukraine and exporting them this grain to some problems with acute food insecurity. I'm not talking about this exact program. I'm just talking about this whole thing with Russia. And just to be clear, what 3 million tons of grain per month means, 1 ton of wheat can feed 1 million tons of wheat can feed approximately 60 million people for a month. So we are talking about huge numbers, really huge numbers there. And again, the domestic prices here in Ukraine, because without proper domestic prices, the whole commercial agriculture and production here in Ukraine is gonna come to a halt, okay? That's the first problem, the first priority. The second one also comes from lower domestic prices and lack of opportunities to keep the production rolling. Ukrainian commercial agricultural producers, small farmers, they need injection of liquidity. They need some sort of grants, they need loans, whatever they can, because the financing options are extremely limited. They're literally non-existent for small-scale agriculture. And the third problem we have is a problem with mining pollution. We have huge territories that are currently in danger of mines and so on and so forth. And the problem is, if you are a farmer who is not so lucky enough and you used to operate in certain regions of your country, you don't have any options how you can keep the production rolling, because you can call up the state emergency service and say, hey, I have a potentially some farmland with potential of mining pollution, and then gonna come and just place some flags, okay, the danger area and so on and so forth, but they don't have the capacity to demine this farmland. There are 1, maybe 2 commercial demining companies. They're working totally officially, but their capacity is not enough, and we don't have a proper market for the mining. If you want to return as much land as possible back to production, it could be like approximately 80% of all lost farmland we can recover in a year, in a couple of years, because most of these lands are not that polluted with mines and exploded ordnance, okay? And using some simple non-technical inspections and so on and so forth, you can easily come return it back to the service. But we need the capacity, we need to keep, and probably the best way to do it is to allocate some grants and create a few private companies that gonna focus precisely on the demining. Because if you are head of the region and you have like 10 brigades of miners, you have to allocate these resources. They must demine either cities, some projects, or the farmland. And the farmland is really low in the list of priorities.
Out of 100% of available harvesting options, how many are mined right now that we know, that we are aware? Out of the 100% that we have, which is not the 100 that we had last year, but out of those which are available to harvest, the lands, how many are mined?
It's like many million hectares of farmland.
And in percentage, if you know it, so we are aware?
We can say how much is actually mined. We are saying that we have like 10 million hectares in risk of mining pollution.
Understood. So with closing remarks right now, I'm going to jump. First of all, thanks a lot for the lot of data. This is not optimistic at all. That's what I want to say. This is more of a appeal to the audience for the financial support, at least, in order for the companies of our agriculture sector of Ukraine to survive through this. Yeah, but this is also the important data on where we are actually right now. Okay, I'm going to jump into conclusions with you. I mean, for WCK, World Central Kitchen, what would be the next important and necessary steps that you're going to take in Ukraine with your service? And what kind of resources that you need for that?
For now, we need to focus actually WCK is focused for a cook, for a production of the food to feed the people. And the biggest issue is the access for some of products, because the farmers cannot produce it and the quality is too low to produce. So I think the most important thing is now to support these farmers with the seeds, equipment, information how to do that. And that's the point, to help them with rise up the production.
Understood, thank you on that. Ярославе, завершимо разом з вами. Це такий як фінальний крок, і це не те, щоб порада, але те, що вам здається необхідним зазначити, на чому варто сфокусуватися.
What about your perspective? Do you have any advice? What is necessary? What we should focus on, both from your perspective and the perspective of the agricultural sector? You've already asked this question to Alexander, because you were asking about what the government can do for business, not to disturb, not to interfere, I would say, but on the other hand, whatever the business needs is understanding and support. So let me give you an example. In Poland, everything that we need to do is to carry out a certain, in Ukraine, sorry, let me rephrase it. In Ukraine, we should create new institutions, like institutions supporting business, because in Poland, there is a great system of supporting business, starting from the Polish Fund for Enterprise Development and finishing at KUKA, which is insurance solutions. So there are like 4 or 5 institutions which support business in a very intense way, helping entrepreneurs, and both in Ukraine, Ukraine and Poland, I can compare both situations. I would say that thanks to decentralization in Poland, there is a lot of support for businesses since 2006. I'm not idealizing Poland, but since the head of the commune, at every level up to the minister, everyone supports business in Poland. No one is thinking, like our deputy minister, whether we should support those in Ukraine or those who have left abroad. No. Support in Poland is like a total support. You support investors, you support taxpayers, you are trying to support businesses in various ways in Poland. So now in Ukraine, we need to understand what is useful and necessary for the Ukrainian business, and then this kind of support needs to be provided. The government can do that, the state can do that, there may be support in logistics, infrastructure, development of various infrastructural projects. And obviously we can we can see some problems even at the level of communication with the authorities of the Republic of Poland. Now I'm talking as the head of the Association of Ukrainian Business in Poland. We can talk very well with Polish ministries at all the levels. Every proposal is communicated directly to the ministry. So this communication is much better with Polish ministries than communication with Ukrainian ministries. At the level of Ukrainian embassy in Warsaw, yes, there is some support. Obviously, competition has always been in place. It will continue to be so, but we can convince the Polish business that running a business in Ukraine is safe. It is feasible. They can do it. Of course, if you talk about the protection of your rights in the context of fighting against corruption. Now I can see many possibilities, many opportunities in functioning of agricultural business. I can see that competition is in place, but perhaps we should focus more on cooperation. In Ukraine, our Ukrainian farmers have excellent land, soil, human capital, various resources. In Poland, there is a lot of expertise, qualified farmers. So let us not think about competition. Let us think more about cooperation. So let us think about that. Let us think about development of food processing, because yes, it is about added value. It may be one of Ukraine's assets. A very important thing is that in this context is using simply some support from the Polish government.
I'm going to switch to English. I see that you had something to say about this, and I'm happy that this is a discussion way, so we're not all aligned in this. So how we went through the panel, we overviewed the immense amount of losses and damages to Ukrainian agricultural sector within the infrastructural, logistics, the actual crops, the mined fields, then the amount of absolutely lost and damaged products that were stolen and brought to Russia, if I'm not mistaken, and many thousands of tons of that stolen by Russians. That's what you mentioned as well, the crops and everything. We went through the current problems with logistics and how can we dwell on that and deliver the solutions over there. We've seen what was the World Central Kitchen effort into helping in Ukraine, what kind of resources that you needed and what actually helped, the way you coordinated. We've seen the data on how terrible is the situation and the appeal to the broader audience on what should be done and what could be done with the investments aid, but also spreading the information and being aware of the situation. Right now, more or less, there's enough food for Ukraine, but then it's not enough food for the world in a way. But also what you've said and what the Deputy Minister said, that the amount of interest to Ukrainian products is decreasing a bit because it's harder for us to deliver the goods. So these are the, how to say, unoptimistic but very realistic thoughts from the panelists. And Roman, you want to say something in the end? This is going to be the last thing.
Yeah, it's just a small comment. We talked about physical food security. Food security has two sides. One is physical food security, whether you have food or not in this region, in this city, in this village, and economic access to food security. We will have food like physically. but at the same time, we might have substantial problems with access to this food, the economic side of the food security.
Thank you for that. I see questions from the audience, but we are so much out of time. Can you please come there and we'll talk in private in a moment with those that you want to talk to? And they will give you the answer. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the panel, dear panelists. I want to ask for the round of applause. Yeah, but I ask you if you could do it in private because there's another panel coming. Thank you so much for that. Thanks to the panelists, Yaroslav Romanchuk, Damian Sobel, Roman Naters, and Alexander Hriban. Thank you so much for that. And now, for the discussion in private, please come here, and we're going to move the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Victoria Kerr, and I will be moderating the panel, which starts at 3:30 on battlefield evidence and transitional justice. But before that, we have an incredible speaker joining us today, and I would like to introduce Professor Magdalena Gawin, who is director of the Pilecki Institute and the Lemkin Center. In response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Pilecki Institute set up the Lemkin Center, whose mission is to collect individual eyewitness accounts and create an archive that will consolidate the accounts of crimes committed by the Russian troops on the territory of Ukraine. Today, Professor Gawin will launch a very important report on the work of the Lemkin Center so far, and overall, she will present a picture of the war that emerges from the collected accounts by her organization. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Gawin.
Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Magdalena Gawin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Magdalena Gawin. I'm a historian. I'm a professor of history. I deal with the 19th and 20th century. This is my area of expertise. I was also a deputy minister for culture. I'd like to start with not obvious thing. I'd like to read out an authentic testimonial that was collected by a Lemkin Institute.
We have a testimony translated from Ukrainian into Polish, so please put the mic and just listen. Świadectwo numer 565.
Testimonial number 565. 55 years old, education moderate, Ługańsk region. He wrote down his testimonial on the 4th of October 2022 in Warsaw. On the 6th of March in Troicki, Ługańsk, the occupation started. The Ural came, Russian army. Ukrainian volunteers created an event in the city center. I went there with my wife. After the event, when I was coming back home, the armed militaries were waiting there. I don't know who they were, maybe Russians, or they were from the Republic of Ługańsk, I don't know. Then, on the 16th of September, when I was passing by the police office, I met 3 masked people who wanted to force me to enter the building. I didn't want to enter. I wanted to fight, and then they pushed the gun to my neck. And then they forced me to enter the building. I asked them to inform my family about the fact. In the building, they put me facing the wall. When I turned away, they hit me into my face. It was so hard that I hit the wall with my head. They searched through my pockets. They took my keys to my car, to my apartment. Then they took me to a cell. I was asking them to inform my wife, who was working in a shop. One of them hit me in my face. And then when I was in the cell, I couldn't move around because of the fact that I had handcuffs on my hands, on my wrists. And on the 18th of September of 2022, after the lunch, around 3 p.m., I heard my wife being taken out of the cell, and I heard the sound of the tape being taken out of her skin. Then, in my cell, this door for giving food was opened. I moved to the door. Somebody, a stinking hand, gave me some kind of cloth. They asked me, told me to leave to the corridor. They used handcuffs. Somebody put them on my wrists. And then I had the cloth on my head, and they used the tape to put it around my head. They placed me in a chair. My hands were at the back. I could hear there were 3 people in the room, and they started to put put a pressure on me. They said that Ukrainians are nationalists, that Russia has never lost a war, that Zelensky is a Nazi and that he's a clown. Then they started to investigate me. They started asking me who's pro-Ukrainian in our city, who's connected to Ukraine. Then they put a wire next to my ear, and if I decided not to answer, they used electricity to torture me. My head was shaking and I was feeling that maybe it will fall down. I felt pain and I bit my tongue because of the pain. Then they started asking about my father. I had this cloth on over my head. There was nothing, there was silence. I didn't say anything. They kept me there for 9 days. They gave me back my phone. They checked my house. 4 days later, my wife was let out. My wife said that they pushed her to admitting that she's regretting supporting Ukraine. When I left the police office, I found out how people can leave Ukraine and go to Poland. It was necessary to have a story that you say that you want to go to Russia, have one story and stick to it. Then the rain started falling. We were waiting in rain with no shelter. Nobody let us to leave Russia. One woman asked border guards, is it possible to act this way? And they said, you're Russian citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just one testimonial. One of testimonials that we selected in Lemkin Center. We created that in Pilecki Institute after the outbreak of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And now let's do it. Everybody heard that speech. What was striking was clearly defined refusal of accepting the existence of Ukrainian nation. He said that there are no Ukrainians, that they are Russians. And if you are interested in history, if you heard about Lemkin, we were trying to popularize Lemkin 3 years ago. That was a signal. It made it clear what kind of war he wanted to create. The war has its aim to distract the country, make sure that the population extincts. And right now, if you imagine the way of creating the memory of a world after a military conflict, I must say that it happens by individual testimonials. People need this. This is what we need. We cannot adapt, we cannot understand or embrace huge numbers, historical processes. We cannot identify ourselves with a nation but if we don't have this individual aspect. We have two testimonials. One type of testimonials is done under oath in court, and the second type of a testimonial without the oath, when you go to a historical institution and you give a testimonial. The memory of the world is created by the second type of testimonials. And the question is why? the legislation system collects the testimonials. If we talk about prosecution, they collect testimonials. You need to be a witness to make a testimonial. They're very narrowed, limited testimonials, and they cannot be public. And as a historian, I've been checking the testimonials of the Hitler actions in Poland, and it's 70 years after the war. We have many testimonials of Poles, but 30% out of those were not classified. So they were there, and they were not public. The ICC, the team dealing with testimonials, even though some people were prosecuted, that base of testimonial is still not public. That's why we needed those testimonials, the second type of them, without the oath. By collecting the testimonials, we follow certain rules.
Collects individual testimonies of civilians, witness of Russian crimes, Ukraine, processes the testimonies to build an archive of anonymized accounts for future use, war correspondents, journalists, historians, family members. Why we didn't reveal our archive? The reason is very obvious, because we protect personal data of our eyewitnesses. The war from the beginning was unexpected, and we didn't know what happened later. And because of that, we decided to cover the personal data and to protect our witness. And the second reason, the next reason, popularize knowledge about Russian crimes in order to prevent world's fatigue from war is absolutely obvious. How we gather testimonies. First of all, we gather testimonies from Poland, from refugees from different regions. And we prepared questionnaires, are based on international law and can be filled by witness themselves or with the help of protocoler. All the testimonies are written by the eyewitness in mother tongue, in Russian or in Ukrainian. Then we translate them into Polish and then into English. We have also video interviews, because the second part, very important testimonies, are gathered on the ground in Ukraine by our employees or volunteers. And we reached to the deoccupied territory very, very early, after 2 days even, and we just asked people what they went through, what happened. And we have also other forms of interviews and questionnaires. It's audio interviews. It's recording offline, because some witnesses, especially in Ukraine, don't want to testify and to see the faces. Those people are terrified. Some of them have members of family in Russia, and they're just scared to testify openly with face. And this is because we chose also this kind of interviews. Supplementary photos and videos to illustrate other types of testimonies, media reports collected in Ukraine and abroad. Work of the Lemkin Center. First of all, our employees and visit refugee center, very, very different in Poland. Across the Poland, we also visited many times Rzeszów and Kraków and Gdańsk and Wrocław, and of course Warsaw. Sometimes we were also invited by the Poles who just received refugees under their own roof. We also appeared in the huge refugee center, or very, very small Sometimes we also appeared, on the railway station, like on my right hand. And the typing and the gathering records on Ukraine, this is the typical way that we're getting proof for the Russian crimes. This is the inhabitant of one of the town in Ukraine. She is sitting on a bench around ruins. So once again, testimonies are without oath, but with some rules, which is very important for prosecutors, by eyewitness in a mother tongue. They are safe based on international law, accompanied by the trained employee or volunteer. They also contains personal data of the witness and consist more than 40 questions. But firstly, we also give a chance for our volunteers, for our witness, to say everything what they want to say, or just to write everything what they want to write. About observation, about everyday living, about, for example, I can give one very good example. Testimonies before the prosecutor, they have no observation from everyday life. How to spend in a bunker, for example, 2 weeks without electricity, without water, deprived from the very basic, things. So our testimonies also contain such details. And as I said, the testimonies are in 4-language version: Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and English. This is the one of the example of completed questionnaire written in Ukrainian. As you see, we cover all the personal data. And this is our witnesses on the ground. In different conditions, sometimes we just getting the testimonies just sitting at their flats, homes, houses, at the backyard. This is a very impressive picture, one of our witness. Processing of the testimonies is very easy. Is a registration, description, digitalization, anonymization, and translation. Archive in numbers. We collect 434 written testimonies, 80 sessions conducted, 58 locations visited, 90 regions of Ukraine presented in the witness story. We have 366 video interviews. 48 came from frontline or recently deoccupied locations documented. And this is the geography which shows from which region we have the biggest collection is Kharkiv, Kherson, Kiev, and Donetsk. And the rest, the gray color illustrates the other places like Odessa, Zhytomyr, Sumy, Chernihiv, Zaporozhye, and Lugansk. And when it relates to the cities, the largest part of our testimonies came from Kharkiv, Mariupol, Kiev, Mykolaiv, Kherson, and the other places. What type of crimes we registered? And the first of all is the destruction of civil infrastructure, which is absolutely obvious because of the Russian tactics. The second, captivity, abduction, restricted movement, interrogation. C, deprivation of a basic human rights, hunger, thirst, lack of medical help, limitation of communication, civilian death or injury, looting and robbery, and deportation. And this is the proportion from our collection. Video interviews, the large proportion are from Kiev. I mean from Kiev city and the surroundings of Kiev, the little villages. The second is Donetsk and the other places. Oops. Something happened. I'm sorry. Okay. As I said, we have a very big collection of testimonies from Mariupol, but we also have a very big collection from Andriivka. Andriivka is a village, is a small village near Kiev. And what was the reason that we decided to collect from Andriivka? Everybody know Bucha case, and mainly because of that, because Bucha was typical middle-class town near Kiev. Andriivka, I mean, inhabitants of Andriivka is not well-off people, rather ordinary people. I mean, inhabitants, just ordinary inhabitants. And many people from Andriivka ran away, and we gather more than 90 testimonies from Andriivka, and we registered crimes happen in Andriivka. Deprivation of basic human rights during the occupation, and the referendum mechanics, I mean how the propaganda works, implementation of the propagandistic education. This is we also noticed different approaches of occupiers. It depends of the region. I mean, generally, the occupation in the central Ukraine was much more harsh than in the eastern territories. We are talking about, for example, completely control and ban for a movement in Kiev region. Hunting for patriotic residents, ban for civilians to leave their houses. On the eastern territories, the occupation has a different character. This is quite few picture, very drastic, but we are talking about the war, so sorry that we present it, but we have to, we are obliged to see how it looks like the interment of ban. And very often, occupiers introduced completely ban of interment. So the human bodies just were lying on the ground for long weeks. This is the way, like inhabitants try to desperately protect the body of the relatives under the internment ban. And this is the other example. This is the typical graves of people. And near the houses are just destruction of civil infrastructure. It's illustrate the character of the war. Very important traits of the war is scorched earth. I mean that the occupiers just withdrawing from the town, from the village. They killed animals, they destroyed everything what they are able to destroy. And this is the presentation of the war and war against civilians. This is like thousands of photos illustrates the same, that it was the conscious and deliberate war against civilians. to deprive them from the human rights, to deprive them from very basic national rights, I would say, and to destroy also the culture and the national identity. The war against civilians, it is not just a tactics without aim. This is the deliberate war of Russia against Ukraine. During the war, it appears something very specific, like a children of war. I mean, little children, like this beautiful girl, who show us where people were burned. This is very typical for the all military conflicts and occupation, and it also shows how many psychological aid those people will need after the end of the war. This is, for example, one of our eyewitness who was a witness when the column of cars fulfilled by the civilians were attacked and the people were burned on the spot. This is example of propaganda, how propaganda replaces education. On the right picture, we can see the new textbooks, which was implemented into the school on the territory occupied by Russia. Also some leaflets, magazine, who presented, of course, the great commander of Russia. On the left hand is also some kind of documentation which was resent to all school, introducing Russian language as the only language of teaching. Story from the questionnaire, and we would like to present a short story, very, very short. I'm just asking you about patience. This is the last few minutes of my presentation. This is the story of marriage, Oksana and her husband. She just moved to Andriivka just because both of them, and the wife and the husband, thought that the Andriivka as a small village will be more safety place. After a few days, her husband just disappeared. And she was looking for him desperately for a few weeks. At the end of April, her neighbors let her know that they found the body of her husband. And it appeared in Ukraine hundreds or thousands of times. This is the story of Oksana.
будете вдома? Коли поліція прийде, я вас заїду за
Це напроти мене.
Я поняла.
Біленький будинок і гараж там
Хорошо.
виходить на вулицю.
Це дітки ходили, шукали, так? Микола Петрович.
Thank you very much. I just would like to present you that our records came from, very often, came from the moment when the members of family found the body of mother, father, uncle, aunt, sometimes children. And the primary goal of the Lemkin Center and the collection is very obvious. Russia had no any Nuremberg, have no any trials. All the perpetrators from the 20th century who organized the cutting, who organized the worst, absolutely terrible war crimes were never punished. And those stories shows us that if war murderers are not punished, the crime repeat once again. So please, the very first time, we live in very unique times when Russia is weak, when we can help Ukraine, and when we can help Middle Eastern Europe. The first time, the punishment is necessary. The punishment is not expression of revenge. It's expression of justice. And it's also the very important element or instrument of prevention against the next aggression. Russia was not punished and because attacked once again. We must take responsibility for the peace in Europe. And because of that, the punishment for war criminals, for politicians who are responsible for the aggression is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gavin, for your very moving presentation and also for sharing the very comprehensive work that the Lemkin Centre are doing at the moment. In the interest of time, we are going to start the next panel just in a few minutes. And if you have any questions for Professor Gavin, you will be able to ask them at the end of the panel. Thank you. Yep, I think so. Thank you. So Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Kerr, and I am an international lawyer working for the TMC Astor Institute based in The Hague, primarily on strengthening the capacity of national Ukrainian actors in prosecuting, investigating, and adjudicating on international crimes. So this panel is on battlefield evidence and transitional justice, and we are joined today by some incredible experts who are going to share their thoughts from a variety of perspectives. So here in person with us, we have Professor Gavin, who we've just heard from the Lemkin Center. We also have Vladislava Grudova, who is from the Kyiv Institute, Kyiv School of Economics Institute, and the project Russia Will Pay, or damage.ia.ua. We are also joined by David Schleifer, who is the Senior Advisor for War Crimes and Accountability in Ukraine in the Office of Global Criminal Justice at the US Department of State, and also by Glyn Morgan, who is a Senior Investigator and Coordinator of the Mobile Justice Teams on behalf of Global Rights Compliance. And we are also joined online by Anna Malyar, who is Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, and also Dr. Anton Korinevich, who is Ambassador at Large for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. So I propose to hear individually from the panelists, first of all, and then we will go to a discussion and invite questions from the audience as well. So I believe we're joined online by Hannah Malyar, first of all, from who is Deputy Minister of Defense. And I would invite Ms. Malyar, if she is there, to share her perspectives. Do we have Ms. Malyar online? Yes, I can see you now. Hi there. Could you please share some insights from the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine?
Це ми говоримо до мого виступу, чи мене вже всі чують?
Can everybody hear me now? Am I on air right now?
Доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. I'd like to say hello to everyone on behalf of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. I'm really grateful for your continuous support for Ukraine. This is incredibly important for us. Ukrainian army, Ukrainian nation, we are resilient, but we need support. We need equipment, military equipment, and we are threatened by Russia. They have advantage in terms of the equipment and human forces. When they started the full-scale invasion on Ukraine, the Russian Federation decided to neglect the legal decisions. They don't care about international war. It means that those are international war crimes. According to Ukrainian law, Ukrainian military forces and the Ministry of Defense are not legal entities. It means that we have no right to investigate war crimes. We have no right to lead investigation. And as long as we face this serious question, we want to hold them accountable for the crimes. We face various challenges. First of all, we need to make sure that we have proofs of the crimes, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. That's the first challenge. And the second challenge is to prosecute them using the proofs that we collect. As I said, we have those two challenges, two directions that can be problematic, especially when we talk about international procedures. We faced the challenge of a change. We needed to change the law so that we have a valuable exchange of people, and we had to reorganize the war and the military forces. This is our common goal. When we talk about that, we need to make sure that we work in synergy in the whole country to make sure that the proofs are collected and that we have proofs of the crimes of Russia in Ukraine. Yes, the soldiers are normally first witnesses of the crimes. We need to understand that people who work in military, this is not their job. They should focus on military actions. They need to act, not collect the proofs. So that's the question. How can we make sure that it is possible that their witnesses, the testimonials can be included in the prosecution? When it comes to the decision of the main general governor of Ukraine, we have more than 50,000 cases registered in Ukraine related to the Russian aggression. This is to show you the scale of the work that we've been doing. The second challenge legal perspectives. War in Ukraine started in 2014. Our experience shows that international institutions, judicial institutions, cannot meet the needs of the situation to make sure that the crimes are prosecuted. I can give you an example. We had serious troubles to hold Russia accountable for the aggression in Ukraine. That's a key crime that's happening here. At the beginning, when we thought about Roman statute in Rome, there was no information about the state of aggression, and we couldn't define this aggression. Russia didn't rectify the act, so there's no perspective. Ukraine was forced to collect the proofs on our own. Because of our own resources, we managed to prosecute 17 people, and that was needed to make sure that we have proofs that this was Russian aggression, not a different war crime. This is our experience. This is how we dealt with those cases in court. And when it comes to our common goal, we want to prevent wars in the world. We need to make sure that Russia is held accountable on this international level, not national level. The procedures shouldn't take years. It shouldn't be our children's responsibility. Because what's happening, what Russia is doing in Ukraine, this is a precedent action
що можна вдертися на територію чужої держави.
And that's a signal to others who may have similar ambitions that it's accepted to enter a different country and not be responsible. It's really important to make sure that we cooperate together and that we find a mechanism to accelerate that process, international procedures, so that it's effective and that we make sure that the political and military forces or authorities of Russia are held accountable. I think that it's worth mentioning. The world should remember about the responsibility of people who are now protected by the international law. And I mean people who follow orders. They understand that this order is a crime. They enter our country, they kill our people, but because of the tradition, norms of international law, they are protected by the law. They are not held responsible, accountable for what they do. And I believe that maybe we should change the international solutions, because after the Second World War, 1945, we haven't found any solution. Everything that has been created after 1945 is not working. It's really important to talk about that, to have disputes. Maybe this is unusual, maybe not typical, but we should exchange ideas and find a way to make sure that by civilized means, we can stop those barbarian actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maляr, for introducing a number of issues there, for example, the limitations of international legal avenues, and also the issue of aggression, which we will hear further on from Dr. Korynevich as well. So thank you very much again, Ms. Maляr, for joining us. But before we touch on those topics, I want to first of all give the floor to Vladislava Grudova, who is, as I mentioned, co-leader of the Kyiv School of Economics Institute project Russia Will Pay, which is focused on collecting, evaluating, analyzing, and documenting information on the damages and losses caused to Ukrainian infrastructure and economy by the Russian aggression. So I'd like to give the floor to you, Ms. Grudova, to hear from you on this issue and the issue of reparations.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for invitation. So, as Victoria has mentioned, I'm representing Kyiv School of Economics, and actually a project who is performed not only by Kyiv School of Economics, but also by 15 of our partners with the help of Office of President of Ukraine, Ukrainian government's ministry's representative. And starting from March, at the beginning of this awful war, we started to collect all the information about the damages which were caused to infrastructure, to assets of Ukraine, of people of Ukraine, of businesses of our country, roads, bridges, and things like that. So actually, as of today, because we are monitoring it daily, we have almost 140 billion of damages caused to assets. This is a direct damages. Actually, we have also calculated losses, which is economic losses caused to businesses, to Ukrainian economy. We have, as of today, probably after 250 billion of damages. And these figures appear very often in international press, in international discussion, and what is important to mention probably is that despite the fact that these figures are huge for economy, for our economy, these figures seems to be huge for a world as a total. This is not everything that needs to be paid for by Russian Federation. So we are analysts and we are calculating something that is cost to actually BRICS. But today our first lecturer talked about the damages caused to people and war crimes and things like that. So when you hear, and this is something that was not calculated. Actually, we do not know about how much should be paid off, and it's impossible to understand for myself, actually, how much should be paid off to people who were displaced, to people whose relatives were killed, to the people whose health was I don't know. It's not right to say damaged, but impacted by this aggression, and I think that we will. Our president lately talked about $1 trillion and. About all the needs of Ukrainian economy, things like that. So I think that the world needs to start to get used to these huge figures, despite the fact that it's unimaginable to understand. So, and I hope that our figures at least will become a part of a big project, and eventually Russia will pay. But we need to understand that these reserves that were blocked of 300 billion, and it's something that might not be enough. As Anna Maляр mentioned today, we need to think about some long-term mechanism as well, as it was after the Second World War, when people were due to get payment from Germany up to 2000, after 2010 or something like this. So this is a long-term story, and even as a KSC right today, we have collected some figures, but this is not the whole picture of everything that Ukraine is experiencing right now. So just to give you a few impressions as well, what is behind these huge figures, we have more than 140,000 of private homes destroyed and damaged. We have almost 200,000 of vehicles either stolen or damaged. Roman, my colleagues, were talked today about damages to agriculture, which is exceeded 6 billion. This includes also grain stolen, vehicles stolen, machinery stolen from some regions of Ukraine. We have, in some regions of Ukraine, we have up to 40% of roads. We have more than 300 big bridges destroyed. This is only something that analysts, mathematicians can calculate. So I believe this is a huge impact. This is a huge impact to our economy, but everything should be rebuilt. And also, what I liked at the beginning. Why it is important for Russia to pay, because this should never happen again, in my opinion, in the history, and it's important for the world actually to show that this war crimes, this aggression, cost a lot for somebody who dared to do it. So that's why it's part of our job, but we are also encouraging others to help to calculate the second part about war crimes, damages to health, to people, to get the full picture and to get to United Nations understanding of the full picture of damage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kudova, for raising the issue of the damages, and also that it's a larger issue which needs a lot more work done to establish the extent of the damage done. I'd now like to turn to Dr. Korinevich, who joins us online. So Dr. Korinevich is the Ambassador at Large for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And he's a Ukrainian lawyer who, since the 26th of February of this year, is agent of Ukraine before the International Court of Justice in the allegations of genocide case. But he's also coordinating the issue of the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine. This is an issue, Dr. Korinevich, which has been gaining a lot of momentum in recent weeks. Could you tell us a bit about the work that you're doing in relation to the Special Tribunal for Aggression?
Yeah, good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here today with you, though online. I'm currently being in New York, working also on the issue of the establishment of the Special Tribunal. And we recently have made a rather important and efficient trip, which encompasses Paris, Berlin, Washington, D.C., New York, and also London, in relation to talk to the key stakeholders of these particular nations on the issue of the establishment of the Special Tribunal. And our Deputy Minister of Justice for Defense, Anna Maляр, was talking about this issue. But of course, for us, it is quite obvious that the crime of aggression is the instrument and tool with which we can bring a Russian political and military leadership to accountability. We as a state are currently using all the possible existing legal tools which we have in international law to bring Russia as a state to international legal responsibility and to bring Russian citizens to responsibility for their crimes and human rights violations committed in the territory of Ukraine. We used each and every particular court and tribunal where we could file an application against the Russian Federation. We have 2 cases in the International Court of Justice, 10 interstate applications in the European Court of Human Rights. We used the machinery of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. We have currently 2 cases in arbitration tribunals under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We recognize the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, and now the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICC conducts investigation of the situation in Ukraine. So everything what is possible, we are there. But we do see that there are accountability loopholes, accountability gaps, which we need to fill in order to satisfy the comprehensive accountability. And the most obvious accountability loophole and gap is, of course, the issue of the crime of aggression against Ukraine, because currently there is no international court or tribunal who can do investigation and prosecution of this crime. And the national courts of Ukraine or any other states will obviously face the legal challenges, in particular with the issue of immunities. Whenever they try to take to responsibility the highest political and military leadership of the Russian Federation. So as we currently do not have any international mechanism which can do that, and as national mechanism would face problems and challenges, we suggest establishing the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And this idea has already got a good range of political support, in particular in 4 resolutions of Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, 4 resolutions of the European Parliament, 2 resolutions of the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, a resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE, several resolutions of national parliaments, in particular Ukraine, Estonia, Lithuania, Czech Republic, France, Netherlands, and now we are working in order to transmit and transfer this political support to some concrete legal and technical results, which will bring us closer to the issue of establishing of the Special Tribunal. So we are looking forward to hearing from the European Union in particular on their position on how this road can be made, how this way can be moved forward, in particular in relation to the very encouraging statements made by the President von der Leyen and High Representative Borrell just in the end of November, in the beginning of December. And we hope that maybe in December we will hear some further news on that from the EU Council's meeting in the mid-December. We will also work here in New York within the United Nations in order to have a draft resolution of the UN General Assembly in relation to accountability for all the serious crimes under international law committed in Ukraine, which we hope and we suggest shall include the wording, in particular, on the need to secure accountability for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. So we are now having close consultations and contacts with our international partners in order to get feedback actually which models, options are feasible, are doable, may be efficient in order for us to move forward with this idea. Just maybe to finalize, here on this trip in which I'm participating now, we do have representatives of pretty much all the key stakeholders of Ukrainian society. We do have representatives of the Office of the President, of the Verkhovna Rada, members of Verkhovna Rada, national deputies. We do have representatives of civil society. We do have representatives of expert society, of the government. So this is also to show that the issue of establishing the special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine is a high priority for President Volodymyr Zelensky, for the government, and important for the people, for the Ukrainian society, for civil society. Ukrainian people need justice, and they want accountability to take place and to be shown. So that is why we are working in order to satisfy this need for accountability and justice. And we are sure that without accountability for the crime of aggression, we may not say that the justice prevailed and that the rule of law was established. We do not want to find ourselves in a situation, in several years maybe, when only the low-level and mid-level perpetrators of the war crimes and crimes against humanity on the side of the Russian Federation, say the Russian military, only they will be brought to responsibility either by currently existing international mechanisms and tribunals or by national courts of Ukraine, and the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation will stay with impunity. This will not be justice. And crime of aggression as their crime, because this is a crime which Russian political and military leadership commit since 2014. It is a lasting, it is a continuing crime. This is their crime. This crime shows their place in history. And this crime is rather easy to prove. So that is why this is our priority, and we are working in order to achieve it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kornevich, for your remarks there. And I think it's definitely clear that this is a key priority for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And it's great to hear that you are taking ownership of that and involving a variety of different organizations in the process to make it as comprehensive as possible. So thank you very much. You mentioned there as well the international support for Ukraine, and that is definitely widely available. And I want to now turn to David Schleifer, who joins us, who is Senior Advisor for the War Crimes and Accountability in Ukraine in the Office of Global Criminal Justice in the US Department of State. So Mr. Schleifer, could you please give us some insights on the US position in terms of accountability for crimes in Ukraine and reparations?
Okay, this one is live. Good. Thank you, Victoria. It's a real pleasure to be here back in Ješuv. I was here for several months earlier this year. I was part of our U.S. Embassy team in Kyiv, in Ukraine, at the beginning of the conflict. I was part of the group that evacuated, coming first here to Poland, to Ješuv, where we have established a platform, worked here for many months, and returned to Kyiv when we reopened the embassy and when Ambassador Brink went back into Ukraine And while I was there working at the embassy as the assistance coordinator, as the acting deputy chief of mission, I did have the opportunity to visit Bucha, to visit Irpin, to stand with Ukrainian authorities and officials at the site of atrocities, of mass graves, and to witness firsthand the human tragedy that has taken place inside the country and the crimes that have occurred there. I'm not an expert like most of my colleagues sitting here on the panel today in international law or actively involved on the ground right now, but I would like to give you some of the US perspective, policy perspective, our thoughts on accountability and justice and transitional justice in Ukraine as it stands right now. As we approach what will soon be 1 year since President Putin launched his war of aggression against Ukraine, the terrible human costs of the conflict that I mentioned continue to grow daily. Thousands of civilians have been killed or wounded. At least 13 million Ukrainian civilians have been forced to flee their homes and are internally displaced inside the country or are refugees. And historic cities like Mariupol, where I actually was 1 year ago today, on this very day, launching several US assistance projects. Cities like Mariupol have been reduced to rubble, large numbers of civilians have been killed, and others have been forcibly deported to Russia. This aggression against Ukraine is a manifest violation of the UN Charter. We see mounting evidence on a daily basis of systemic war crimes committed in Ukraine, including the deliberate, indiscriminate, and disproportionate attacks against the civilian population and against civilian infrastructure. We have credible reports of citizens being killed, execution style, with their hands bound. We have bodies that show signs of torture. And we have horrific accounts of gender-based violence, including sexual violence against women and children. And we know that as new areas are liberated and are open to the Ukrainian authorities and the international community, the curtains will roll back even further and more atrocities will come to light. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has inspired an unprecedented array of accountability initiatives globally. The United States strongly supports and is playing an active role in many international efforts to investigate and examine atrocities in Ukraine. This includes ongoing investigations by the International Criminal Court, given that Ukraine has consented to its jurisdiction, the UN Commission of Inquiry, and we are following very closely the deliberations that the ambassador mentioned in New York and elsewhere about the creation of an aggression tribunal and related issues such as the creation of a claims registry. From our perspective, the overarching priority is that the perpetrators of these crimes inside Ukraine be held responsible for their actions and are unable to upend international norms and to create havoc and destruction with impunity. Now, one of the purposes of this panel is to discuss battlefield evidence collection, and so I did want to briefly note what the United States is doing right now on the ground inside Ukraine. My colleague sitting to my right will go into more detail because he's one of the individuals who is there, so I don't need to speak at length to that, but I will briefly mention that the United States has together formed with the United Kingdom and with the European Union what we are calling the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group. The acronym is ACA or ASA, a multilateral effort with multiple implementing partners, all aimed at increasing and enhancing the capacity of Ukrainian prosecutors and investigators to bring cases in Ukrainian courts. ASA is intended to coordinate and to streamline multinational efforts to encourage the quick deployment of both financial resources and skilled personnel, again like my colleague sitting next to me, to respond to the needs of the Office of the Prosecutor General to investigate war crimes, build cases, and eventually prosecute. And the ASA itself is led by Ambassador Clint Williamson, an American ambassador, the former ambassador at large for war crimes at the Department of State. Our hope is that ASA will be able to scale rapidly and expand its activities throughout the first part of this next year and evolve into a coordinating mechanism for other international efforts. Lastly, I'd like to highlight the importance of accountability, not only in the context of holding perpetrators responsible for their actions, but a different kind of accountability that is related, accountability for helping survivors to recover and to move on with their lives. Justice for Ukrainian victims must incorporate this concept of accountability too, and the international community has a large role to play. In particular, as we have already discussed today in other working groups and panels, the epidemic of gender-based and sexual violence that Russia's invasion has unleashed upon the Ukrainian people is as unprecedented in post-war Europe as the scale of conventional fighting is unprecedented. And the medical and psychosocial needs associated with this are vast and will continue to be so long after the war ends, the smoke clears, and rebuilding is underway. As we pursue perpetrator accountability, I think it's important to view this as a complementary and necessary requirement of our joint efforts. Finally, in conclusion, I would like to recognize a colleague of mine who is not here with us today, but should have been the person sitting in this chair right now talking to you. And this is a colleague of mine named Sarah Langenkamp, who was with me in Ukraine, with me in Jessov. She was our director for international narcotics and law enforcement. She played a huge role in the early days of the invasion in facilitating assistance flowing into Ukraine in February, in March, and April, in the worst days of the conflict. She was here in Jessov. She was here at the airport every single day. And the assistance flows that were established during that critical time were largely as a result of her efforts. And Sarah passed away in a very tragic accident in August, shortly after she had returned from Jessov. She was on a bike and was killed in a biking accident. And that's why she's not here sitting in this seat, and that's why I'm here. She was a hero, one of the greatest diplomats, mother and wife, and just an amazing human being. And this very summit is, in a very real way, a legacy to what she was able to do and her team was able to do in the early months. And I know that she is here with us in spirit. Jessov held a very special place in her heart, and she will continue to be with us going forward. And on behalf of the U.S. Department of State and the American Embassy in Kyiv, we wanted to dedicate our participation here at this summit to Sarah's memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schleifer, for sharing your personal efforts and the efforts of the US, and also, as you mentioned there, the efforts of your colleague Sarah. Thank you very much for that. And you mentioned also the work that's going on the ground in terms of investigations as part of the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group. And we are delighted to be joined by Glenn Morgan, who is the Mobile Justice Team's coordinator. The Mobile Justice Teams form part of this Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group, and he works with Global Rights Compliance. So I'd like to give you the floor, Glenn, to tell us about the Mobile Justice Teams and the work that you're doing on the ground to assist the Office of the Prosecutor General.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. David mentioned a little bit there about the creation of the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group in May of this year. I would like to tell you a little bit more about the way in which we are going about doing the work. Quite wisely, the ACA consists of two components, one based out of Georgetown University in the US, which offers strategic and policy advice to the Office of the Prosecutor General in Ukraine, and ourselves in the Mobile Justice Team, who are physically based in Kiev and are working with the OPG and the law enforcement agencies to help them in their work. And specifically, our role is to advise and assist. So we do not have our hands on the actual cases, the evidence, the investigation, and so on, although we are legally designated as specialists such that we can be privy to the work that is going on and to the information that is being gathered. I think one of the recurring faults of international capacity building efforts is the tendency of foreigners to arrive and say, okay, everybody, relax. The experts are here, we can tell you how to fix everything. It's been said to me on at least two occasions by colleagues from the Ukraine that this is not Somalia, this is not Haiti. There might be a war going on, but we're not a failed state. We have the institutions, we have the individuals, we know what we're doing. And it's true. I have seen with my own eyes that there is great capability within Ukraine. The police officers that I've worked with are good at investigating a murder or a rape. The security service know what they're doing when it comes to terrorism or treason. And the prosecutors are fully capable of putting together and presenting a prosecution case. But of course, the big challenge is that all of that is a criminal justice system that is used to operating in peacetime. And bear in mind as well that the ordinary crimes that occur during peacetime haven't stopped just because there's a war going on. So suddenly, the criminal justice system is now working within a wartime setting. And that creates a number of very different challenges. Firstly, during peacetime, individual police officers or prosecutors might be dealing with one or two crimes. They have the luxury of focusing their attention entirely on that small amount of cases. Suddenly now, though, we are confronted with a huge volume. One hears of more than 50,000 different incidents that have been reported and which are now the subject of criminal investigation. So imagine what that does to the individual workload of investigators and prosecutors, alongside the expectation that justice needs to be delivered for the victims. On top of that, in peacetime, most crimes are individual crimes. This is why a serial killer is so newsworthy and so often dramatized in movies. And yet in war crime, the crimes that we're seeing now are very often multiple crimes occurring in the same place or committed by the same people or the same units. In peacetime, most crimes are committed by what we call a direct perpetrator. An individual takes an action which constitutes a crime. It's only perhaps within the more complex organized crime investigations that you have large numbers of people working together under the direction of some criminal mastermind. And yet in wartime, all of these crimes are occurring within a chain of command, a structure whereby individuals have the authority to give orders such that crimes happen, or indeed to prevent those crimes from happening or investigating them if they have happened. And finally, the issue of intent. Most peacetime crimes, the intent that was in the mind of the criminal isn't that important. Here, the situation is very different, particularly with regard to the more serious international crimes such as aggression or genocide. Intent is something that is important. So all of those issues mean that the circumstances within which the criminal justice system is operating now in Ukraine is very different to what it was previously. And straight away, the analogy comes to mind of the difficulty of modifying an aircraft whilst you're in flight. Nobody has the luxury of stopping, taking a time out to retrain, to re-equip, to hire new people, to increase the manpower and so on, because the workload is there in front of us and it's growing every single day. And on top of that, of course, the people who work in the criminal justice system, they are human beings. They have families, they have friends, they have properties that have been damaged. They are as traumatized by what is going on as the rest of society. And whilst in the movies you may have this macho impression of cops and prosecutors and so on, they are as affected by this war as everybody else is. So any modification that we might seek to make to the system has to be modest. It has to recognize that the work is continuing whilst the modification goes on. It has to acknowledge that there isn't a huge amount of money to fund extra activities, nor is it quick or simple to change the law to make new things possible. So the modest modification that we are trying to work on with the OPG, inspired by their own vision, relates to changes in the structure, the functioning, and the action within their work. So as regards structure, we are trying to work to bring in a pyramidal hierarchy of the way in which crimes are dealt with. Those which are localized will be dealt with by local investigators and prosecutors. But once we start to see that they are linked together with other crimes in that area, we will elevate them to become a regional case, perhaps against a regional commander within the Russian armed forces. And then above that, if we see patterns of crime that are occurring across the whole country, so for example, the wide-scale missile strikes that have been taking place recently, those can then be elevated to the national level, because it will be a national level effort to gather together all of the information from around the country. And indeed, that type of case is going to address the highest level of the leadership within the Russian armed forces and the Russian political system. So as I mentioned earlier, the basic policing, investigation work and prosecution work is being done competently within the existing criminal justice system. The efforts that we are making is, I suppose, focused on what we call linkage. Getting away from the idea that we have lots and lots of individual cases and linking them together in such a way that we are clustering into composite cases, and that we are therefore able to take those up the Russian chain of command. So firstly, we need to be able to link crimes to the conflict and show that these are occurring because the conflict is going on. Secondly, to try and link individual crimes together to show that there are patterns within those crimes that goes beyond coincidence and starts to allude to the command responsibility that I mentioned earlier, and therefore the requirement to also link those crimes to commanders within the military hierarchy. And finally, there's also a requirement to link crimes to the public rhetoric that comes out of the Russian leadership. And in the previous presentation from the Lemkin Center, the speech by President Putin that immediately preceded the war was mentioned. That is a very good example of rhetoric. Similarly, the way in which the mass missile strikes that hit the country on the 10th of October were preceded by a similar speech by Putin saying that the attack on the Kerch Straits Bridge would lead to consequences for Ukraine. Turning finally to battlefield evidence, which is, after all, the title of this session, I have to say that to a large extent, the kind of linkage that we are looking for and that we are encouraging as a change of mindset and a change of methodology, that linkage doesn't particularly come from the battlefield. The battlefield evidence is what we call the crime base. That is, examining the scenes of the crime, speaking to the victims and the witnesses. That is great for establishing that the crimes have occurred and who the direct perpetrators might have been, but the linkage that allows us to cluster those crimes together and to hold accountable the people who were not physically present on the battlefield when the crimes occurred, but who are pulling the strings and thereby allowing the crimes to happen, that comes from other sources. And this is perhaps where the bigger challenge lies. And in this regard, we need to make sure that the criminal justice system is linked in to the other parts of the Ukrainian government system, because this kind of information is often held in different areas. It was very nice to hear Deputy Minister Malyar speaking earlier about the proof that is available for these crimes, because a lot of this proof may actually be held within the Ukrainian military. We can think of documents that are being recovered from Russian military headquarters in the areas that have been freshly liberated by the Ukrainian armed forces. We can think of the information that is gathered from Russian prisoners of war as they are debriefed by the Ukrainian military. We can think about intercepted military communications, whereby Russian commanders have been speaking to each other and to their units, and through their technical ability, the Ukrainian military has been able to listen in to those communications. All of that is potentially fantastic evidence for prosecutors and investigators to build the kind of cases that I'm talking about. But it is the case that in wartime, there is perhaps something of a reluctance of the military intelligence bodies to make that kind of information available to law enforcement. And I fully understand it. Having been in the military myself, I know that we have a tendency to try and keep hold of that information because we need it to plan and conduct the battle that we're going to fight tomorrow. We don't necessarily think about the requirements of investigating and prosecuting the war crimes that happened yesterday. And yet much of the information that is held by the military can be extremely important for the criminal justice effort. So one of the things that I am and my colleagues are working on is trying to find the routes and the protocols and the memoranda of understanding by which military information can be made available to law enforcement in a redacted form, in a desensitized form, whatever it might be, but at least to make sure that the military hard drives aren't wiped or written over with new information in the effort about thinking on tomorrow's war. We're also looking at ways in which commercial information might be made available into the law enforcement effort. We only have to think about the way in which the armies of the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics have been supplied logistically by the Russian Federation to realize that the issue of trade and the movement of commodities and logistics is something that we need to understand. The Wagner Group, which is very active within the Russian military effort now, that's a private company. They are being paid for what they are doing. So if we can look into the financial records of the various entities that are involved in paying the Wagner Group, that can be useful evidence as well. And of course, the money that is being used to finance this kind of effort, that's coming from somewhere as well. In the previous presentation about the impact on the agricultural sector, there was some discussion about the theft of Ukrainian grain, which we know is being resold illegally by the Russian Federation on the international market. That is creating a huge amount of money. If we can find out the way in which that money is being laundered through international systems, then we can also get an idea of how the conflict is being financed. And all of that kind of information is very useful for understanding the connections between individuals, corporations, institutions, and the broader structures, which will help us to implicate people in the crimes that are taking place. And perhaps the final thing to talk about is the availability of open source information. You will all have heard of organizations like Bellingcat, who are now very famous on the world stage and are doing fantastic work to reveal the way in which criminal activity is taking place. The MH17 trial, which concluded recently in the Netherlands, relied very heavily upon open source information from Bellingcat and from others. But we have to recognize that within Ukraine, there are any number of very, very talented civil society organizations which are gathering and analyzing open source information, which is potentially very useful for prosecutions. I think perhaps currently particularly the judiciary within Ukraine is a little bit conservative with regard to the extent to which it's willing to accept open source information. And this perhaps makes the investigators and the prosecutors somewhat reluctant to invest too much hope in the likely effect of that. But we do believe that this is an area where we can try and make a difference such that that kind of information is acceptable, because the potential it has is enormous. So finally, just to summarize, the work that we are doing is not revolutionary. We are trying to assist a gradual evolution within the Ukrainian criminal justice system. The basics are there. The tools and the skills amongst the individuals are all there. What we are trying to do is to create a modest modification in perhaps the mindset and the methods that are being used based upon what we have seen working in other international conflicts, in other investigations that we have worked on around the world. And the extent to which we can help to minimize the enormous workload that people are confronted with, and at the same time allow a similar amount of work that is being conducted right now to lead much higher up the chain of command within the Russian Federation, then hopefully that will result in the collective justice that is required in order to properly recognize what has been happening within the Ukraine, both with regard to the responsibility of the Russian Federation and the need for justice from the Ukrainian population. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan, for that very realistic account of the work that's going on the ground, and also for sharing the challenges that the investigators and prosecutors in Ukraine are facing, but also the information that is needed from various other organizations to assist them in their work. In the interest of time, I want to firstly offer the panelists the opportunity to respond to each other's presentations or ask any questions if you have any, before I then open it to the floor for some questions. Would any of the panelists like to add anything in response to any of the other presentations? Professor Gavin.
Thank you very much for your speeches. It was very, very interesting, and I would like to gather the two fundamental questions. First of all, if we are talking about the military conflicts, and we mentioned different type of war crimes, like murder, rapes, sexual abuses, looting properties, as violence, threats, and the others. And we can perceive military conflicts as a separate, different type of war crimes. But I think that the most important issue is to understand the character of the military conflict, of the war. War on the Balkans was completely different than the contemporary war. The contemporary war, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, is not a war about even supremacy. It is not a war about occupation just. The primary goal was put in a speech of Mr. Putin, which preceded the aggression. The primary question is the question how Russian authorities, political elites, and Putin perceive Ukraine. It's not a nation. What does it mean that it's not a nation? It means that the stable airstrike against civilians' objects is possible day after day, city after city, town after town. Everything is destroyed without military aim. Because the strikes is not against the Ukrainian army. It's a conscious attempt to destroy human life and all the conditions which is very important for people. The reason is radical depopulation of Ukraine. So it's also, and I think that is very, very important. I agree that the legal system is very conservative, and the lawyers are also very conservative. When the Lemkin tried to implement the theory about genocide, the majority of lawyers were opposed. Many people didn't want to recognize the world, which was new, and just lawyers at the time prefer to replace them like a barbarism, vandalism, etc. So I'm talking about, in my opinion, our primary goal to recognize the nature, the character of the war. As I said, this is the war against nation. This is the war which was primary goal to destroy, separate nation, and with all traits characteristic for the Ukrainian culture. And the problem is, I understand many reservations concerning to raise the question of genocide, because the consequences of the recognition are very serious. But let's try to explain the very one basic things and many disinformation about the genocide. Lemkin never argued that the genocide is completely destroying of nation. Of course, it could be, and the radical form of that was Holocaust. But it is the radical form. But also Lemkin mentioned about the genocide as a gradual process. And everything what Putin did, does, and will do on Ukraine came to the destruction of Ukrainian nation. So, and I think that it would be good to organize some kind of meetings consisting of lawyers and historians, and maybe to speak about the character of the war. Because if we agree with some traits, with some reasons that Putin caused that war, attacked Ukraine, I think that all our next steps will be appropriate. But it's very difficult to consider how the perpetrators can be held in, my goodness, I also confused, accountability, if we know that the Russia will be not occupied. How to hold in accountability Putin or his colleagues? It's a very difficult question. How to judge them if ICC in Hague, in international law, don't foresee to judge in absentia, yes? So we tackle with a very specific war one side, I would say, because Ukrainians don't conduct the war against Russia. I mean that the whole war taking place in Ukraine, not in Russia, that the war is against civilians, as I said, and we know that Russia will be not occupied. It is not a war like in Balkans. It is not the Second World War like Germany was divided and occupied by different forces. And this is the fundamental question. And I'm very, very worried about it. Because as I know, the state administration, they are just looking for the, I would say, situation when the punishment of Russia will be not so important by a very obvious reason. I understand that the rebuilding of civil infrastructure and generally the plan of rebuilding of Ukraine is very important. And I think that for a few years, everybody will focus on that issue. But I'm still coming back to the question of how to hold in accountability the political leaders. As I understand, if we are talking about the proofs, about, for example, records, about the interviews, about the testimonies, there is a lot of, like thousands of proof that the Russians committed war crimes. And from my historical experience, I would say that there is no anonymous perpetrators. No, this is the question only of our effort. But how to hold in accountability politicians who are responsible for the aggression? They are also responsible for the problem with the food, for the looting grain, for the attempt to make problems on the international scale where the hunger. How to hold accountability with the full knowledge that Russia will be not occupied. And this is my question.
David, as well, I would like to just ask if you wouldn't mind responding very briefly, just so that we can open the floor also to questions from the audience, if that's okay. If we can find a working microphone.
So those are interesting questions. Let me go to your first question and respond very briefly to that as regards the genocide question. You know, this is being discussed obviously in fora all over the world right now. It's a part of the discussion that's taking place in New York, even related to the aggression tribunal and the possibility of some type of a special tribunal. I think what I can say is that intellectually, obviously, what you have said and what many others put forward similarly is very compelling, that there are internationally accepted definitions of genocide that do include and do mention the destruction of the cultural life of a people, the destruction of a national identity or an ethnic identity of a people purposely in order to eliminate that identity as a type of genocide, even if we typically think of genocide, you know, more in the terms of a Holocaust type of dynamic, something organized in that type of way, actually destroying people, bodies, lives systematically. So it is very compelling. As you know also, it's incredibly complicated legally and politically, and how or what would be necessary for that to be folded into the accountability mechanisms that we're talking about, I think is very challenging. For the second issue that you cited, and what was the second issue again? Right. Yeah, and obviously as we sit here right now, it seems unlikely that individuals, even if they are identified, would be sitting in front of any kind of an ad hoc tribunal or any international body that is already established or might be established. But I think having said that, number one, there are strategic political dynamics at play that are important as well. In building cases and preparing for those kind of prosecutions have an inherent strategic value beyond the trial actually taking place. And number two, history has shown us that there are multiple examples when former leaders and when officials have been brought to trial. And when they were involved in the commission of their crimes, whatever those crimes were, it never occurred to them that a day would ever come that they might be subject to such prosecution. It never occurred to them in a million years, possibly, that they would find themselves in front of a jury, in front of a judge, and it was only the painstaking and sometimes very long legal, technical preparation for eventual prosecution that allowed, when circumstances changed, those individuals to be brought to justice. Even in the absence of seemingly any realistic possibility of cases being prosecuted successfully now, I think you can make a very compelling argument for preparing for a future that we don't know and we can't imagine when such attempts at justice could be possible and might be possible.
Thank you. I think as well what we can take away from this is that pursuing justice and accountability is an enormous task. It's not an easy task. And also justice comes in various forms. So it's important, I think, what we can take away from this is that it's important for all parties involved, all actors involved in this process to work together. So between civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, law enforcement agencies, and national and international investigations and prosecutions, and also with international actors that are willing and there to support this process, and that it is multidimensional, that it's not just criminal justice, but it's reparations, it's ongoing psychosocial support for all the victims and witnesses that are going through these horrendous crimes and violations. So I would like to open the floor now to any questions, if anyone in the audience has any questions. I see a hand up here at the front. We'll go with this gentleman here first of all.
The Nuremberg was possible because of the precondition of unconditional surrender was applied. And thanks to that, Germany was given its right place in the global community. And without this precondition, any idea of the International Court of Justice for Russian perpetrators could be, as far as I know, Russia could be the national livestock, international livestock. There is no way to subdue, to force them to stand, to face the court without unconditional surrender. Otherwise, it's a dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from the audience? I think I saw another hand up from the gentleman back there.
I want to thank you for this panel, and I want to agree with the last speaker, Pani Magdalena. I have a fundamental question. I want to, to go deeply into this question that Pani Magdalena brought up. When I'm thinking how to bring to justice Putin and all the politicians, I think what's the victory for Ukraine is. So right now, let's talk honestly. Right now, legally, 2 countries in the world have 5 regions in their constitutions, officially, legally, by the law of 2 countries. So this is Ukraine and Russian Federation, right? And I'm thinking about what circumstances, as you said, what circumstances should be to push Russia to get rid of those 5 Ukrainian regions from their constitution. And unfortunately, I don't see a positive scenario of these circumstances, because in my mind, maybe you have other examples, but in my mind, I have only one example how the victory was like established and the justice came to the reality is like Germany defeat. So, and if we think that the war will not go to the Russian territory, I think it will go someday. And to bring the justice into reality, the West should prepare to this. Ukrainians are already prepared. For instance, Russia has their clown in the UN Security Council, Mr. Nebenza. And last time he said, like a few days ago, that if Ukraine will not stop bombing military objects and other blah, blah, blah objects in Russia, it will push Russia to announce officially war. What does that mean? That means a full mobilization of Russia. And I'm thinking, I'm from Kharkiv, from the east of Ukraine. And right now, Russia is not able to occupy Kharkiv. Because, like, raw numbers from our military say that they need at least put, like, 700,000 people to occupy this city, only for one city. Okay, they can do it today logistically, but what if tomorrow they will bring 5 million Ivans to Ukrainian-Russian border and put like 1 million for each direction, like Kyiv, like Kharkiv. What we're gonna do next? Ukraine is already fully mobilized. So it's a very difficult question. I think that Pandora box is already open, and my concern is that there's not gonna be justice, honestly, if the Russia won't be conquered in Moscow. The war started in Moscow, and we don't want to make a war. We want to live in peace, but unfortunately, we're pushed to, to big changes. It's okay. My question is, how do you see this scenario of these circumstances, and if you agree with me that the war should stop in Moscow? Thank you.
Would any of the speakers like to respond?
Why don't we have one of our other colleagues maybe opine?
Pardon, sorry?
Would you like to have some of our other colleagues opine as well?
Yeah, if any of the other speakers would like to. Yeah, if you would like to respond very briefly.
I'm very afraid that we have no plan on the international scale how to bring into justice Russian politicians. And we should speak about it openly. There is a fundamental problem. I'm not talking about revenge, but about the fundamental justice. Nobody has a plan. Any institutions, any universities, any prosecutors, nobody. And this is the problem. And the problem with the recognition of the war is fundamental, as I said. And I think that the unity of the Western country was achieved with a great effort. Taking point that Germany and France had promoted many, many years the idea of sovereignty of Europe, very nice sounding and very nice term. I would like to explain that this is the Europe without United States of America, without Anglo-Saxon country, just led by Germany as a leadership, as a Germany, France, and probably Russia. And the two countries are rather agree for appeasement than to bring to justice the top leader politicians from Russia. So this is the problem of attitudes which came from Europe, and I'm very, very worried that if we step down, if we step back, yes, this is a good expression, from the idea of justice, we will pay very, very high price, because Putin will not stop. And we are talking now about the future of Europe also. I think that everything depends on the politicians, their will, political will, to change international law, to introduce some changes which facilitate to bring the very basic justice after the war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think on those very powerful words, I would like to conclude this panel. So I would like to thank all of the speakers very, very much for their presentations. I'm sorry that we were short a little bit on time for further questions from the audience, but if you do have some further questions, please do direct them to the speakers, who I'm sure will be around just after this panel. And I would also like to remind everyone that there is a workshop also being held by the Lemkin Center tomorrow. So if you're interested, then please do join for that. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm thinking about my life, but it seems to go so slow, and my life is growing colder. I'm learning how to live in a world that is asleep. Don't wanna feel that I'm the reason for hard emotion every season. I wanna feel your love in the darkness falling down. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, so know that the reason is you. I don't wanna say that I can find a way to share some joy with other people, feel the love then send my way. You know that's not right, to run away and hide, to act like I'm not right along, like I don't need you anymore. I'm learning how to live in a world that is asleep. Don't wanna feel that I'm the reason for hard emotion every season. I want to feel your love in the dark is falling down. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, so know that the reason is you. The reason is you. The day when the morning light will say that I'm still alive, I will pray for the day when you say that I'm not your only love, that I am your only I'm thinking of my life, proud of my desires.
Good evening, everybody. It's getting darker, but we're getting prepared for the gala. And gala evening will start in 25 minutes. Actually, 24 already. 24 хвилини до початку гала цього вечора. Тож, будь ласка, залишайтесь недалеко і за 24 хвилини повертайтесь сюди до сцени. In 24 minutes, we're going to start the gala evening, so please don't go far. Come back later on. We'll have a very special part of the day with very special gifts to you from the very interesting people, but also we'll have some specific projects like matchmaking with the, well, I'll tell you that later. So 24 minutes, come back, don't go far away, now network. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's 12 noon and I'm up late again. Jumped out of bed, this ain't a usual day. Today I'm heading to town, I got some things on my list, but the most important thing I need to mark is a kiss. Cause when midnight rings, I won't be letting you leave. I said to myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms, I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I'd really love to have you around. Maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Got the table set so you don't have to do a thing. I put the tinsel and the stockings up ready for the morning. Took the tree out the closet, couldn't find the star, but since you're here, I wouldn't mind your heart. I'm feeling festive, cheers, let's bless this occasion. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. Maybe I could make you Santa's wife. Hear the jingle bell sound. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Myself, I won't be a Grinch this Christmas. So could you wrap me in your arms? I'll sign you off my wish list. So, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I got cookies and I got wine, red like the velvet on your gown. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I really love to have you around. And maybe I can make you Santa's wife. Can you hear the jingle bell sound? Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Ooh, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Miss Claus, don't let me down. Please, Miss Claus, don't let me down. I guess we're both a little crazy. I guess we're both a little shy. But the first day I met you, I knew my life was on the line. Don't ask me what you know is true. You picked me up when I was down and blue. So blue. Now baby, tell me it's a sign, or am I tripping out my mind? You can feel it too, right? All the stars just align. The sun go down before I find my I changed my mind like the weather, always looked for something better, never satisfied with what I have, can't handle all that pressure. Yeah, I looked so good and green, always stuck in my routine. Yeah, now please, don't ask me what you know is true. The only reason I came through is you, only you. You got me breaking all the rules, just because I gotta have you back. Your time is something that I need to have, something I can't understand. Let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out. Don't let the sun go down before I find my ground. Don't let my dreams grow old. Let me find the way out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start our gala in a few minutes, so please gather around the main stage. Wow, best places are busy, occupied already. Good. The good thing is, this is not yet the wine time, but I see that it's already past the wine time. Okay. So then, oh, it's good to see you, sir, again. Please take your seat. It's great to see many familiar faces already in just a day and a half. Gala is starting very soon. Then we're gonna have a very special gift for you. A little bit of really good entertainment. Back room there in auditorium. And then we're gonna have tomorrow, which is going to be the continuation of the summit, World for Ukraine Summit. My request would be for those who are very active in networking right now and for us to join us and maybe keep your voices a little bit lower, please, for the time of the gala evening, while we're gonna have some people on stage. Я перейду на українську. За 5 хвилин розпочнемо гала. Дякую, що ви вже тут. Попрошу тих, хто залюбки зараз нетворкиться і спілкується, будує нові партнерства. На час гала я вас прошу, зорієнтуйтесь на сцену і, якщо можна, більш тихіше, будь ласка, між собою комунікуйте, дайте нам шанс вам дещо розповісти. Starting very soon. Please arrive to the main stage and take your seats. Да, займайте місця, будь ласка, так. Прошу, панове, сідайте. А ви вже там. То хороші місця. Great to see you. First row, as usually. Yeah, when the music stops, it's time to gather near the stage. I agree. Well, I think we team up well with you.
Okay, let's switch on and I give it to the pocket.
Did you put it on the belt?
Yes.
So I could put it on here, so I could mute it.
Yes, muted. Okay. Yes, unmuted. I got it muted on the table.
The host is in the yellow.
There, yes.
She needs only the microphone because she's there on the phone for one.
And only once, yes?
She's only once. Okay, it's me and Tasha. So
Okay.
Tasha would lead this.
Okay.
No worries, we're just gonna do this.
Okay.
Ona będzie robić i występować na scenie. Tak. Nie, będzie coś zapowiadać. Nie, tylko tak. Jedna pani... Ale nie, jak masz więcej... Ale nie.
Ale nie ma książka.
Okej, dobra.
Tylko co ja się martwię, że ja robię? To po prostu połóż na uszy tak jak chcesz, a włącz i ja sobie wsadzę to, gdzie ja potrzebuję to wsadzić. Ale na pewno, bo ja dosłownie jestem
Jeżeli wolisz, damy ci rękę.
Chyba lepiej na rękę.
Dobrze.
Bo Andrzej na...
On ma.
Okej, dobra, no to rób na głowę. Rób na głowę. Tak. Przepraszam, zamieszam.
Okej. To jest włączone.
Tak. Włączone jest?
Tak, ale jest zamknięty na, że tak powiem, tam jest zmontowany. Tak. O kurwa. Dobrze, to ja dam Aśce, tej trzeciej prowadzącej, no, 6. Jesteś z tym ok? Tak. Odpalona.
Dlaczego ja mam ukraińską telewizję?
Prosimy Państwa o zajmowanie miejsc. Prosimy Państwa o zajmowanie miejsc. Za moment zaczniemy galę otwarcia Ukraine Summit. Prosimy Państwa o zajmowanie miejsc. We're 80 kilometrów stąd, proszę Państwa, jest granica, przejście graniczne w Medyce.
80 kilometers from the border crossing, the crossing where thousands of refugees entered Poland. The war is ongoing. The war started by Putin. The world has changed since the 24th of February 2022. It's a great pleasure to welcome everyone here in Rzeszów. This is the first, but not the last, Summit World for Ukraine. Joanna Racewicz. Good evening.
Jesteśmy też w bardzo niezwykłym miejscu.
This venue is amazing. G2 Arena, this is the base, former base of American Army. In here, last year we saw Joe Biden here. You probably remember him eating pizza here and showing how close he can be with the soldiers. We're back to the arena. This is the 10th month of the war. We have representatives of the Ukrainian government, NGOs, or various organizations. Ukrainians will need our military assistance, military aid, and organizational aid, because the life goes on. I want to invite phenomenal Kasia Madera and Andrzej Susenko, UA42. Thank you very much. Joanna Racewicz, thank you so much. I'll put the mic away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. It is so wonderful to be in Rzeszów.
Добрий вечір, пані та панове. Прекрасно бачити вас тут у Rzeszowie na G2 arenie.
To jest mój pierwszy raz w Rzeszowie. Ja byłam, jak Joanna tak pięknie mówiła, że na początku tej wojny tyle się działo, tyle emocji.
Joanna mentioned that at the beginning of the war there were so many things happening.
I was there for 2 weeks in Karczowa, in Medyka, in Przemyśl, and I see Przemyśl being represented here, but I never made it to Rzeszów, and I've been made to feel so welcome. It's incredible seeing all of you here, and the work that you guys have been doing, absolutely amazing.
This is the gala evening of the second day of the World for Ukraine Summit. With this gala evening, we have something prepared for you, and we want to share that in a moment. But I want to reflect on the day that we had today and the day that we had yesterday. What I've seen and what I've witnessed and what I've been a part of is the bridge that World for Ukraine as a platform has been trying to build for those Ukrainian organizations, municipalities, cities, mayors, and foundations from Europe, from Poland, from the United States, from all over the world.
Takie organizacje, które tak wspierają I pomagają I teraz
those organizations that supported Ukrainians, we can see the bridges being built. we can see that humanitarian charity organizations cooperate together. This is the most important fact because it must go on and it will cost a lot of money.
We are here. And if you think about, as we heard just a little bit earlier in Polish, Joe Biden, President Biden was right here. He was eating pizza. Yeah, sure, he's a man of the people, but he was right here talking to the US soldiers, the 82nd Airborne Division, who are here, and he said, we got to help, guys. We have got to help. And when I was in Korczowa amongst the refugees, he came to one of the huge hutas there, and he was in amongst the refugees. President Biden, we need to help. We take that message, G2A Arena took that message and is building on that, because what was happening here back at the start, thousands of refugees sleeping here.
Те, про що скаже Каша, я дуже хочу сказати українською. Ще нещодавно Джо Байден, президент Сполучених Штатів, стояв прямо тут і говорив з американськими військовими, і він говорив просту річ, каже, послухайте, ми можемо допомогти тим, кому необхідна допомога.
This is how Joe Biden said that we can provide help to everyone who needs help. That happened here, on this exact spot. And our goal is to build the bridge, to make sure that everybody who needs help gets it.
What the guys behind the World for Ukraine organization, what these people have created is really, really amazing. Just think about the number of organizations here and think about the level of partnerships that they have. One very, very special person is an entrepreneur who needs absolutely no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. Richard Brendson has specifically sent a personal message, and he was here, wasn't he? He was here. Richard Brendson has sent a personalized message for you guys to hear. So let's listen to what he has to say, and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time.
Well, hello, everybody. I just wanted to say how thankful I am to you, the Polish and Ukrainian business leaders, for all the incredible work you're doing right now. I had the great privilege to travel and meet many of you back in June, and have heard plenty from Camille and the team at World for Ukraine about the great work that you're all doing. It is absolutely, truly remarkable. Thank you for leading by example. Thank you for showing the world that as leaders, we must all come together, businesses large and small, governments, civil society, and do what we can to help mobilize support. I am both hopeful and confident that Ukraine and its people will prevail and will win this war, taking control of their territory, their sovereignty, and their future path. Ukraine's brave fight for sovereignty and freedom is the world's fight. Virgin Unite has had the honor and opportunity to work with wonderful partners on the ground, such as Andre from Superhumans and Michael from GEM, both of whom are giving their lives to this effort day in, day out. I would encourage you to really listen to them and join us in supporting these crucial initiatives to help lift their work. All of us at Virgin Unite and the wider Virgin Group have all been so inspired by the Ukrainian people, their bravery, their resilience, and unbreakable spirit. And I want to thank all of you for making the time to hear from some of these leaders and learn how we might be able to help work together to support Ukraine. And just finally, I just want to say thank you to the people of Poland for taking in 2.5 million refugees, and thank you all for all the incredible work you're doing. You're a remarkable country, a remarkable group of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Brendson. Let's give him a round of applause for that. We're going to film that and send it there. Я, як українець, живу в двох реальностях одночасно. Ми тут, в мирній Європі, намагаємося створити щось, що принесе допомогу в Україні, а в Україні паралельно йде війна. І це така дихотомія сьогоднішнього життя, безумовно. І Річард Брендсон...
There is war in Ukraine going on. It's a dichotomy of today's life. Since the first day of the world, one of the famous authors have appealed to a lot of countries in the world to support Ukraine in their fight for liberty. We also have an introduction from the mayor, one of the Ukrainian mayors.
Businessmen of the world and powerful people who are helping Ukraine. It's also the Ukrainians themselves. So we have another video for you, which is coming out of the city Trostianets in Ukraine. From the mayor of Trostianets, Yuri Bova. Oh, you're here. I thought it's the video. Wow, that's a surprise. Round of applause, everybody. So then take the stage. That's fun.
Всім доброго дня, всім українцям, полякам і всім, хто приїхав
Hello, I would like to say hello to all the Ukrainians and everybody who has come to help Ukraine. I'll be speaking in Ukrainian, but you must forgive me if there are some inaccuracies. But that's what I need to do because we are in Poland now and Poland is supporting Ukraine a lot right now. I have come from a small town in the east of Ukraine.
Вона дуже сильно розвивала до війни школи, предшколи, жлобки, шпиталі і інше. Але все зміняло 24 лютого. Військо російське прийшли до нашого міста в перший день війни. 4 години ранку już початок був війни. Фактично дуже ілость війська російського було в нашому місті. Тисячі солдатів, żołnierzy, większe sotnie jedinic ciężkiej techniki. Bili wszystko. Szkoły, lekarnie, szpitale, przepraszam, Rada Miejska. I wszystko, co widzicie na tym filmie, to było rozbite. Co widzieli przed sobą jakieś piękne wzory, piękne obiekty, pięknie odremontowane obiekty, wszystko ruinacja, wszystko ograbione do nic. I miasto faktycznie rozbite na 90%. Nie ma małego biznesu, nie ma 30% wielkiego biznesu, nie ma socjalnych sfer, żłobków, nie ma stacji kolejowej, stacji autobusowej.
I don't have a railway station, bus station, squares, streets. There is over 1,500 of facilities, objects which have been damaged or destroyed. What I've done as the mayor of the town, what we developed was destroyed on the 31st day of Russian occupation. A lot of people died. People lived without food. For a month, they drank water melted from the snow in order to survive. What you can see in the recordings, factories, businesses, and other facilities, is what Russia brought to Ukraine. It's what Russia brought to the world. All the concepts, ideas of the democracy were to be destroyed by Russia. Now Ukraine, now people need help, people who came back to our town to rebuild it. I saw all of that in nurseries, schools, hospitals. I wanted to give up, but I had no right to give up, neither me nor other Ukrainians. Because Ukraine is a very strong nation. I understand that if we give up to Russia, there will be no free Ukraine, no free Europe. That's why we have to protect democracy right now. We have to rebuild our cities, towns, and villages. This is what we do every day. Every day we work from morning till night. We look for partners who would like to rebuild Ukraine with us, who would like to make it a better country than it was before the war. And I hope we have a lot of friends. We know that we have a lot of friends, and we know that everybody can help Ukraine. You can help with equipment, with generators. You can help us rebuild school, transport infrastructure, or in any other kind of help. There are a lot of people who have come to this forum. We already have a lot of meetings. We've already had a lot of meetings yesterday, today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for helping Ukraine.
Dziękuję, bo z wami wszystkimi Ukraina jest jeszcze silna, jeszcze silniejsza.
Thank you, because with all of you, Ukraine is even stronger. We will win this difficult fight because we have to, as civilians, we have to support our army, we have to support it with everything, with food, with the arms, everything we have. We have to rebuild our cities and towns, we have to teach our children to live in a free, democratic country, free, democratic Ukraine.
This is an emotional and very concrete example of how dire the situation is in many places of Ukraine and what kind of help and support you could provide to us. And I'm so happy that this is a night, the gala event. This night shows what kind of platform we have built here with World for Ukraine Summit. Наступні 50 хвилин, наступні 25 хвилин у нас відбудеться презентація 5 проєктів, 5 українських проєктів, які були вже відібрані фундацією World for Ukraine, для яких це можливість для вас за 5 хвилин запітчити свій проект, щоб ви, як партнери, спонсори, інвестори,
to finish this project in 5 minutes so that you as partners, investors, sponsors, people who are ready to help and who have helped,
we're going to see 5 projects
it's the time of matchmaking
by the World for Ukraine Foundation as the projects that are eligible to receive your help, your resources, your knowledge, your network, your infrastructure. And then it's for you to decide which of these 5 projects, or all of them, will receive your help. I have to tell you that on the website of World for Ukraine Foundation, you can find both the presentations that we're gonna see in the next 25 minutes, but also the bank account details, so you can send money right away. So I guess this is good news. And we're gonna start now with the first project, and that's what I need the calmness of those who are not connected to the screen. А я перейду на українську. Ми розпочинаємо зараз презентації проєктів, і для мене дуже важливо, щоб ви якомога тихіше себе поводили на ці 25 хвилин, щоб ми могли донести вам те, що ми хочемо. Розпочнемо з першого проєкту.
As quiet as possible during this time so that we can tell you what we want to tell you about.
And the Unbroken project, which will be presented by Marina Svirchuk, the executive director of Unbroken. Let's greet her on the stage.
Hello.
You have exactly 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Unbroken Ukrainians, або незламні українці. Це Кароліна. Next slide, please. Це Кароліна. She is 6 years old. She lost her 2 legs when the rockets shelling to her room, children's room, was destroyed. Her mother also stayed at a hospital with a lot of injured. She needs prosthesis. Serhiy, next slide. Serhiy, he is soldiers, 22 years old. He also lost his arm on the field. He wants to continue his work. He needs also prosthesis. Next slide. Oleg, he's civilian. He lost and injured his legs when on the 2nd day of the war, and he also needs prosthesis. He tried to help other people to survive, and it was in Kherson when the shelling was happened on the Avdiivka. We are the first medical union. This is 3 hospitals, 2 for adults and 1 for children, who take care for emergency care, intensive care, and special help for the patient, like transplantology, cardiosurgery, neurosurgery. We have a huge capacity, 2,500 beds, and we start to be the biggest hub for wounded and injured people on the Western from the beginning of the war. Next slide. Today is the 287 days of our war. From the beginning of this time, we take care of 11,000 people, 250 is the children's, 5,000 people need prosthesis right now, and we take care for the refugees who live right now in Lviv. This is more than 80,000 people who get treatments or help on our hospitals. National Rehabilitation Centers, this is a center, this is a part of our hospitals. This is a project who for safe treatment, provide rehabilitation, provide prosthetics works, Ukrainians in Ukraine. We also have right now the project with the Austrian government and Ukrainian government to build the new facility on our land plot near the hospital. We have all types of needed help: burns, orthopedics, surgery, provide prosthetics works, psychotherapy, psychosocial support, and physical rehabilitation as well. All types of help in one place. 5,000 people need right now prostheses. Also, this is the civilian, children's, and also the soldiers. Right now, the statistics say that mostly 25% need double prosthesis. They need 2 types of prosthesis. And also, this is a 40% that need prosthesis of arms and 60% that needs of legs. Next slide. We start to provide prosthesis in our hospital. We do it in a very good level. We have a very nice results. We have a very good team of technicians. We have a very huge support, educational support all over the world. We have a multidisciplinary team who work with the patients. This is orthopedics, psychologists, psychotherapists, occupational therapists. And we right now have some motivational session for the people, because it's very hard to lose their limbs. We have the people who have experience to use the prosthesis, and we have a lot of educational things together with the people who have experience on this. But we have a weak things that we need to solve this. We have a very small workshop to work with the patients. Only 1 technician can be in one time in this. We have a very small capacity to provide only 15-20 prosthetics on the month. This is a very small amount if we talk about 5,000 people who need it. We also have a very lack of equipment for rehabilitations, and that's why we need your support. We need, we try to build the biggest workshop in the Lviv region. We need for this 908,000 euro for this. What it help for us? We will increase number of prostheses for 300 per year. We can make service place for the people who get this prosthesis and do it for the future. We also can help and do a lot of education things for the people that can come to us for other Ukraine and treat other technicians. We also start to do this project. We are able to do it on the March of 2023 and help Ukrainians here in Ukraine. And regarding your help, next slide, regarding your help, this is the Olaf. You remember I tried to explain you on the before. He takes with our American friend, he takes his prosthesis in our hospital. This is a new technologies that we are using in Ukraine. For 4 hours, he get his temporary socket, and he's very happy because for 8 months, he firstly stand up. Please help us to continue lives Ukrainians and to do their life better and mobility. Thank you.
Bravo. Ladies and gentlemen, Marina Svirchuk, and as Marina was saying there, they can make 15 prosthetics. They need 5,000. So think about it. Can you help Unbroken? You saw the images. I don't need to repeat them to you. Marina just made that impassioned speech. Can you help? This is what today is all about. We have another presentation which I would like to share with you, and it's going to be 2 presentations by the same organization. Czyli będziemy mieli 2 prezentacje, ale z jednej organizacji.
There will be 2 presentations from one organization.
The Community Organized Relief Effort, and Liana Horowicka will come up and tell us about, firstly, the school air raid shelters. Now, this is a response, a real grassroots response. This is what's needed on the ground right now, in partnership with the Ministry of Education of Ukraine and also the local partner NGO Saved. She'll be talking about that first of all. And then she will be talking about IDP. It's an acronym, but let me just explain what that acronym means. Internally displaced persons. How many millions of people in Ukraine are moving around? How many millions of people do not have a home? So Liana will be talking about the information center, the core response team, in partnership with the Kryvyi Rih Regional Administration and the local NGO partner, Unity of Responsible Citizens, have created one person, two presentations. Join me in welcoming Liana Horowicka. Bravo.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I hope you are enjoying the evening. I hope you are enjoying meals, champagne, and food. I know that you're probably tired of speaking and speeches, but still it's nice and warm atmosphere. But we all must realize, though, that it could have been different. Please listen to the sound of air alert. This is the sound that millions of Ukrainians hear every day. This is the sound that tells you that more missiles are coming. This is the sound that frightens you to death when you realize that your kids are at school, getting education to build our future. But they might not have this future if the missile hits the school. This is the fear that millions of parents experience every single day. That's why they don't let their children go to school, and as the consequences, Ukrainian children are deprived of opportunities to receive proper education. Their fundamental right. Just because a missile can burn and destroy the school to the ground with the kids in it. In Ukraine, children can go to school only when they have the proper repaired and arranged bomb shelters. You can see the statistics. To ensure the continuous education for children, to ensure their development, to ensure the future, we can build, we can repair, we can help to renew the high-quality shelters where children will be safe while studying. We can equip the shelters with safe and comfortable digital learning centers, with modern computers, laptops, with books, and even more learning materials. And which is most important, we can ensure their maximum safety in current conditions. Pilot shelters have been ups. I'm so sorry. You can see the picture. This is the pilot shelter in Chernihiv. This is the city in north of Ukraine, which was at the beginning occupied and then released by Ukrainian army. They give the very successful example, and a lot of kids can have opportunities to study there. They have an opportunity to socialize with their peers and enjoy their childhood. More information you can find under the QR code. This is our partners. You can see there all details of budget, of background, of information, and of solutions. And if you want to find out more about our organization, which is actually more than 10 years ago, have been founded by Sean Penn, you can also click to the QR code. I hope I made it for 5 minutes. So this is one project, and we will have another one. Yeah. I will use, is it working?
Let's turn on the mic on the stage.
Yeah. Can you please?
Okay, good.
Yeah, so I will start with another project. This is another important project that, according to statistics, you know that it's 14 million of displaced persons internally and externally. So this is one is also important for us as Ukrainians. We wanted to support IDPs that are coming to Dnipro from the areas with active hostiles in eastern Ukraine. This region welcomed a lot of IDPs since the very beginning. Since February, 250,000 of IDPs have applied to Dnipro Military Regional Administration for information and services for regular needed issues that we couldn't even think about before February. When they arrived to Dnipro in search of safety and shelter, they all are in fear and they are desperate. They need basic things to settle in the new place. I think most of you here know what it feels to flee native city. You know what it feels to flee city under the shelling. If you don't, I wish you never experienced this. I'm sure that if you don't know this, but many of us do know how to find information, where to come, whom to ask. We know links, we know how to use internet, but millions of IDPs don't. To help them find information and opportunities to get humanitarian aid and necessary support, CORE aims to support local government who has already settled 200 IDPs point in Dnipro region and all over Ukraine, which is much more. And with the latest massive attack on Ukraine and blackouts, this service point cannot operate properly. They need electricity, they need heating, they need support to their staff to operate, to provide services, and to do it all also under the shelling. What we can do? We can help service points to provide online and offline services. We can support multi-platform that includes telephone line digital tools for different people, because not everybody has smartphone. They use the phone or they need to talk to somebody, where they can receive answers to all their questions and at the same time receive minimum services, for example, as certificate of IDPs. We can procure necessary technical equipment and repair premises for administrative issues. Again, having no more time, you can follow the QR code. You can find more details about partners, about technical details. If you forget where I'm from, once again, please follow the QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liana. You were very impressive. You were very impressive in giving us a chance to immerse in how Ukrainians on daily basis might feel. І це такий імерсивний і необхідний досвід першої презентації від Ліани про тимчасові шелтери для дітей у школах. Мені здається, це гіперважливо те, що ми побачили. I think it's super important.
Thank you very much. I believe that's really important what we've just.
School bunkers with the school shelters. So this is the project number 1 by the CORE today, and you can find it on the website as well, but you can support it already. Okay, they're gonna put the QR code later on. And the second project of the CORE was very important. It's 40 million people who were residing in Ukraine before the full-blown war started. It's 7 million people who have crossed the border to Europe through Poland and other countries and are still remaining in Europe. And it's more than 10 million people who are internally displaced in Ukraine. So this project, which is project number 3 and number 2 for the CORE, is aiming to help the IDPs in special cities. Make up your mind. You can always find them on the website of World for Ukraine Summit and do your donation, start cooperation. I'm gonna move on with the project number 4, which is special to me in a way. This is an employment assistance for internally displaced persons in the city of Kopychinci, which will be presented by Bogdan Kelichavy, the mayor of Kopychinci. Це дуже важливий для мене проєкт, тому що мер міста Kopychinci, близький друг моєї дружини, і вона мені про нього розказує, що він надзвичайно активна, жива людина, яка точно не здається перед складнощами. І зараз пан мер буде презентувати свій проєкт. Давайте дамо йому оплески. Let's give a round of applause.
We will have the presentation of the mayor of Kopychinci.
Дуже радий.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bogdan, and I'm really glad to be here, and thanks for the invitation for me and for all the mayors that are here at this conference, so thanks a lot. And our project is about not infrastructure, it's about something that is most valuable in Ukraine, Ukrainian people, and their intellectual capacity, their human potential that should be flourished and should be preserved. As you can see, I'm not alone here. We have a team. Even being a mayor of a small town, I have a big team of true professionals, and everybody has its own role, and we are quite successful with international development, and this is my background before being mayor, and a lot of people trust us, including Core Response are also our partners in our town. So we are located in the western part of Ukraine, which is not damaged that much, and instead the consequences of war are happening that we are losing our people who were drafted as soldiers. We already lost 5 people in our community, and also we are receiving internally displaced people, people who saw the war, who suffered the war, who suffered Russian aggression. And we accept them, we try to help them, and we try to shelter them and provide them with some first necessary items, food, hygiene products, everything. But some people are leaving our community because of they have no jobs. They need more jobs to be more sustainable. A lot of people, they want to work. They don't want to, and I think that a lot of people in Poland could experience that. A lot of Ukrainians, they want to work, they want to be independent, and they want to bring some use to the society they're living in. So we identified 2 problems, and we decided to react on them the certain way. From one hand, we are thinking of building a program, a training program for people, for internally displaced persons, to help them find jobs. So we will be correcting the resumes, we will be training them for their job interviews, we'll be doing this individually as well as in a group sessions. So you can see like the number of people that would be contributed from these activities. But at the same time, we are thinking of building this stimulation for businesses, local businesses, as well as relocated businesses, because in our community and in our region, typically we have a lot of businesses that were relocated from other parts of Ukraine. And we want those businesses to flourish. They also have their needs. They also need to continue their development. And we want them to stimulate to hire internal displaced people, because we ourselves, we see a huge potential in people that are coming. We, as a city hall, are also hiring internal displaced people. So the head of our hospital is an IDP. The head of our education department is an IDP. So a lot of people from the eastern and southern part of Ukraine that came to us already got the jobs by the city hall. But we also want businesses to hire them as well, so they would be more integrated to our society. So the duration of the project, the timeline, is 6 months, and the budget is almost $75,000 as a pilot. You can see all the details on the World for Ukraine website, so you can learn this more focused. As a result, we are planning to train at least 500 people, so they would go through our sessions, so they would be more competitive on the labor market. At least 50 people would be hired by local or relocated businesses, and at least 5 businesses with this project, with this pilot project, would get some help and would get some mini grants from the donor organization as a reward for hiring internally displaced people. Here, our vision in that is that we want people to be more sustainable, more independent. We want people to be more integrated, and most importantly, we don't want to lose people. We don't want to lose the biggest resource that we have in Ukraine, because if Ukrainians are inside Ukraine, they still can use their skills, they can use their education. If they cross the border, very often they have to pick up some other jobs that they were not that they're not qualified, that they were not preparing for. So we want our people to be qualified and still continuing and contributing to our economy and getting our economy more resilient. And that's it from us. From myself, I would just like to thank all people that are attending this meeting. It's very important for us. If you have any questions, I will be here around to answer them, and I'm looking forward for our cooperation. Thank you.
Naprawdę brawo, brawo, super. Wezmę mikrofon. Thank you, dziękuję. So just really tangible things that can be done. We heard job interviews. Who thinks of job interviews in a time of war? But that is the kind of practical help that we were hearing about. So a huge thank you to Bogdan Kaliczawi, the mayor of Kopycinski. Job interviews in a time of war, but it's needed, right? That's what people need. Now, on to our final presentation of the evening. So really think about where you will put your money in, because every single penny counts when it comes to what these organizations and what these projects really need. Now, Mykolaiv was shelled almost every single day for 200 days. So I don't need to tell you just how badly damaged Mykolaiv is. I don't need to tell you how displaced the people are. But you need to think about what they now need to rebuild that incredible place. They need things like modular boilers as a backup source of heat. It's bloody cold, right? Let's be really honest. So please, join me in welcoming the city mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Sienkiewicz, to give his presentation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I know that I am the last, but not the least. My presentation is the last, so I won't take too much time. Please be attentive and listen to the sound of silence. Yes, there is no silence here. Okay, so you've just heard the sound of alarm, and then you heard the explosion after it. So in the city of Mykolaiv, we usually hear the sound of the explosion and then the alarm. We have a joke. If you hear the alarm, there won't be any explosion. If you have the explosion, wait for alarm. That's because the distance between C-300 and the city of Mykolaiv is about 30-40 kilometers, and our anti-aircraft systems can catch the rockets. Yesterday, I had a presentation, and I said that we had 3 weeks of silence. Unfortunately, while nighttime, we had a bombardment, and 2 rockets of C-300s fell down in the center of the city. So, what is the problem? It's really simple project. We have our boiler houses partially ruined while this period of war. So the problem is that if we have boiler house ruined, that means the water is not heated. That means that water can freeze and all the system will be broken. So we need modular systems that we will be able to move around the city to switch them on to the system, the heat water until we repair the boiler house. So these are modular boiler houses, which we are looking for. This is how it looks. So we prepare a platform to be able to move these boiler houses around the city. The target audience is about 50,000 people on the or one object of social sphere, like hospital and schools. To be honest, we don't have educational process now in Mykolaiv. We have only online educational process. All the children have the education online. But we don't have too many people. From 500,000 people who lived in the city before the war, we have only about 250,000 people. So these modular boiler houses will be able to provide us a backup. So short information about it, I already just told you about it. So the total cost of these boiler houses is about 22 million hryvnias, which is almost 600,000 euros. So please, you can find the information about this project on the website of today's event, and you can contact us through that website or this information. Thank you very much. As I promised, this is the shortest presentation on today's evening, but I hope it was really useful and informational for you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help, and thank you for your attention. Слава Україні!
Слава! Героям слава! I respect you so much. Так я вас поважаю, пане мере. Я навіть уявити не можу. I cannot even imagine what kind of resilience is needed to sustain through that, to go through such hardship. But I see that there's so much responsibility and accountability that is taken by many in Ukraine in order to prevail.
You've seen 5 projects. Widzieliście 5 projektów, które są naprawdę to, co wy możecie pomóc w tym, rzeczywiście coś konkretnego, co wy
So
jako
the
biznesmeni
tangible help that you can
możecie
provide is something that you as businessmen can do.
To, co pokazywaliśmy tutaj.
You can help these
Genuinely
people.
make a huge amount of change in a very small way, arguably.
Ми з вами подивилися на 5 проєктів, які вже пройшли, нагадаю, пройшли перевірку фундацію World for Ukraine, які точно є вагомими, і у вас є шанс їх підтримати. Ви побачили ці 5 проєктів. Ви можете зайти пізніше і на веб-сайт, і там знайти bank account details, можете подивитися через презентацію.
When you enter the website, you can still see these presentations once again. The presenters are here, and you decide who you are going to help.
Have a chat with the different organizations that you saw up here on the stage. You'll be able to do that in breakout rooms a little bit later after the gala. Talk to them, find out more, find out what they need, how much they need, because it's all about that. It's really, really crucially important. We've got a very special surprise though, huh?
And to start the night of funding and partnering and donations and investments, we want to invite to the stage the Ukrainian lady, Olga Kovalyuk. She's from the World for Ukraine team, who's going to come to the stage right now with your round of applause, please, because she's going to... Round of applause.
Zapraszamy Olga Kovalyuk. Welcome.
Olga Kovalyuk.
Olga, what she's going to do now, she is going to present $5,000 checks for each of the projects to start the work on those. Congratulations, and thank you, World for Ukraine, for that. So please, every participant that was here, please come on stage right away.
We have Marina, please, Liana, Jean-Luc Willart will be representing CORE, bravo, Bogdan and Alexander, back on, and you've got the checks.
Молодці.
So, they didn't know about this.
Total surprise.
Proszę.
You can see. Вони не знали про це. Це сюрприз від фундації World for Ukraine. І зараз по 5,000 євро кожна команда, кожен проєкт отримує. Це вагомий початок.
5,000 euro, każdy dostanie. It's 5,000 euros for everyone, and it's just the beginning.
Nie wiedzieli, że dostaną to, i to jest właśnie forum. To był ich pomysł, żeby zacząć, tak? Z czegoś trzeba zacząć. You've got to start somewhere. School air raid shelter for CORE, bravo. Liana, bravo. Pamiętamy how that siren sounded, tak? Pamiętamy to i to dzieci codziennie w Ukrainie słyszą to.
We remember the sound of the sirens, and this is what the children in Ukraine hear every day.
The IDP Information Center by CORE. Please, round of applause.
Thank you, Jean-Luc Willart, Regional Director for Ukraine, Romania and Poland, part of the CORE group here to take the check. Thank you for being here with us. And
project number 4 is presented to the mayor of Kokpichency, Bogdan Kelichavi and his project, please.
A tangible project giving jobs to those thousands of people displaced, job interviews, basic things like that. Incredible.
Last but not least for tonight, the presentation from Mayor of the city of Mykolaiv that has been shelled almost the whole war, presented to Alexander Sinkevich for the modular boilers as a backup source of heat to the city of Mykolaiv.
Bravo.
Round of applause. Bravo.
Come on, this is big deal.
All of you, you can now reach them out in private, but also you can do that online on the website World for Ukraine. You can find the QR codes to donate, bank details, and what else you can do, you can see the presentation again and share it to other people who would want to join and support.
Can you double it? Can you match it? Put your money where your mouth is. Put your hand in your pocket. We need to double this, triple it. They need it. Bravo.
Браво. Усі, хто хочуть підтримати більше, будь ласка, переходьте на сайт фундації або ж просто поговоріть з командами відразу по завершенню цієї гала. Thank you for this part. We're gonna go on and good luck with the projects. Thank you again.
Bravo, bravo. We look forward to hearing about these projects grow, jak będą rosły i będziemy słyszeć, mam nadzieję, więcej. I to jest od was teraz zależy, żeby ich wesprzeć.
Now it's up to you to support these projects.
More awards coming. And to continue, I want to invite to the stage for the arrangements of the special award, the CEO of the company called Medisigner. Please welcome on the stage Joanna Józefiak.
Joanna Józefiak, welcome.
Pani Joanna, dzień dobry. Zapraszam.
I'm scary when I'm alone, so I always need a couple men with me. And these both are very important with something what I'm doing. I would like to introduce you Dr. Alexander from Kiev. And Ralph, I think everybody knows Ralph, so when I came here, like, everybody knew it, who is Ralph, so I hoped they were going to know who I am, but no, Ralph is someone who is here very famous, so I give you the voice, Ralph.
First off, we want to thank every one of you, each and every one of you. We know that when we first met together with the initiative of Kamil Szymanski here from the arena, and with Joanna, and a few other very important people who really wanted to make this effort and put this together back in June and even earlier. We couldn't imagine how successful it would be, and we just thank you. Thank you for coming, people who come from the States, from Japan, from Central South America. Thank you for coming all the way out here to make a difference. And we want to present 4 special awards to some people who really making a huge effort, and we want to recognize them individually. So, without further ado.
It's been a real pleasure to see so much commitment from the following organization, and an honor to be a steward of the efforts elevated, subverting that the most vulnerable are experiencing so close to us. Instead, in turning away this, angels among us have taught darkness with light. When the dark days befall us, may we each find such unwearying support in our corner. Frania Foundation, Frania Clemens. Frania Foundation supports international projects in the fields of education, innovation, and health. With your donation, they create equal opportunities for everyone. The Russian attack on Ukraine has changed the European peace order and world politics. For Ukraine and its citizens, they very existed and subverts now at stake. The foundation supports Ukraine with generous and discreet foundation grants, especially in these difficult times. Our solidarity is a must. Thank you. Claudia.
Next, we'd like to recognize the Polska Organizacja Ratownicza. The last 6 months have brought completely new challenges. And within the first 72 hours after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February, the POR opened a logistics hub for sorting and repacking aid from all over the world, as well as POR clinics and rest stops on the border for the exhausted war refugees that we've all seen and some of that experienced. And they also teamed up to create the Rescuer application, a medical app to find registration points, call doctors, find food, shelter, and even employment right after crossing the border. So thank you to the Polską Organizację Ratowniczą.
Now you can read about two of them and then made it to the end.
You are reading? Yes. And I want to thank from all the doctors in the field, from Ukrainian part, that we are really grateful for all the job that these companies are doing, because all these single-use instruments and all this help and support that they are giving for our hospitals in the field, they are really much more appreciated. They are saving the thousands of Ukrainian lives, and civilian and military. So biggest thanks to everybody that is helping our country. Thank you so much.
Next, we'd like to thank two other organizations that can't be here, unfortunately, because they're in the field and doing the important work out there. The first is a company that all of us might have heard about, ArcelorMittal. Impressively, ArcelorMittal, the global operations, they shuttered their operations in Ukraine, but not their commitment to Ukrainians and to their employees. They not only support their workers there in Ukraine, but they also donate vast amounts of humanitarian and medical assistance. So we want to say thank you to ArcelorMittal Eisenhüttenstadt in Brandenburg, Germany, which is close to the Polish border, for their generosity. So, thank you. And last but not least, we want to thank the Jewish Hospital in Berlin. We're humbled and grateful for how the staff of the hospital responded immediately to our appeal for donations, and they provided invaluable material aid and assistance, which we were able to quickly deliver to a hospital in Mykolaiv, in the amount that we were actually able to build a new 200-bed facility after the previous one was destroyed, which is very important, of course. And we want to say a special shout out and thank you to dear Mrs. Brit Ismer and her esteemed colleagues. Thank you for your heartfelt generosity, and we're keeping our fingers crossed and looking forward to the opening of the new building there in Mykolaiv in 2 years from now. So thank you very much to them. Okay, thank you.
Huge round of applause. Absolutely brilliant. Medicina, thank you very much for those awards, for all of the work that you guys have been inspiring everybody else to do. Thank you. Next part of our evening is yet another special moment. I want you to all to join me. I don't know who TikTok's here, but I'm trying and I'm rubbish. So if you could all follow me on TikTok, I'd really appreciate it. But Jakub Oleg, ladies and gentlemen, the head of public policy and government relations at the Central and Eastern Europe TikTok branch, will join us on stage to give the honorary award of the World for Ukraine Summit. So please join me and a big round of applause. Bravo.
Hello, everyone. The honorary award of the World for Ukraine Foundation is being presented for the first time ever. And I have an honor and privilege to introduce you to an extraordinary organization, Global Empowerment Mission. And without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage an even more extraordinary man, a man who was there in Ukraine from the very start of the war, a man who inspired the organizers of this event to bring the summit into fruition, and a man who helped countless people in Ukraine and beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Michael Capone.
Thank you. This award really belongs to all the people, all Ukrainians, everyone who has, in a unified effort, played their part in this, right? Everybody is good at something, and not everybody is good at everything. It's important that. And every single player here, and why this summit is so important, is because every particular role, right, you saw already, it is so important and vital that everybody works together as they have been. And I couldn't be more proud of our Ukrainian team and our Polish team, who on February 25th, I had not met any of them yet. And half of them were not even trained to do this work. And they are now experts at it because they live and breathe and they care about it so much. And our main objective all along is to try to get the most amount of aid to the most amount of people for the least amount of money, or put the most amount of people back into the most amount of schools, or the most amount of apartment buildings, or the most amount of homes for the least amount of money in the shortest amount of time. Our overhead, unlike many US orgs, is 3%. And that's because we operate by smart partnerships and we work with everybody. And every day, all we try to do is cut out line items, cut out profits, cut out everything so that Ukrainians, in the end, will get a lot more. So we thank you, and we thank World for Ukraine Summit. We're really grateful for this incredible award. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your work. TikTok, thank you for the present, Jakub. Thank you so much, Michael. Pleasure. I've heard a lot about you and your organization. Now I know more. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I'm going to see you here next year, I guess. Yes. So we are almost there with the words. And I must tell you that this is the best time of any event to share the partnerships and the patronage list, because everybody's attention is here. So I'm going to take 2 minutes to list those who have helped us to arrange World for Ukraine Summit. And I do think it is important that we acknowledge it. So I'm going to start with the honorary patronages. Council of Europe, the Voivode of Podkarpatsky Voivodeship, the city of Ješuv, of course, our strategic partner, TikTok, and you've just seen Jakub, who runs it in this part of the world. Our main partners are Uber, who doesn't take a cab with Uber, AC Porath. Our partners are Lidl, Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, BGK, Polish Development Bank, Medic, Febrain, and our content partners, of course, GEM, United 24, We Europe, Hope Worldwide, Core Response, Mediciner, AmeriCares, and Bridgeway. Also, now the partnership part is over, I want to tell this. Who has lost the purse or the wallet? I've been presented with the purse or the wallet. If you lost the purse or the wallet, якщо ви втратили гаманця жіночого, I guess it's female one, it's going to be there with Adam to your right over there. Now, for the last part, I'm going to invite back Fantastic Kasha Madera, and we're going to tell you few things. Thing number one. Matchmaking is in process. You've seen 5 projects that were vetted by World for Ukraine Foundation. We have supported them with $5,000 each. You can find information about them, about their bank accounts online on the foundation's website, or you can find them there, in that room, after we're done here. What are we gonna do next, Kasia?
Well, to właśnie, widzieliście te różne projekty, czuliście coś w
You could see
sercach,
various
widzieliście
projects,
tutaj już
you felt something
World for
inside your
Ukraine
heart. You
dali
could see
pieniądze,
that World for
wspiercie
Ukraine
to,
supported
podwójcie
the
to,
organizations.
potrójcie to.
Now you
Zobaczymy,
can
jak
double
to
it, you
będzie
can
wyglądać.
triple it.
Oni będą w tamtym pokoju, możecie
You can
tam
meet
przejść,
them
porozmawiać trochę
there,
dalej.
you can
Speak to
go
them a
there,
little
you
bit
can
more,
talk
put
to
your
them, you
money
can get to
where
know
your
them
mouth
a
is,
little
put
bit
your hands in
more.
your pocket, they're there. And then, in 10 minutes, at 7 o'clock, we are absolutely thrilled to tell you that we will be entertained, we will be rocked, and we will be moved by the Eurovision Song Contest winners, Kalush Orchestra.
Kalush Orchestra is here in 10 minutes, and you can find them in auditorium behind the stage from both sides.
So they will be behind us. Money first, though, in that room. Kalush Orchestra behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been, with Andriy and me and Joanna, an absolute privilege to be here with you. Now go forth and do some great work. Carry on the great work that World for Ukraine Forum has started here already.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your time, your desire to help, for your knowledge, for the space that you gave us. Дякуємо дуже. Слава Польщі та слава Україні. Now please proceed to the wine and food and to the money donation place and investment, and then to the Kalush Orchestra.